I'm not a Falcons fan, but Kirk Cousins, he pulled that thing out at the end, didn't he?
He balled, brother. He was balling last night.
He pulled that thing out.
There were so many curious decisions in that game. It all ended up working out, but it was a bizarre one. What do you think Atlanta can actually be something down the stretch here?
No. I think these are both mid-level teams that played mid-level football, and one of them might be lucky enough to make the playoffs, and both of them will be eliminated in the first round. These are not. Neither one are legit Super Bowl contenders. But it was a even when you're watching mid-level teams play against each other, it's entertaining. But neither one are we gonna see them in January.
Gov, I keep telling you this. I've heard Georgia's an important state too. One of these days, you're gonna have to start being kinder to all these other teams.
Nah, I am who I am, man. I am who I am. I can't be something I'm not. And these teams, I'm not fans of them. So you know what? It's all good. It's all good.
I love it. I love it. Obviously, we can get started here. I got you 10-10 on the year. It's been a funky year. Vegas is getting super rich. So being even through 4 weeks is honestly pretty darn good. I was just telling B-Mitch, Governor, I had the under in that game last night. It was 44 points, and they scored 60. So it didn't go great for me either.
I know. But wait a second. But 10-10, does that include last week? I went 4-1 last week.
I'll have to double check.
Governor, he's not good with math.
I'm about to say you gotta check your math, man. Check the scoreboard. Check the scoreboard.
All right, you're right, dude. I'm looking now. 12-9. I take it all back. 12-9.
Sometimes you got to ask people to check their math, man.
Especially this dude.
Yeah, of all the people that should be in charge of keeping track of this, I am very low on the list. Let's start with your squad. Ravens going to Cincy. Ravens, Bengals. Tricky game.
Yeah, I don't think it's that tricky. I mean, listen, I think the Ravens have come back and just found the mo again. And the first couple of weeks were tough. But if you look at not just the fact they've won the last 2 weeks, but that we've won decisively and we won the Ravens way, I think it says a lot. And I think one thing we're finally figuring out is what to do with Derrick Henry. And I think one thing that the league has not figured out is how to deal with Derrick Henry. And so I think that, especially when you're saying that the Bengals continue to be one of the most inconsistent teams inside of football, you don't know what team you're going to get each week. I think we're going to be okay on this. And I think the Ravens end up beating the Bengals.
That's good. I mean, how much did you enjoy the Sunday night game against the Bills? The Ravens decided to remind the world how good they are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and honestly, it's and a lot of it goes back to game plan. You know what I mean? And so they had the right game plan. The right game plan was, punch him in the mouth fast and give Derrick Henry the ball. And literally, the first time he touches the ball, he goes for 87 yards. By the end of the third series, he already was close to 200 yards. I mean, it's actually crazy what the kind of numbers he was pulling together. And the Bills did not have an answer. And the Bills, it's not like they have a bad defense. Their defense is actually pretty decent. But you don't have what is the answer for Derrick Henry when he's clicking and the game plan is right? So it was a beautiful game. And again, I think it just showed, there were a couple people who had just like show off games over the past couple of weeks. Jaden Daniels being one of them, by the way.
Sure.
But Derrick Henry is another one. He had a show-off game last week.
Yeah, I mean, to be his size and speed, and frankly, to have as many NFL carries on his belt as he does, and to break a 90-yarder is just bananas.
It's crazy.
It was so cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you were literally watching safeties and cornerbacks trying to catch him. Like
they couldn't catch him.
We're talking about a huge man here.
It's crazy. All right, let's look at the team that your boys just really beat down. The Bills go to Houston to take on the Texans. This is a pretty interesting game.
It is an interesting game, and I think I know we called a couple upsets last week. This is another one where I actually think the Texans are going to pull this one off. And so I'm gonna go with the underdog on this one. The Bills. So for one, I think the Bills have got to show, after coming up and getting embarrassed the way that they did last week, this is going to be a game where they're going to have to show what kind of heart they have. I also just think that C.J. Stroud he's just in a groove right now. And the other key factor for me is if Mixon is back and it looks like he's going to play, But if he's back, that adds a whole nother dynamic, of what that means and what it's going to mean for them going forward. And so the injury report on this one is going to be one that I am going to watch closely, because I do think in this game, of all the games this week, the injury report could really help to determine what happens on this one. But I do think that the home team will stand strong here and pull this one out. I think the Texans beat the Bills. Yeah,
Mixon's a huge part of that Houston rushing attack. He I believe he's missed practice both days this week with that ankle. But dude, if he goes today, generally if they go Friday, you're good to go, and they're just resting it, especially with a sprained ankle. So that's going to be an interesting one. I kind of like that though, because I think the Bills have become this sweetheart road favorite, and Houston's still pretty damn good.
Yes, they are. I'm telling you, and they have and when you look at how they've just played very, very consistently throughout, they are just showing that they're going to be a legit team. Are they a top tier team just yet? I don't know, but they are legit. And so, I think that they are, they understand the importance of winning this game this week as well.
All right, two teams that everybody involved in this conversation hates. Cowboys going to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. Obviously, that Pittsburgh defense has been very good.
Whew. You ain't never lied. These are two of the most hated teams in our region. So I don't think there is a winner coming out of this one. But I think the Steelers will win the game. And listen, I mean, the Cowboys just have some real issues they got to figure out. And I just the level of inconsistency that you continue to see on this team is it's absolutely staggering. And the one thing I will say about these Steelers is, going off of a brand new quarterback competition when you had, both Russell Wilson and also Justin Fields, and seeing how Fields has just really stepped up. Like he's playing like he's got something to prove right now, which is actually really exciting to see. So, so even though from a division perspective, I would love for the Steelers to lose because that helps out my Ravens. But at the same time, I think the Steelers beat the Cowboys, and I think the Cowboys spiraling just continues.
We will take that.
I don't mind seeing that. Hey, Gov, real quick, I'm curious. We got two more left, but the Devante Adams trade talk is really heating up. One of the places that's been mentioned is Pittsburgh. Brian and I both kind of think he lands with the Jets. What do you make of Devante Adams and trying to get out of Vegas again now?
Listen, I think it's great, and frankly, I know one of the other places that I hope it gets mentioned more is the Raiders. I think he's. I mean,
you want it all, Go.
Governor want everybody. Governor want everybody to become free.
I like winning decisively, but I mean, he is one of the players. Definitely one of the players that at least we know is on the market that is a game changer. Right. I mean, like literally you have to design game plans around him. And so, so listen, if he ends up with the Jets, I think it'll be a big deal. I think the Jets need some kind of infusion right now of energy and talent. But we'll see where he ends up. But I do honestly hope that the Ravens end up in this conversation as well.
Wow. I think it's a predetermined, I'm only going to the Jets, figure it out kind of thing, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Back to the picks.
We've seen that before too, and we see how a whole lot of stuff gets changed in the 11th hour.
Sure, man, for sure. An interesting game because New Orleans started so hot. Now they've lost a couple. Saints going to the Chiefs. The Chiefs must be the most under the radar back-to-back Super Bowl champion 4-0 team in history.
It's just haters, man.
It's so, but you know what though? That's the Chiefs story every year. Every year, people are like, "Oh, wait a second. They had a pretty good year, didn't they?" Because they're not coming out and blowing folks out. They're not doing all the things that even that they used to do. They just know how to win. And I agree with you. This is one of these sneaky games because the Saints literally came out as like the best team in football going into week 3, and then have cooled down. I also just know that as we've learned from personal experience in week 1. Arrowhead is it's a tough place to play, and the Chiefs are a tough team to play. So I do like the Saints. I think that this rejuvenation of the Saints is real. But I think that the Chiefs pull this one out.
All right. You know how we're going to end this thing. The Cleveland Browns coming to Northwest Stadium Sunday, 1:00. Weather's supposed to be beautiful. Well, Governor, will you be there? I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on.
I think I'm going to be there for only a little bit. My son has got a game.
Oh,
so,
awesome.
So I gotta check out his his game. That's my guy. He's playing well too. He's on his travel baseball team.
Travel baseball. What position?
First base.
All right.
First base. Well, yes, he's trying to be the new first baseman for the Baltimore Orioles.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that you have said the word, that was a pretty tough two games, a playoff run for the Birds.
It's tough to even call it a playoff run.
Yeah,
you were there for 2 games.
They scored a run,
and you scored a run. You scored a run in 18 innings. That's so bad. And it's wild because. I think the biggest question that a lot of people had about our O's going in was always about our pitching and the inconsistency of our pitching. But the truth is that our pitching stepped up in those 2 games. I mean, you literally gave up 3 runs, but you scored 1. I mean, you can't do that. You can't. The bats can't go cold like that. So I think there's a lot of soul searching that has to go on.
Yeah, man. I wonder, honestly, the last 6 weeks of the season, they were just playing bad baseball. And
that's right.
It was really frustrating. What is not frustrating is watching Jaden Daniels right now. He's unbelievable. He's unlike any rookie we've seen in some time. What do you make Commanders with a real chance to make a statement and get to 4-1, but a interesting, at least, Cleveland team coming to town?
Cleveland's going to get beat.
I like that enthusiasm.
It's going to be. Cleveland's going to get beat. And here's the thing. Jaden Daniels. I think of all the really impressive things and the really impressive numbers that we've seen, I actually think the most impressive thing about Jaden Daniels has been his completion rate. He's over 80% in completions. And when people say, well, these are, he's averaging whatever it is, 8 yards a pass or 7 yards a pass, or these are screen pass. It's like, my point is, I don't care. What it means is that he's using good judgment, is that he's letting the game come to him, and it means that the game is moving slow. And the thing about rookies is oftentimes what they say about rookies is the game is too fast for them, that it takes a level of maturity, it takes a level of, it takes getting some seasons under you when the game starts to slow down. When you have over an 80% completion rate, it means the game is already slow for you.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. And so I think he has all the natural raw skills that can make him a star in the league. And he obviously has just transitioned so smoothly because the game is already slow to him. I'm still deeply concerned about this secondary. I'm still deeply concerned about the amount of points that the Commanders are still allowing folks to put up, and having a great quarterback is one thing, but if you're going to be a championship contender, you need to have an all-around team that's ready to win, that's ready to compete. But I think definitely for this Sunday, it's going to be tough to see how the Commanders lose this game.
I think that place will be jumping.
It's going to be right.
The first opportunity kind of since Jaden has had this explosion on the road the last 2 weeks, now they come home. I think that will be an epic atmosphere. Gov, I think week 6 in Baltimore could be pretty darn cool too.
That I'm telling you, that is going to be so wild. And what's really crazy is, and it's funny, you were talking about the Mets and the Yankees. I'm not a Mets fan, but I just like anybody that can beat the Yankees. And so, so when you have those Subway Series, those are always fun. But for years, this has not been competitive, right? For years, the Ravens versus the Commanders has not really been a thing because you haven't had 2 competitive teams. This year is going to be different. This year, where you legitimately have, not just 2 competitive teams, but you maybe have 2 of the most promising quarterbacks in the NFL on the same field at the same time.
Yes.
And again, I'm cautious on putting Jayden Daniels in the Lamar Jackson category yet. Lamar Jackson is a 2-time league MVP. Uh-huh. You know what I mean? So we have to be careful about putting him up there, putting him on that pedestal too quickly. However, you're talking about 2 of the most exciting quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
And they both play in your state.
Hey, come on now. Come on. I'm just saying, listen, people listen, since you've been the governor, the Orioles been winning, Orioles in the playoffs, the Commanders are winning, the Ravens. I'm just saying, listen, it's just fact.
It's going to be, we'll have to talk. We might need to block out an hour for you next week, Gov. If it's the 4-1.
Oh man,
if it's the
you
4-1.
already know. We might just have. In fact, we might have to do something like live.
Oh.
We need to actually do the picks live.
You let us know, sir.
You let us know.
Yeah.
Governor,
we might have to do that.
Thank you as always for your time. 12-9 through 4 weeks. Anybody that said anything else is clearly an idiot. I got you with Ravens, Texans, Steelers, Chiefs, Commanders.
We'll see. I don't want to get too excited. We'll see how I do after this week, though. We'll see what my record is then.
All right.
Have a great weekend. Good luck to your son on the baseball field.
Definitely.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you so much, man.
Appreciate it.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Follow him on X at GovWesMoore. 12-9 through 4 weeks is better than Jeff's doing in the weekend parlay. Nobody go anywhere. Busy day. Jeff's got a new song.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating, and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. And Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Good morning, everyone. While the awards continue to pile up for Commanders rookie sensation Jayden Daniels, who was named Rookie of the Week for a third time in the first 4 weeks of the season yesterday. Now the question is, who will be in the backfield besides Daniels this weekend for their 1 o'clock Sunday tilt with the Browns? Austin Eckler hopes to make his return after missing a week due to a concussion. He returned to practice fully yesterday, but Brian Robinson has missed practice both Wednesday and Thursday due to a knee injury. Kirk Cousins throws for 509 yards, including a dramatic 45-yard walk-off score as the Falcons win a big NFC South tilt in overtime over the Bucs, 36-30. And the New York Mets, 2 outs from elimination, get a 3-run ninth-inning jack from slugger Pete Alonso as part of a 4-run rally to eliminate Milwaukee 4-2. The Mets will take on the Phillies in the NLDS. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Landfill, you'll be shocked to know that I just got locked out of my Odyssey email account because I can't remember my password. Shout out to all the IT people out there convincing the world you got to change your password every 2 days. These people can hack whatever they want. It has nothing to do with our password.
Yeah, but everybody else just keep their password somewhere and figure it out.
Bro. Something tells me J-Dogs are forever on this one. Jeff, how annoying is that? Back me up.
I think Jeff knows his password.
I know my password by heart.
Yeah, because you're always on Odyssey angling for a free mouse pad or whatever.
No.
What's up with the thank you points right now, Landfill?
No.
Where are we at? It's so exciting. We're very blessed to have this. I'm a grateful person now, Brian. We're very blessed to have this opportunity to change our password all the time, Phil. That's how I approach it. All right, we didn't really get into that Thursday night game. The Bucs blew it. That fumble late by Bucky Irving, who's a really good player, but you can't put the ball on the ground in that situation.
No, you can't. No matter if you're a rookie or not. And what's his name? Cool. He was
the
lucky.
Kicker.
He was lucky.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you missed those 2 early back-to-back, then you got one blocked. The blocked one was low and looked like it was going right anyway.
How about when he missed them back-to-back? They got bailed out, and it was the same miss.
Yes.
That was crazy.
And then the next one, the way he was lined up, I'm like, where is he kicking this ball? And then when he kicked it and it just started to be like a fade.
Yeah.
I think it was going to miss. He was going to miss that one too. It just happened to be blocked.
Oh, it did come out low.
It came out low as hell.
But what was crazy is, I mean, if you
then he went to work.
If you're Tampa, you are just furious with how this thing went down.
What defense they were playing? They were playing drop back and let them set up.
Dude,
they didn't blitz.
And Bowles is so aggressive by nature. And then late in that game, you didn't do any of it.
Kirk had 220 yards in the first half.
Well, the Twitter was going crazy that Kirk kind of struggles. Kirk's a good quarterback, clearly.
Yeah.
Against man, he generally has more trouble than he does against zone.
Yes.
And they played exclusively zone.
And he picked their asses apart.
Totally. It was
he was on one. And when you have 220 in the first half, you go, oh, he's having a day. He had more than that after he came out of the locker room. He had 509 yards passing.
Right. I mean, have you ever been in a game where somebody went for 500?
I saw somebody go for damn near 500 against us.
Who's that?
Was it Boomer Esiason? Not Boomer.
Again, when he was with the Jets?
The Cardinals. It was a Cardinals.
It could have been Boomer. He was on the Cardinals.
With the Cardinals, and then the next week they benched him because they claimed something was wrong, but he had a clause in his contract if he just took a snap the next week. He got paid like $1 million, and the NFLPA came in. He got his money, but he did it against us.
Listen to this, dude. Now, granted, some of this is Harbaugh's running the show out there, and they're running the football a ton. Kirk threw for 509 last night, right? 509 is just nuts. Justin Herbert on the season, and he's missed a little bit of time, I think, has 539. Hell, what does Jayden have on the year, passing wise?
About 700, 800, something like that.
You think it's that much?
Yeah. He had over 200 twice.
897.
Yeah.
That is remarkable from Kirk last night. There's also we all have to address something. The notion of primetime Kirk is antiquated. He's actually pretty good on primetime. They're 2-1. For whatever reason, the Falcons are on primetime every night, it seems. They're 2-1 so far this year. They beat the Eagles, beat the Bucs last night. They did lose to the Chiefs in kind of questionable fashion late in that thing. Kirk's records now that he's starting to put up numbers-wise.
He put up numbers, but he's going to have to win a big game. I mean, we can sit up here and talk about regular season games all we want. Quarterbacks are not judged by regular season. They're judged by playoffs. And in the playoffs, he's not good.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. So there are a lot of people with gaudy numbers, but in crunch time, they don't make it happen. Thursday night football is not going to make him a hero.
No. Do you remember when Stafford won the Super Bowl for the Rams a couple of years back? And then all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, Matt Stafford, you got to think about the Hall of Fame for him. And I just didn't.
Once you win a Super Bowl, they start talking about that.
Right. But Stafford's a really good player. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. But the numbers eventually will prove, compared to what has constituted getting into the Hall of Fame.
If you win playoff games in a Super Bowl
now.
Yeah, they're skewed. But when you win, that's why I think playoff games and Super Bowls are far more source to rely on than you just having big numbers throughout the regular season, because they can't touch you. Everything is catered to the offense in this day and age.
But dude,
so they're gonna have way more yards than the guys in the past.
Kirk's career numbers: 40,000 passing yards, 278 touchdowns to 115 picks.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question. He had tons of yards here too, and he was. They didn't like him here. I can say that. But still, fans were frustrated too because he couldn't do the big stuff. And I think ultimately he's gonna have those numbers. I mean, you see
he dropped a you like that in the locker room last night.
Like you see, like, guys, we'll talk about nobody not passing over 3,000 yards, things of that nature back in the day, because it was an all-around game. Today it's just a passing game. So they're gonna have gaudy numbers.
Here's a number where Kirk is damn near undefeated. You know what his career earnings to date are?
Probably about 400 million.
300. $294 million.
All right. Well,
that's
he's getting it done. And like see, that's the thing about it. Like the whole thing about football in this day and age, the winning comes second to the stats.
I think that's what separates Mahomes, is that the winning is
he wins.
And I think Brady too.
They put up the numbers
best,
and then they win.
The best are the winners, because Mahomes,
everybody else get paid just because of a certain stat. If you get over 4,000 yard passing, you're gonna make some money.
Yeah, I mean, the money, I don't think you can get too caught up in the money in pro sports, because it's just so massive that I think fans at times start to resent it. Like, if you look at the NBA and you got the seventh man on the rosters making 14
but it's not resenting the money. It's, we look at, he had 500 yards passing the game. They won the game. It's a regular season game on Thursday night, week 5. I care less. I want to know what he does on the first week of a playoff game when he plays in the Super Bowl.
What do you think of Baker? I thought Baker was pretty good.
Baker was good. And I mean, he was more efficient because at one point, Baker had 3 touchdowns. Kirk had 3. Kirk had thrown the ball 47 times. Baker had thrown it like 18 times.
Baker was super efficient last
night. That's what I'm saying.
19 of 24 for $180 with 3 touchdowns, whereas Kirk was 42 of 58, 509, 4 touchdowns.
And what you normally say, if you throw the ball that many times, you're not going to win many games.
Sure. I think Tampa blew that thing, man. Oh, let's do was it a choke test? Did Tampa choke last night? That's a hell yes for me, Jeffrey.
I mean, you are playing very well. You play extremely well on the defense to get in that position, and then you get the ball, you fumble it.
They didn't play well defensively. They made plays
they
at
played
times.
well on the drives prior to stop it, and then they get the ball back, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what the offensive coordinator was doing, but he just immediately he was killing them inside the tackles. Now he decided, okay, I'm gonna try this little off the edge thing. They lost yardage in the first.
Bees attacking. Good morning to the folks on the stream. Hope you weren't enjoying watching Brian because he just knocked his camera over. Yeah, dude, I was happy for the young man that scored the game-tying touchdown there late.
Been in the league 7 years.
Or the game-winning touchdown, pardon me, Hodge. You could tell how emotional he was in that interview afterwards.
He did. He jumped on the fumble last week.
Right.
Then he scores one this week.
I thought that was really, really cool. Jeffrey, did the Bucs choke it away last night?
Yes, they did.
Correct. Landini, choke. That was choke city, man. There were some really curious decisions. Todd Bowles had one of the worst challenges I'd ever seen when he challenged the Kirk grounding call.
Yeah.
Who or what? What?
Somebody didn't tell him something because you could see him throw the ball.
and Atlanta recovered the fumble. So, like, even if you win the challenge and they rule it a fumble, Atlanta recovered it.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to accomplish there? It worked out for him. I do not understand Atlanta going for that. Where Kirk threw the pick, 4th and 15, deep in your own territory with 3 timeouts. Punt. You ended up using your timeouts to get the ball back because you got the sack there, but that was bizarre to me. It was a fun, entertaining game. The under did not get home whatsoever.
Who would bet the under?
I had a few people asking me that. My boy KB asked me that. He's like, you took the under, Kirk versus Baker? I sure damn did, KB. Let's go through the injuries for the Commanders next. Oh, stopping us right now. I feel so close to you right now. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. All right, Landfill. Only 2 NFL teams have a longer win streak than the Washington Commanders. Who are they?
The Chiefs and Vikings.
Correct. Only 2 NFL teams on a longer win streak than Washington right now. And I think the Vikes lose Sunday in London to the Jets. Brian, let's talk about something because it's now 2 days. He joined us on the radio yesterday, but Brian Robinson hasn't practiced this week.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he is a key cog in this offensive attack. You lose Eckler last week.
Yep.
And it looks like he's coming back, which is good news. You lose Eckler last week. McNichols is able to step in that role. I don't know that they have somebody that can step in for B-Rob. I don't know that somebody's going to need to, but he has a different role than kind of the Eckler McNichols.
He has a different role than Eccles and McNichols, but I think Eckler and McNichols can be a viable combination if B-Rob can't go. But then again, you have Chris Rodriguez on the team as well.
I wonder if he would get a call because he has a little more of that thump.
Wasn't he up last week?
I thought
he was up last week.
Because Eckler was still on the roster. So
no, I'm not saying on the roster. I'm just saying I thought he was called up for the game. I saw him out on the field.
Yeah, I have the inactives here. Yeah, I think he was. I think he was up but not active. If that makes sense.
No,
I'm looking right now. Commanders. So the inactives were Hartman, Forrest, Eckler, Hampton. Yeah, so he had to be up there.
Yeah.
Paul,
so
Crowder,
they got that guy right there. So that's if Eckler and McNichols are healthy and you got Chris Rod, I think you can go with that. But I think B-Rob's playing.
I do too.
I think he practices today, and that'll tell you he's going to be playing.
I think the Robinson stuff is interesting. Allegretti was limited yesterday. You concerned about him coming off the ankle stuff going into this Cleveland game?
He practiced some yesterday. He goes some more today. By the time he gets to Sunday, he'll be feeling fantastic.
Noah Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to him in the locker room Wednesday, and he's not, I don't know the right way to, he's a perfectly pleasant guy. He's just not like, you don't have long conversations with Noah.
Yeah.
Wednesday, I didn't think anything of it, but it was short, and he was kind of hustling to treatment, it seemed.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, didn't practice. It's weird to go Wednesday limited, Thursday DMP.
Mm-hmm.
Level of concern there.
I'm not concerned. I mean, nicks happen all the time, and in this day and age, coaches see and they let guys rest for a day. That wasn't a thing in my day. You gonna practice no matter what. They don't practice all the time now, so it's kind of hard for me to get really concerned when guys just they get these days off all the time.
Yeah. Normally Wednesday would be your day off, and then you ramp up from there. But something to watch for today. Noah Brown.
In this day and age, Jay, people get all kinds of days off. Ain't nothing consistent. So I don't get too worried about things until Sunday when I see that inactive list. Sure. I'm really concerned.
Some good news. Farrell's missed the last 2 games. He was a DMP Wednesday, gets bumped up to limited yesterday. Tyler Owens, DMP on Wednesday, limited yesterday. Eckler was a full participant. I think he technically has to get cleared out of the protocol. I would expect that to happen probably today, honestly.
The way that they talk about it seems very, very sure that he will be.
I agree with that. The way he's talked about it seems very, very sure that he will be. 3 guys that they opened their IR window. Now, you get 3 weeks on this, but the 3 guys they've done it with, and it was 2 IR, 1 pup, because Obata was on the pup. But McGee, Mariota, and Obata have all been full participants through 2 days of practice. They have 52 on the roster. You think you could see who do you think makes the most sense to add, and do you think we could see them as soon as this week?
I think Obata or McGee. I think you're looking at Mariota. I think they're very, very comfortable with Driscoll. Hartman is there just as an insurance policy. And Mariota, once he comes off, Hartman goes back to the practice squad. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that's an easy move for him, but I think it's going to be either Obata or McGee.
Who would you pick of the two? For me, I think it'd be McGee. There was a lot of excitement about him.
There's a lot of excitement
during
with him,
camp.
but like the thing about Obata, like you mentioned yesterday, he plays multiple roles.
Yep.
He can be inside or outside, and depending on what they need. Like the thing I listen to Joe Witt, and I totally agree with him. You go per week based off of who you're gonna have out there.
Did you? I tweeted that out last night, and we talked about it on the show too. I loved his response to a question about playing time for, I think it was Jamin specifically was the question, but he just kind of answered it more broadly. And
that's a question that I think is getting on his damn nerves.
Yeah.
And it keeps getting asked. But the thing of it is, like, the people that keep asking, I might ask those people that question. Why do you feel he has to be on the field every time? What has he done to say he deserves to be on the field all the time?
So here was the bite from Joe Witt. He was asked about Jamin Davis getting more, what he needs to see from Jamin to get more reps. And I'm going to read the response. Yeah, so we can talk about reps of all the guys. Guys, I promise you, we're going to do what we feel is the best to give us a chance to win. We have quality players in Forbes and Jamin and Forbes. Each week is going to be different. And I can't get up here each week and say why a guy isn't or isn't playing. The answer is we're going to play the guys that give us the best chance to win that particular game, win or lose. If we lose it, and then I'll take the questions if we lose it or not. But that's what we're doing. We're going to do that each week, and there's nothing at a slight at any of the players because we like all of our players, but we're going to put the guys in a position that we think will give us the best chance to win that individual game.
Yeah, I think another saying they've said was like, everybody's a starter. So in other words, tell you, if this guy fits this scheme better this week to stop something, we're going to play. If he doesn't, he's not.
But consider, like, basically that question exists because Jamin was a first rounder, right? And people are obsessed with the combine and athletic profiles, and they're convinced that
but he was a first rounder that many people questioned and was on his way out. Many people thought in training camp.
Right.
But he ended up doing something to make a team, which is mean he changed his whole position. But I would ask the question, what has he done consistently so well that the question keep getting asked that you feel he got to be on the field?
Dude, to that point, don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do, right? Since this organization has taken over, since Peters, Quinn, Witt, all of these guys have taken over, here's what they've done. And eliminate the name and the draft position and just listen to what they've done at that position. They decided not to pick up a rookie option year. They signed 3 other veterans that play the same position. Like, if that was the case, and we're talking about a 3rd or 5th rounder, nobody would be surprised if there's not a lot of playing time. Like, just look at the actions that have happened.
But ultimately, the people that are asking the questions about Jamin are the same people that knew he wasn't playing well prior. So why now? It's like we act like what's my man in Dallas, Michael Parsons. We act like Michael Parsons is not playing this week, and it's healthy, and he's still healthy. He hadn't been Michael Parsons.
Here's what we're going to do. Commanders host Cleveland Browns on Sunday, 1 o'clock. You might even still be able to get tickets. Check out commanders.com. I think that place is going to be jumping. The Commanders are 3-point favorites, 3.5, depending where you're shopping. A lot of Commanders fans are – you heard Governor Moore earlier in the hour tell us Cleveland's going to get beat. Jeff Walker confidently taking the Commanders in our weekend parlay. I think a lot of fans feel like, we're going to show the NFL just how good Washington is. This is going to be a win, and then we're headed to Baltimore for a massive game, right? This offense has dropped 42 last week, 38 the week before that. This offense is humming. Jaden Daniels is the talk of the NFL. Wherever you look, they're talking about Jaden. How confident are you? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines open now.
This sports update is presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Kirk Cousins throws for 509 yards, including this dramatic walk-off score in Atlanta's 36-30 Thursday Night Football overtime victory over Tampa Bay.
The throw from Cousins, it's caught at the 40, moving upfield. Hodge, he could go! 10-5, touchdown! That is a winner for the Atlanta Falcons!
Iron Eagle with a Westwood One call heard here on The Fan as the Falcons get to 3-2 on the season with the big win. The Mets dramatically eliminate the Brewers with a ninth-inning rally, 4-2 the final. And Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels named NFC Rookie of the Week for a third time in the first 4 weeks of the season. Federal integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Well, Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Let's go. All right, 11 a.m. on Friday means one thing. It is officially Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Everybody. We just talked to the cluster buster, Chris Kynard, about how confident he is this week. And he brought a really good point up. It's pro football, man. Crazy things happen every week.
All the damn time.
You got to be prepared and understand that. But this Commanders team, man, I am a believer in momentum and what positive energy begets positive energy. And it's flowing right now in Washington. I don't know that it is in Cleveland. I recognize that the Browns defense, this is a different test this week. This is a different test when Myles Garrett is on the field. But I understand for folks that are confident. For one confident person, I know where we're going. I know exactly where we're starting. Our guy Jaime is on the line. Jaime, how you feeling going into Commanders-Browns?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank
doing,
you for
bud?
taking my call. I'm very excited, man. My percentage, it's going to be like 80%. I think the Browns have very good defense. They don't have a capable offense. I don't think they blew anybody out. So I think the game is going to be on the 20s. I'm very confident about the groove that Kingsbury and Daniels are right now. It looks like they can do whatever they want. We need B-Rob to be healthy. We need to pound the ball. We need to have a balanced offense. But I think if the game goes close in the fourth quarter, I believe more in Daniels than Deshaun Watson. So I think we're going to be very good and very good shape. I think the score is going to be like 27-24 or 27-21 Commanders.
There you go. All right, Jaime. Appreciate you, pal. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Where is the Brian Mitchell confidence scale?
I believe they'll win. The reason is I think our offense is good enough to move the ball against them. And they have not looked good at all defensively. I know what Deshaun Watson came here and did last time. But Carson Wentz threw 3 interceptions in that game also, did he not?
Remember the first
Started
pass he
off with
threw?
one.
He threw
Yeah.
a bounce pass on a dump off to the wide out, to the running back.
I just think that things are a little bit more, and I think, hopefully, this is what my hope is, that they build off of a little bit of what they did last week. I think as Joe talks, Joe is he's mad because he's teaching what they want, but he's not seeing it in the game. And I told you early in the season that our D tackles and our defensive line were getting hooked, like to engage with the blockers and not dismissing them. They dismiss them sooner, they would make more tackles in the running game. But I think they're getting the coaching. It's just you got to take that to the field now.
Got to.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting is you've said repeatedly that they can get better in season. And I haven't always agreed with you, but I think they did last week. And maybe Arizona's offense was funky, but they looked good last week defensively. And that was a better effort. It was cleaner. And another thing I thought of this last night, one thing you're seeing around the league, even as scoring numbers are down, these offensive coordinators with their scripts, their first 15, are getting so good that there are so many opening drive touchdowns going on. Like you watched last night, both teams went right down the field. I do think that is something that you got to credit the offenses and not necessarily if Washington gives up a first drive touchdown Sunday, that doesn't mean all bets are off.
I mean, but the thing about it though, Jay, just because they drew up a 12-play, 15-play drive don't mean it's supposed to work. The defense also watches those people all the time and they know what they like to do. So you should be like alert and ready for some of the stuff and stop it. You know, I mean, the offense coordinators can draw up what they want. Doesn't mean it's going to work all the time.
Sure, but I agree with you. My point is last week, Cardinals go right down the field.
Yeah.
And I feel like Commanders the fan base was like, oh, man, here we go again. They're going to give up 35. Washington's going to have to score 40. That didn't happen.
You have to adjust. Yeah.
They gave that up, but then they were able to kind of set their feet and rebound.
Yeah.
We're going to have the phone lines open for the whole hour. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How confident are you in this game? I like this. Our guy Tyler's on the line. Ty, how you feeling?
How's it going?
Good,
I feel great.
How
We're
great?
about to put it to the Browns this week.
What does that mean?
We're going to lay the smack down on the Browns.
Are you putting your money where your mouth is?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's already up there. It's been up there for a week.
How much cash?
500.
500. You laying the points or money line?
Money line, and then last week I put another 500 on it, but we were underdogs last week. I've never felt like this my whole life. Every third down, I was like, oh, Tressway's going to come out. Now it's like Tressway could sit on the bench all season.
Hey, Jaden is changing minds, man. Thank you, Ty. Good luck with the cash, dude.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, bro.
Yeah, man. Tyler sounds like a young man. $500 ain't nothing.
Hey.
Anthony's in Alexandria.
He's confident.
Ant, what up?
What up, fellas?
What up, brother?
How you feeling for this weekend?
I'm excited, man. I'm pumped. You know, I would say I'm 90% confident that we're gonna win. It's just Jayden, man. Jesus, he's been playing lights out. Unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He has. Thank you for the call, Ant. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
All right, bro.
Landini, how confident were you prior to the start of this segment? And how are you feeling now that we're getting all these calls come in that these folks are super confident?
The thing that makes me a little bit nervous, is when like the national people kind of all start picking you in all the games. That makes me maybe slightly nervous, but I got to be honest. I think the Browns suck. I think Deshaun Watson is not good anymore, and I think that Jaden Daniels is good. Like that guy was saying, I think they're 6 of 6 on fourth downs this year.
Yeah.
I just think every time it's third down, they're going to pick it up. And if they don't, they're going for it on fourth down and they'll pick that up too. They're just going to keep scoring. I have a lot of confidence.
Listen, Landfill is the chief BS officer of this program. You're generally, is it fair to say you're kind of a skeptic, Landini? Like, I don't think you see the world through rose-colored glasses. And for him to sit there and feel that confident is pretty damn wild, man.
But you know what? I'm so dumbfounded at when we don't get no love, we all want it. When we get love, we all get scared. Well, I don't.
I'm scared of love.
I mean, but the thing about it, we're getting
Sounds like a
you
rom-com.
got some stuff working now to where you can feel confident about your team. And now that people are getting confident, now we get scared? No. When you start feeling and having some level of success, you expect more. So I'm not, but fans, like I say, fans are fanatical. They're going to always be like that, especially, how about the years we go out, we lose 4 games, we win 1, and everything changes. Right now you're winning, and you seem to have something that can be done consistently, and you're working in it, and it's better. I understand the confidence now. I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now.
Back-to-back road wins where you averaged 40. And in the last one, your defense was pretty darn good. And for all the talk of Cleveland's defense, and they were really good last year, and I'm obviously aware of Myles Garrett, who he is, the type of problem he creates. Jeremiah Owusu, Kemaroa, Denzel Ward, they got some players. The Browns so far this year have scored 17 points, 18 points, 15 points, and 16 points.
What I told you, Coach Gill said, you scored 3 touchdowns in the field goal, you win. They'll beat all those teams, right?
They beat
them every week, right there.
They're 1-3, and the only team they've beaten is Jacksonville.
Okay.
So maybe fans should just feel confident.
Why not feel confident about your team? And also, I can tell you this. I know inside that building, they are not just happy. They are working still, and they have a mindset, let's go get something else. And I know your quarterback is definitely that way. So back in the day, when they'll win 1 game, a lot of people in the building was feeling just like the people out in the streets. They don't feel like that today.
Good news from Ashburn. B-Rob at practice, helmet on. Now, we haven't seen him. We'll see if he only does individual or what, but that's the news you and I were expecting, Brian. I think that's safe to say. Yeah. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, how confident are you feeling?
What's going on, JP B-Mints? Hey, look, I'm so confident. I think we're going to lay another 30 burger on another team. Listen to this. We got Timothy Daniels back there. If you've been paying attention, he's getting more and more confident in the pocket each game, passing more, running less. We also got some pieces on offense that we haven't even utilized yet, and Ben Sinnott and McCaffrey. Sinnott's been open on some passing plays. McCaffrey was one of the top separation rate. Defense, I'm going to call it right now. I'm giving you a bold prediction. We're going to have a top 10 ranked defense by the end of the year. Guys are catching their stride from Chen to Luvu. It looked like Ron and Payne, Allen are getting their act together, reopening that law office. So I'm confident. And our special teams has been lights out. I'm actually wondering where our special team ranks in the league. So I'm confident, man. We're good to go.
Special teams ranks are hard to figure out, but I mean, Seibert's 10 of 10 since he signed up. Great call, Jupe. Always appreciate you, buddy. Now there are some folks that are concerned. Titus Jones, I think offense comes back to earth this game. Browns defense pretty good. I do believe the defense gets their first INT.
If you really talk to Titus, know what he's doing? He's trying to be on the other side so that he wants the opposite to happen for him. He's kind of like you.
Terrence McLaren via Twitter says, we aren't scared of love. Brian, we're terrified. We have a prodigal son and the league is praising us. We're just not used to this. That's true. I understand not being used to it. How about this from Tailgate Ted on Twitter? I know this doesn't make sense, but I am confident that we will win on Sunday, and I am scared. We're not used to good things in D.C., and Vegas only has us as 3-point favorites, which is downright disrespectful the way we are playing. I feel like I am missing something. What do you say to that?
But see, this is the thing. Vegas have you as a 3-point favorite. You think we should be a bigger favorite, but you worried about people being happy? He's saying we're supposed to be destroying this team. So who cares what Vegas put out there? But have confidence in your team and cheer them on. We worry about everything outside of the game. Vegas, or why the points are this way? What's this? What's that? If your team is good and you believe it, cheer them on.
Or bet on them.
That would be cheering them on.
Warren Brown in the stream. The defense is only going to get better, and we put up points, keep them off the field. Listen, if Jeff is chomping over there to get his takes off, Jeffrey, how confident are you, pal?
Deshaun Watson, Cleveland, Cleveland. Man, this -3. Man, this money line. Put your bet on it. We are going to here. We're going to go to Northwest Stadium. We're going to march in our house. The Browns going to come out, and we're going to smack them. Backhand right across the face. Like, we're going to stomp them this week. Like, I'm living in the moment. We've been walking on. I told EB this earlier. We've been walking on ice for the past 3 weeks. I'm living in it. With foot to the pedal to the metal. I'm all in. Turn my hat backwards. We are going to smack the Browns this week. And you know why I feel that way? Because for once this season, teams that we should have beat, we handled them. Like, we should have beat the Cardinals. We handled them. I think this is going to be a good test for us. We're going to beat them. And then we're going to go to Baltimore and win a close game. You heard it here first.
Jeff not messing around.
I think that's in his song.
Landfill, do you feel better or worse now that you know how confident Jeff is?
I mean, slightly worse, but I still feel good.
All right.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to name names, but someone we know that is a good friend of the program, AD just texted, I'm putting 1,500 on the Commanders.
Do it.
Folks are feeling good.
I was just looking at the same text you were looking at.
Big Zoe, the driver. How you feeling, Big Zoe?
What up, Zoe?
Man, listen here. D-Mitch, all-time Hall of Fame. I don't care what they talking about. You need to get up in there ASAP. You get what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
I love listening to you guys every day while I'm driving these trucks. But our commanders, our home city. I was born and raised in D.C. all my life, 1986, my bad. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, right now, we have to take care of doing our job. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's scared of us, they should be scared of us. Why can't we be lustrous of, having fun now? You know what I'm saying? We've done so much time of being hateful of ourselves. Let's have some fun.
It's fun, man. I think.
Oh, no, it's definitely fun. It's definitely fun. Listen, I done brought a whole 70-inch TV just because my Commanders and Jaden Daniels is doing something that I love to see them do.
There you go, baby.
Hashtag no fading Jaden. Thank you, Zoe.
You gotta live in it.
Man,
you gotta live in it, baby.
Enjoy the game, man.
Hey, listen. I love you guys, man. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate you. Thank you, buddy.
Live in it, baby.
Folks are fired up. Jeff, we're keeping these phone lines going, so grab them all. What am I going to do?
I understand people have not seen it before. I've seen it before. I've lived it. And I know what this town is about when things are going right. You got the people in place now to make it go right on the field. Bring that love with it, because I know when you get confidence in yourself and you feel like people are behind you and believe in you, you can do a lot more.
There is nothing to prevent them from just kicking ass.
Yeah.
Like, there are teams out there that just kick
sometimes.
ass.
You got to have that mindset. Like I told you in 1991, every time we step on the field, I never thought we would lose. Like, what you think about this? We're going to kick their ass.
Right.
That's just the way I felt. And that's the way we worked. That's the way we had the belief in what the fans were saying, the coaches were saying. Players believed in themselves. Money kept us focused, but we all thought we were going to win the damn game.
Phone lines open all hour. Jeff Walker's song at 11:45. If you're on hold, stay there. We're coming to you. I know it's packed phone lines, but we're going to get to everybody. I promise. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Commanders see quarterback Jayden Daniels receive another honor, this time as the Rookie of the Week in the NFL. A third time he has earned that honor in 4 weeks this season. Now, on the injury front yesterday, running back Austin Eckler was a full participant in practice as he returns from a concussion. Guard Nick Allegretti was limited with an ankle injury, and Brian Robinson did not practice due to a knee injury. Kirk Cousins throws for a career-high 509 yards. The Falcons beat the Bucs in overtime on Thursday Night Football, 36-30. And what a night on the diamond. The Mets scored 4 runs in the ninth inning to keep their season alive. Pete Alonso's 3-run home run lifting New York over the Brewers 4-2, eliminating Milwaukee. The Mets will next play the Phillies. Major League Baseball's divisional round starts Saturday. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Girl, look at that body. I don't know what just happened, but Jeff just threw his hat at the landfill. They're up to some weird stuff in the aquarium. At high noon, Andrew Siciliano will join us. He calls Browns games. Everybody knows Andrew Siciliano. He and I kind of look alike. Eric Metcalf.
Yep, our ears, but same.
Eric Metcalf joins us at 1:30. We are getting closer and closer and closer to game day. Commanders 3-point favorite over the 1-3 Cleveland Browns. How you feeling? Let's gauge the people. Our guy Drew is on line 6. What up, Drew?
Hey, JP. So first of all, I'm more excited about this team than I've been in 30 years. I can't sleep. But
Wow.
But there's some things I don't care about, right? And I don't care about fantasy stats. I don't care about point spreads. I just care about getting a W. And, in terms of confidence, I care about seeing growth and focus and execution and diligence. We still got a lot to prove. I'm going to leave the confidence discussion alone. I expect we win. But there's more this team needs to do. And so I think we just enjoy the ride and don't take anything for granted. Keep doing what they're doing. I like Jaden's answer, take the game a game at a time and do all the stuff you're supposed to be as good as you can. And that's all I'm looking forward to.
Hey,
and if
Drew,
we do that, we win.
Real quick, you texted me, I think, or messaged me about, listen, you've accomplished a lot in your career. And there are people that when they get a promotion, they think they've made it, or there are people can you explain that just from a business mindset? What you think of Jaden? I thought that was really interesting.
So, I was a partner at Booz Allen, and we always had people say, I want to make partner. And they focused on, okay, I need to make that. But when you promote someone, you don't care about what they did to get it. You promote them because what you want them to do when they get there, right? You want them to do more. And that's the same thing with Jaden. He won the Heisman. He was a second pick. We got him. But all that stuff is in the past. And the focus is, okay, how do you win championships? And I think he's got exactly that mindset. But that doesn't happen by wishing for it. It happens by showing up every day, taking where you're at now, and keep building on it. And so I love that about the kid. I think he's got that mentality, and that's rare. So we should be really fortunate. We finally got someone like that, and we should enjoy this ride because this is fun.
It is fun.
It is.
Thanks, Drew. What's on the tailgate menu for Sunday? I'm sure you'll see Jeff.
It's pierogies and Polish boys, which are kielbasi with slaw and French fries and barbecue sauce. And I can't drink this weekend, so that's kind of causing a little. But I'm ready. I mean, I'm checking my list twice, and that's what I think the teams should be doing is just pay attention to all the things you need to do, and don't get overexcited. And my question for B Mitch, actually, I was going to call on the question is how when this we do this for another 4 weeks or 8 weeks or this season, this town is going to go nuts. Yeah. How do you keep from getting overexcited?
I
You know,
mean,
that.
it's not about the fans. It's all about the players. And I think if you got the right people in place of the leadership, then the players don't get overexcited. You can't control how fans are. You can't control the media, but the players have to stay on the right mindset. And I believe they have the right people in place. Hell, I watched Bobby Wagner. I don't know if he's playing a game, about to take a nap, or eating checkers at all times.
Totally.
He's under control. Jayden is the same way. Jayden gets excited, but he immediately now moves on to the next play. So if you got the right people in place, it's about we are supposed to have fun and lose our mind, enjoy ourselves. They are supposed to stay focused, and I believe they will.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate you, pal. There's a famous Axl Rose line, when you're high, you never want to come down. If you listen to what Jayden has said throughout this process, it's just another game, it's just another pass, just another practice. When you don't get too high, there's no coming down. And Jayden doesn't seem any different. I see him in the locker room. I see him interacting with teammates. I see him at the podium.
But
he seems like the same dude.
But it's no problem to enjoy yourself a bit. We won games, a lot of games in that Super Bowl run. I had fun Sunday night. When I got back to work Monday and Tuesday, it was focused on the next week. That game was over. It was no longer talking about that game. Now we go to the next game. And I think that's the whole thing about it. And I believe they have the people in place, the mindset. We heard last 4 years about changing the culture. The culture has changed. You know why? Because they changed the players with a different mindset.
Totally. We'll keep these phone lines going. Landfill's boy Charlie is in College Park. Hello, Charles. How do you do, buddy?
Are you kidding? 3-1? It's a sunny day. Hey, Landfill.
He says
take
hi.
out your pencils and your pads and sit down. I'm gonna give it to you. Now, I'm not an expert, but I'm an expert. This coaching staff, like Brian said, everything Brian has said since I've been listening about the last half hour is right on point. It's the difference is one of the big differences of this team. They're not going to let them get too high or too low. The great Oriole teams of the 70s and 80s, Earl Weaver, Ripken, when they were winning and winning and winning, they knew not to get too high. The next day you could lose. Good teams playing really well know that. That's one of the small keys you don't hear about to winning. I do want to hear more about this offensive line that has done a great job with pass blocking and run blocking. The coaching staff has got this team going. What's his name? The offensive coordinator. Seems brilliant so far. Look at the joy on Terry McLaurin's face when he scores or somebody else scores. The man is angry. You see the joy on his face, like, I'm finally breaking out. This team is breaking out. Wish we'd been doing this 3 years ago. If both teams play as well as they can on Sunday, Washington wins. I'm 90% confident, but I'm a realist. You don't know what's going to happen. Brian, you know this. Teams come out flat. I don't think Washington will. I'm looking ahead already to Baltimore because they win this game and go into Baltimore. You got Derrick Henry and you got John Harbaugh. You beat that team in Baltimore, the whole cold world's going to be looking up, say, who is this team? Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate you, buddy. I think it's interesting because fans are looking ahead to Baltimore for sure. Meanwhile, the Ravens have a tough-ass game going to Cincy where they've had a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need to worry all that stuff right now. Let's go to Mark in Kensington. Mark, what up, man?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch. Thanks for all you guys do. Love
Appreciate
the show.
it, man. Thank
What's
you.
up, man? This is my old neighbor, Mark.
Yeah, it is. How you doing, brother?
How are you, buddy?
Doing well. I'm looking at the gate right now.
How confident are you for this weekend?
Well, it's mixed. You know, I'm a lifelong fan. I'm totally stoked about the team. I am so excited. I read every article. I watch every show. I listen to you guys' show. Listen to the podcast. I'm nuts over how great this team is doing. However, I've been a lifelong fan. I've been a long-term season ticket holder, and I've seen many, many times at that stadium where we walk in, the expected winner goes to blow out a team, and we throw out a coming-out party for somebody. And that's got me at about 75%. If I didn't have a history with the team, I'd be at 95%.
I get it. But here's the thing, man. It's an entirely new operation. I think there are, for younger folks, I'll just say Landfill and Jeff, right? And thank you for the call, Mark. Appreciate you. Good to hear from you, bud. For younger folks that are just so used to the losing and whenever something could go wrong, it did. This feels incredibly bizarre. But like, Dan is gone. The operation he built with all of its inherent problems and toxicity and just the meddlesome nature, that is gone. We don't know what the new regime will be and will become, but you got to stop grading on that curve of what had happened because it's gone.
But that's the ultimate thing. Like, so many people never accomplish a lot because they can't allow themselves to think about what is. I always think about what was or what will be. Okay. I read this book. I don't know if you ever read it, called the Present, where you can't worry about yesterday, can't worry about tomorrow. You got to focus on right now.
Sure.
You learn from what you went through, and you do everything you can right now to make the outcome become what you want it to be. But 99.9% of the people in the world think about yesterday and tomorrow. They never focus on right now. And that's why we have so many people not accomplishing the goals that they set out or they want. They're not getting to where they want to be. Everybody want to be something, but nobody put the work in at the present time to get where they want to go.
Where do you want to go? I want to go to Johnny from Fredericksburg. Johnny,
what up, Johnny?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it.
Just to piggyback off you, I want to say I'm 32 years old, and when I called Jeff, I was like, man, I'm a little nervous. But as I've been, even before I talked to you, you said your last point, I'm nervous because of what you said, Daniel Snyder. And dude, he's not here no more. So like, I'm super on board, man. We're gonna win. I'm gonna change my kid's firstborn name to Jaden. My dog, he's gonna be Daniels, and my other puppy's Peppermint Chlorine, y'all. We're gonna beat this. Our defense is gonna get better, and we're gonna win the division, and we're gonna make a playoff run. I'm gonna say all that right now. And then if we come down, I'm gonna put a 50 spot, and we're gonna whoop Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny.
But this is the thing.
I love that. Johnny called in saying he was nervous, and then
Changed
he is
his whole
converted.
mind.
Yeah,
But
thanks,
the thing,
Johnny.
and I keep going back to that year because, and if you are a true fan and you just the history of this team, that was a great year. We were 11-0 when we finally lost. People were still just like this here, worried because we had 1-11. Now they don't expect to ever lose. We lost, went 11-1. Then we went 3 straight again. We basically looked at the last game as a preseason game.
Right.
Guess what fans were saying? Oh, man, they didn't play people. Got a bye week. We're going to be rusty. We won the next 3 straight. Won the Super Bowl. When you're good, you're good. You may have a bump in the road. Like when Jayden threw the interception, people were like, oh, man, I knew it was going to come. What did he do after that?
Came right back.
He was better.
Yeah.
So let's not think that if you were to have a bad quarter, a bad game, that it's over. The mindset is different here now. Totally.
Fairfax, stay there. Jeff Walker's song next. Siciliano at noon. Nobody go anywhere. perfect encapsulation of the B. Mitch and Finley program. We've been hyping it up. We're all very excited. It's time for Jeff Walker's song, and Jeff ain't here. He's down the hall. He's taking a call. Real quick, Fax is on the line. Fax, how confident are you this weekend, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
What's up, baby?
Happy Friday to you.
Same to you, brother.
Hey, I'm really confident, and I'll tell you why. I was so worried about the Arizona game after that Cincinnati game, primetime national game. I don't remember exactly what the spread was, but it wasn't for us. And they went to Cincinnati and beat a team who had really something to play for because what they were they 0-2 at the time?
Yep.
And we made them 0-3. Then I was so worried about the Arizona game that maybe we thought we had done something. Maybe we get a little complacent. But no, they actually went out to Arizona and played better than they had the game in Cincinnati. So I don't know if it's the coaching staff, maybe some of the veterans in the locker room who are on these guys, at least I hope so, that we haven't accomplished enough. We won 3 games in a row. Sure, that's great. But this is the NFL. Like Coach Joe used to say, it's hard to win up here. And the NFL means not for long. Philadelphia didn't lose their second game last year till sometime in November, and look what happened to them. So I'm just glad to see the progress. I wasn't so much concerned about the results this year. I just wanted to see progress. And that coming off that big game in Cincinnati and winning that game the way they did, and then not having a letdown, you go to Arizona and you take care of your business the way you're supposed to. Because like somebody said earlier, those are teams that we're better than, and we should beat them. This game on Sunday with the Browns, we're better than the Browns too. At this point, we are better than them. We should beat them. So I'm really confident because I like the way. Man, I don't know if y'all have seen a game on TV yet because I think y'all are mostly at the games and they've been away games. But on TV, the offensive line, I was telling my son, they look like synchronized swimmers.
Love it, Garrett Fax. Thanks, buddy.
I swear, the guard. If you see it on TV, the guard looks back at the he'll look back, see if the guy's ready, throw his hand out, boom, the ball is snapped. Everybody fires off the ball. It's so wonderful to see. Hey, quick question.
We got to run here, dude. Sorry, Garrett Fax. Thank you. All right, it's almost that time, folks. The debut of another Jeff Walker song. If it's good, we'll keep playing it. If it's bad, we're going to throw them out the window. Also, if you want to hang with Grant and Danny today, they're going to do their show live from Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria, 2429 Mandeville Lane. They got a ton of TVs, great food, and you get to watch Ryan Clary try to sneak beers and not let anybody know. Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
Hey, yo. As the team keep elevating their play, I'm just going to keep elevating these songs. Hopefully you like it. Let's go, Landini.
These boys been winning. Salute all the fans repping it on the road. But now, it's time to raise hell in our house. Raise hell and take command. 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 Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up.
3-week win streak, feel sweet. Now they talking about my QB and MVP. Put them with the league on notice, drop 42. Now they can't keep us off TV. Every time we play them haters say just wait until next week. And then we spin the block and do the same thing. And that's ELEVATE. I'ma keep believing like my boy Rev T preach. Let's go for a 4th and a 5th week. Man, don't that sound too sweet? I love it how they jumping on the wagon. It's been quite a while since this fan base expanded. The only rule is get your left hand up and be the loudest fan in the West chanting.
Raise hell and take command. 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 Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up.
See, them boys took their play to a new level. Now we got to take our fandom to a new level. So this Sunday, we need to really raise hell. and take them Cleveland Browns to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean. Left hand up, knuckle up records.
Did it again, Jeff. I like that one.
Thanks, bro. Thanks.
What'd you think, B?
I like it. Jeff got it going on.
You're good at that, dude. You really are. We got to get Primo on the line or something. How do you get that played in the stadium?
I'm just going. Let me just talk.
Are you DJing this weekend?
No, I'll be back on the Bears game.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna talk to Prem. That's my dog, Commander and Crank.
All right, we're gonna play that again at 12:45 and at 1:45. You know me, I like to write things down. I'm gonna keep believing, like my boy Rev T preach. That was funny. I enjoyed that. Good song there, Jeffrey. I enjoyed that. I think, if they're a good team and they look like they're a good team, and if they're a good team, they should kick Cleveland's ass.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to say that. Here's a secret, folks.
But
we're not going to jinx anything.
But the whole thing about it is this: if they're a good team, this is the NFL, dude. Anybody can lose at any time. We've seen Kansas City lose to people. So the ultimate thing is they go out and handle their business, they win the game. They don't handle their business, they lose the game. I think they have already shown that they have the capabilities of being a damn good football team. But consistency is going to do it for them. And we watched in the first game, penalties all over the place, couldn't do nothing. Came back in the Giants game, they had a lot of penalties in the red zone, and they had to kick field goals all day. The last 2 weeks, they haven't really hurt themselves very much until the referees decide, we got to throw some penalties on them right now. They playing too well in the damn Arizona game. So they got to handle their business. They got to come in and handle their business and not be concerned about the other team.
Here's what we're going to do. Andrew Siciliano joins us next. We're giving away Thomas Rhett tickets at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Well, let's take a look ahead. It's a busy sports weekend. First on the diamond, 8 teams remain in baseball's postseason. All 4 divisional rounds will begin tomorrow. Local college football this weekend, Virginia Tech. After a heartbreaking loss at Miami, they look to put it behind them at Stanford. Coverage starting at 1:30 for a 3:30 Saturday kick. Listen here on The Fan. Other games tomorrow, 3-1 UVA. They host Boston College at noon. Navy looks to go to 5-0. The Mints are at Air Force at noon. JMU, a big favorite at Louisiana Monroe at 7. Maryland is off this week. And before the Commanders game Sunday at 1 with the Browns, as Washington looks for a 4th consecutive win, you can listen to pregame coverage here on The Fan beginning at 9 a.m. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Well, Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. On a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. In just moments, we're going to talk to Andrew Siciliano, get a Cleveland preview. Real quick, so let's do a test because this is a hot topic. The 3 of us just ordered 5 Guys. B is eating healthy. He's got all sorts of food here. Shout out, I think this is Marymount University sent us hats, baseball hats. These are dope. I also got this dope ESPN bet hat. I'm raking in the hats right now. I got a little cheeseburger. I'm not fighting that fight anymore. You want to call it little, it's stupid, but fine. I got a little one. I think they both got regular ones, and we're splitting 1 order of large fries. What do we think the total is, B? Apparently
2 burgers.
3 burgers.
I'm going to go with $55.
Damn. I don't know.
How much is it?
I don't know. Landfill ordered it. I'm guessing 47.
I'm looking at the burgers about 15 apiece.
Not a little one. Not a regular
The
one.
little
If
one
you
gonna
just
be
eat
12.50.
one patty.
There's going to be $15.75.
Is a burger for real $15 at 5 Guys?
Yeah.
All right, Landy.
And
hit
you get and the fries, and then somebody going to pick it up and they delivering it.
Jeff's going to pick it up.
It's $48 with tax.
I nailed that.
Yeah.
Bang. How much is your burger?
$13.19.
So that's, you got 2 patties and bacon, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But after you tip, it's $5.
You think Jeff's tipping when he walks over there?
Yeah,
You look both ways across the street, you'll be safe.
I was just about to say that.
People did love the song, Jeff. Tailgate Ted says, Jeff, you are making banger after banger each week. That was the best one yet.
Appreciate that, Ted.
Ted has a suggestion for us, B, which I think we both might sign off on.
What is it?
He says that JP and B Mitch can leave the last hour of the show and just play Jeff's song on repeat.
You know I'm with that.
I think everybody's with that except Chris Kynard, the cluster buster.
He's not gonna be here.
Where's he going?
He's gonna hang out with Granddaddy.
If you want to hang out with Grant and Danny, they have a remote this afternoon at Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. Friday afternoon at a brew pub. Sounds kind of dope. In a minute or two here. We're expecting to hear from Andrew Siciliano. NFL Network now does the Browns radio call.
All right.
Ahmed texted about this earlier. I keep getting this question everywhere I am. At what point? I think the Devante Adams thing is so specific to New York, to the Jets, that it's like not really relevant discussion.
Mm-hmm.
But there will be other players. I mean, depending what you believe, maybe Tyreek's getting tired of this Miami situation. There will be other players, right? And the trade deadline is the end of the month. At what point do you think Adam Peters, whatever it is, have to realize? CK just sent in all caps, I am not with that. At what point do you think becoming a buyer at the trade deadline is the right move?
If he decides that this team is in a position where that one piece is going to help him get somewhere, that they're ahead of schedule, he can do that. If he doesn't seem that way, then he doesn't have to worry about that. Because, what we have to understand as fans, we just want everything that moves. He has a plan of what he wants to do.
Sure.
And, if things are ahead of schedule and it's probably he can make a move, yes. But he also got to make sure he does things that's going to be financially responsible for the plans he have moving forward.
Right. You get to a point where you try to thread the needle if, oh man, we might be legit. This might be the squad. And then maybe you want to add. I don't think they're there yet. And I think their goals are longer term.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the reality is right now, what has really changed is that you added a kid that looks like he's a star.
You know what kills me, though? Everybody complains about Dan. But every time somebody comes free, they want everybody here now to act like that. You know what I'm saying? Please, if you're going to complain about him, don't expect everybody to work like he did.
Let's get to the BetQL guest line and welcome in our friend Andrew Siciliano. Yo, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, JP, Mitch, how are you guys? Sorry,
good, man.
To security at LAX. Sincere apologies.
Dude, all good,
all right,
man.
We understand that.
Hey,
you don't have to say security. It's LAX.
Exactly. How are you guys? Everything good?
We are doing well, man. We are doing well. I imagine you got to be kind of excited to come back home this weekend.
I am very, very, very excited because, man, this is like little kid's dream come true. Are you kidding me? Like, grew up there, get to come home, get to go to, what do we call it now? Northwest
Stadium.
Yeah,
That's right.
Northwest, exactly. Sorry, guys, taking my earbuds out. This works a lot better. Dude, I'm excited. Like, for those who don't know, I grew up at Reston, went to South Lakes, but my dad's from Cleveland, so we were raised Browns fans, even though the Skins back then were winning Super Bowls, every other week. And we were supposed to root for them, and we did, but my dad made us Browns fans, so, like, this is, like, the coolest thing of all time, honestly. So family's going to be there, get to come home, and hopefully get to have a good game,
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a good one.
What's been your perception of what's been going on here with Jayden Daniels?
Honestly, I couldn't be happier for the fan base and for everyone that's kind of been wandering through the football desert for the last 20 years. I think it's kind of like what we had here in LA. I've been here 25 years now. And when I got here, I realized we kind of lost a whole generation of fans between like 2000 and 17 or 16 when the Rams and the Chargers came back, because like you had this entire generation that didn't have a team to root for, and they just watched fantasy football on Sunday Ticket. And I realized that's an extreme. That's not exactly what we had there, but you had enough apathy, right, where you kind of lost your generation. Kids played fantasy football, didn't root for the hometown team. And now Jaden Daniels. And look, I know we went through this in 2012 with RG3 briefly. And this kind of sort of feels like that, but I think this has a lot more staying power. And what Jaden is doing is historic. Don't want to get too excited. It's only 4 weeks, but you guys have seen it firsthand. It's not just the play, but it's the attitude, it's the leadership, it's everything else he brings in and out of the building. It's special, and it's exactly what this team and this town needs.
It really is, man. It's been Like, we did an hour of calls of how confident people are. And you know well enough that folks in this town generally ain't that confident about the old burgundy and gold. And it is changing, man. It's changing now. It's changing fast. It's changing before our eyes. But, dude, I want to lean on, I mean, all the work you're doing with the Browns now, you know the Browns. And that defense was excellent last year. They're still good, but it doesn't seem to be the same as it looked last season. What's coming to town in this Cleveland team?
You know, it's a good question. The defense is still good, and they have still had plenty of great moments, particularly in the second half. Like, you look what they did second half, week 1 against the Cowboys. Now, granted, they gave up a couple of explosives in the first half. Second half, they shut them down. And in that game, the Cowboys had 4 field goal drives that totaled, I think, 50 yards. In the second half against the Giants, yes, Malik Neighbors, and those points still count, and that's the issue. Yes, Malik Neighbors had 2 touchdowns in the first half. Of the second half, they totally shut them down. And the same last week goes for the Raiders. For the most part, in the fourth quarter, they kept getting off the field, shutting them down. But the problem is the offense hasn't done enough after the first drive. They have points. I know the Commanders, 16 straight drives. That's amazing. Yay. They're not there. The Browns aren't there. But they do have scoring drives on their opening drive in all 5 games. Last week, opening drive, they went 15 plays, 70 yards, took 9.5 off the clock. That's absurd. But after that opening drive, they got nothing. And the defense, or rather the offense, goes to sleep in the second and third quarter. Fourth quarter, they've had chances each of the last 2 weeks. Both the Raiders and the Giants, in essence, handed them the game in each of the last 2 weeks in the fourth quarter, and the offense couldn't do anything. Now, they had an 82-yard touchdown call back last week on a highly suspect holding call. So if you pretend that didn't happen, then, well, you can't. But if you did, then, yeah, Deshaun Watson by far played his best game in a Browns uniform. And things are looking up. But they need the defense to create turnovers, score points, and give them short fields more often than they're doing.
Is it a dependence on the defense more than the offense being able to just hold their point?
No, so far it's on the offense, Brian. Like, if you look at the numbers, I mean, they're at the bottom of the league in at least the bottom 3 or 4 in a whole bunch of categories. The offensive efficiency isn't there. Third down isn't there. First down, I mean, they're rushing for only 3 yards. No, the problem right now is offense, and the problem for a huge part of it is the offensive line. They've been just destroyed by injuries on the offensive line. It's a rotating door every week as to who's coming in and who's coming out. And regardless of who is playing on the O-line, and I think they're getting healthier this week, they're having a lot of trouble picking up simple games, stunts, twists, any games up front, and teams are blitzing them to death, and they're getting to Deshaun on the money downs, and that's a massive issue. People want to give Deshaun grief for not at least throwing the ball into the end zone on 4th and 3 last week with the game on the line. Christian Wilkins beats a rookie right guard off the line at the snap and blows the play up. You got to give him some credit as well.
What is the latest? We're talking with our friend Andrew Siciliano. You can listen to him this weekend, calling the game for the Browns radio network. Obviously, we all watched Andrew do DirecTV Red Zone channel for years and years and years. Mm-hmm. Dude, what's the deal with Nick Chubb? Do you think he's playing this week? Is it still too early in that process?
Yeah, I think it's too early. I don't know for certain. Stefanski talks within the next hour. I'd be very surprised if he plays this week. They opened the window Wednesday, so his first practice was, 48 hours ago. I'd be stunned if he's out there this week. I wouldn't be that surprised if he's out there next week, but they're not going to open up that 21-day window unless they think that he is close. But I think the emotional lift he gave this team this week in the building cannot be overstated. What is that worth on Sunday? That remains to be seen. But he is citizen number 1 and fan favorite number 1. He can do no wrong, and his work ethic and his understated energy changes a lot for that team.
I bet. And obviously, as good of a player as Chubb is, arguably the best defensive player in football is on that Browns D-line. Where is Myles Garrett? I know he's been on the injury report. I also know he had 2 sacks last week.
After being on it.
Right. Where is Garrett's game right now, and how big of a threat is he Sunday?
He's as big of a threat as he's ever been, and he's got 3 injuries. What I think we're calling it foot, thigh, and Achilles, or foot, thigh, and ankle. I can't remember. He has 4 sacks, and he's a force. And I think the frustrating part about that 82-yard touchdown called back last week when they got the center Nick Harris on a hold is that Myles Garrett is held probably 5 to 6 times in far more egregious fashion every game that is not called. He's held on every play, especially on every third down. He still has 4 sacks, and he is playing with multiple injuries, including an injury to his feet. He had childhood foot issues. He had surgery as a kid on his feet, and that's kind of now coming full circle where he may have to do something again after the season. He's practicing pretty much 1 day a week and then going out there and toughing it out and still, getting PFF grades for whatever that's worth of 90 seemingly every week. So he's still the guy.
How's the secondary in Cleveland?
Well, I mean, they're missing Juan Thornhill, the safety, who got hurt week 1, who probably played the former Chief, the UVA guy, who probably played his best game as a Brown week 1 against the Cowboys, and we haven't seen him since. He's probably back in a week or 2. I'm just guessing. It was a calf. Look, they have 3 excellent corners. They would argue they have the best trio of corners in the NFL with Denzel Ward and Greg Newsome and Martin Emerson, MJ Emerson. Emerson's been picked on a little bit the last 2 weeks. He is a long, physical dude who, for example, has had great games against Mike Evans, right? Great games against Jamar Chase. That's his game. That's why you have him. Malik Neighbors gave him some trouble. Little speedy guys like Trey Tucker gave him some trouble last week. But, for the most part, they think those 3 dudes are dudes, but they miss Juan Thornhill.
Thornhill's a good player, but, I mean, Ward is so good. Flip it to the other side of the field for us. Cooper and Judy, Watson hasn't really gotten it going much, but, I do think, although they were better last week, the Commanders' secondary is quite beatable. What's the health and the status kind of? Is Njoku back? Like, what is the threat level of this Browns aerial attack?
So Njoku will know again in an hour. He practiced Wednesday, didn't practice Thursday, so we'll see. Honestly, I have no read on that one. The offense is better with him, period. Especially, look, the offense is a bit different this year with Ken Dorsey, but in the Stefanski, I don't want to call it pure Shanahan system, but, everything runs to the tight end, so everything is better when he is out there. Amari Cooper is still Amari Cooper, but he's got a lot of drops, and he has been an issue this year. Not an issue like he's some kind of malcontent who's bringing the team down, but he and Deshaun have not gotten on the same page. They've said that repeatedly. When last Deshaun Watson and Amari Cooper were at FedEx, he had a couple of touchdowns. I think it was a Week 18 game a few years ago when Deshaun had come back late in the year after the suspension. I was watching some of that this morning, and we haven't seen those 15, 20-yard in cuts and those deep shots downfield from him this year. We simply haven't. Last week, he had a 30-yard ball in his hands on his chest at the 30-yard line in the fourth quarter that would have changed the game. The Browns probably win. It was one of Deshaun's better balls of the season, and it bounced right off his hands up into the air. Trayvon Merrick picked it off, took it back to midfield. 6 plays later, the Raiders scored. It hasn't worked yet necessarily, but yet he has 2 touchdowns, which is the team high. Jerry Jeudy has been great. Everybody gave them grief when they traded for and then paid Jerry Jeudy. In retrospect, the contract that they gave him was before all the other receiver deals blew up this summer, and looks like a bargain in retrospect.
So Deshaun, what were you? He gets all the blame. We know that, but is it him not being what he was, or he's not getting enough help?
I think, honestly, it's a lot, Brian. I think a lot goes back to the O-line as well, and I'm not blaming the O-line because you go back and you look at some tape and you're like, all right, how does Deshaun not see that? He's got to rip that one. But the O-line, just the injuries, it's been a mess from day one, whether it's not having Jed Wills back or not having Jack Conklin back, but then they do come back, and then that last 5 minutes because you get hurt again, or DeJuan Jones, who is toughing it out, who was all rookie team at right tackle last year. He had off-season knee surgery as well. He comes back. He's ready to go week 1, but clearly the knee's not right, and he's a bigger dude. So It's a lot of weight being carried around on that knee, struggling in pass pro. You're working at a new offense where Stefanski and Ken Dorsey try to get on the same page together, and I think it looks good, but you're going a lot empty, 5 wide, no one to help this offensive line that's struggling with injuries. So it's been a challenge, let's put it that way. But, of course, as you know, the quarterback always gets the play.
Yeah, I mean, the Watson thing has just become so bizarre at this point. I mean, losing Wyatt Teller has to be a huge situation, right?
I'm sorry, say that again, JP.
Didn't they lose Teller? Didn't he have to go to IR also?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Virginia Tech's why. I'm sorry. Someone just walked by. Wyatt Teller. Yeah, he's got an MCL. He got hurt against the Giants, and that really, I mean, that turned everything into like chaos emergency when he left, and then you had your center lead. No, your center get banged up, and anyway, I won't bore you with the O-line issues, but at that point you had Joel Bitonio playing left tackle, you had your center playing left guard, you had your backup center playing center, you had a rookie playing right guard, and then you had your right tackle who had left the game injured, forced back onto the field because they had no bodies left.
Jeez.
And that was all dominoes that kind of started when Wyatt Teller got hurt in that game. So he is not there. And again, you have Zach Zinner, who the Browns love, 3rd-round pick out of Michigan, who was playing great last year for the national champions before he broke his leg against Ohio State. They took him as more of a developmental pick, comes back off the injury. In Jacksonville, week 2, they used him as the 6th offensive lineman, used him in jumbo sets, really as a tight end, and it worked great. But then they forced him to start with a Teller injury. It's he's getting there, but they probably didn't, see him starting key road games in September as a rookie.
Hey, man, I really appreciate you making time for us. I know
Andrew.
you're traveling and a busy fella, and I'll see you Sunday, man. That'll be fun.
I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to beautiful weather, and it's good to be back home, guys. Can't wait to see it.
All right, man.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Andrew Siciliano, follow him on Twitter. I sent some stuff out. You can find it. It's Sicilliano. Next, we're giving away Thomas Rhett tickets and making some predictions. knowing Brown is out, Eckler's in, what do you think the net effect is on that offense?
I think Eckler is a more vital part of it. And I think what you got to realize is that in the last games, Zacchaeus and De'Ami Brown made crucial catches down the stretch. Luke has started to come on. So I think you have enough receiver-wise to fill in for what you're missing with Brown. Then Eckler coming back is a hell of a plus.
What do you make of the B-Rob situation?
B-Rob situation, until B-Rob not dressing out on Sunday, I think he's dressing out.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just some people you just look at differently. I after the game I saw him, and like we said, they sent him on the show with us yesterday. I have a feeling that he may still be playing.
B-Rob's still playing. I agree with you. That's where I lean as well. Do you think he'll be impacted by the knee?
I think B-Rob.
How do you balance that as a pro?
He played 5 years with Nick Saban. As a pro, if you're on the football field, nobody's going to give you no excuse. So you're going to go all out until you can't go anymore. So if he's on the field, you're going to get what you see.
I think that's fair. It's going to be really interesting. No Noah Brown. Eckler's back. B-Rob game time. Clelin Ferrell won't play either. At a certain point, you wonder, you're not going to do it now, but if you want to retroactively throw Ferrell on the IR because you could have had another roster spot.
Mm-hmm.
But, dude, the roster spot stuff in the world of expanded practice squads and Saturday elevations, it's not as cutthroat as it used to be.
It's not like it used to be.
If you had a dude miss 3 games in the old system, the pre-COVID system, you're really hurting your team to not IR him or whatever. That's just a lot different now. Landini, Noah Brown's out. That caught your eye when I said it. Does that concern you?
Yes, I think that he's been pretty good for the team so far this year. And, we all thought that wide receiver was a weakness for him. They can't really afford to lose guys there. They don't have a lot of depth.
No. I think you'd like to see more for Luke this week. Maybe more for De'Ami, like you mentioned. They have another dude with the last name Brown on the roster. Maybe he can step up. I think they'll count on Ertz a lot. You know that Ertz is the leading this team in catches, not yards, but catches.
I can believe that.
Actually, I'm sorry. It's Terry. Ertz is second.
Yeah.
Terry right now, 19 catches for 191 yards, 2 touchdowns. Terry is the only receiver that has caught a touchdown.
Yeah, he's thrown just 3 or 4?
He's thrown 3.
Yeah.
Who is your other pass catcher touchdown?
Eckler?
Nope.
I mean, the tight end, the offensive lineman, Big Trent.
Big Trent.
And B-Rob?
No, there's only 3 passing touchdowns.
Oh, yeah, you said Terry caught 2 of them. That's right.
Terry got 2 of them.
Yeah,
and Big Trent got
Big
the
Trent.
other.
Yeah.
No Noah Brown to me is more of a blow in this game than maybe it would have been in the previous because their corners are really good. And he gives them something different with the size and the speed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of shown that he can make big catches when the ball comes his way. Obviously, he made the huge one in the Giants game at home on that option route where he broke it in, and it was a big gain to get the game-winning field goal. He also had a big catch last week, 3rd and 13, and he picks up a 14-yard gain. Like that stuff really matters, and that is a veteran receiver with a big body that knows how to play it to the sticks, get past the sticks, make sure you're going forward there. So that's kind of the news of the day here. Eckler's back. B-Rob's game time decision. Noah Brown is out for this week. They do spread the ball around so much. 9 different players caught passes last week. So I don't know that
That's what I'm saying. So
it doesn't bury you.
The fact that they're not a team that, we're going to just throw it to these 2-3 people all the time. The fact that they spread it around, I think, still helps them with having so many guys out there that can still
totally agree.
Be an impact.
Farrell's out again. Another little bit of news that the team just announced. Dan Quinn is not a guy that makes season-long captains, right? He told us that in August or whatever. They go week-to-week captains. For the first time in his NFL career, Jayden Daniels will be captain Sunday against the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
It's cool, but
I think fans should get there early enough so that when he walks out, you can go nuts for him.
but the thing about it, I promise you, he'll probably walk out there with the rest of the captains and kind of lag behind. That's just his personality.
Totally.
You know, because, like, you walk out there, you shake hands, heads or tail, they going to call it because they're the visiting team, and you dap them up and you run back off. When I was in college, the way I would do it, I would walk up, let the other guys get all the hype, and I was damn near at the sideline before they were finished. I mean, it's like if you never done it. I'm sure he's been one in college and all.
I'm sure.
But if you are a guy with his personality, you're like sometimes like, I'm ready. I got to focus on the game. I'm not worried about all that. And a lot of guys think that way.
Week 5 captains for the Commanders: Jayden Daniels, Dorrance Armstrong, Jeremy Chin. That is 3 dudes that I thought were playing really well last week. Daniels has been great throughout. Dorrance, Armstrong impressed me because it was time for him to show up, and he showed up.
Yeah, he did.
Chin was quite good last week.
He wanted that 2 instead of that 1.5.
Yeah. When Witt keeps talking about playing violently, that's Chin, man. There are going to be games, frankly, where I think it'll hurt you in coverage, but you take the good with the bad, and when that dude's coming downhill, he is a big fella to be able to move like that.
You talk to him, you go, this is a nice dude. Then you watch him on the field, you go, this dude here is wild.
Totally.
Like Andre say, that's a wild boy.
That's a wild boy. I mean, Chin's size, 6'3", they list him at 220. If he was 230, I wouldn't be shocked. He is jacked.
Man, that's Steve Atwater's nephew,
bro. And he runs, man. I wonder what his combine numbers were. What's your guess on his 40?
4.5. 4.57.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Jeremy Chin at the combine came in Southern Illinois, too. I believe that's the Salukis. 6'3", 221, 32-inch arms, 4.5.
That's it.
You said 4.57.
4.5. 4.45. All right,
yeah.
cool.
Yo, the 10-yard split, 153.
All right.
Vertical jump, 41 inches.
Damn.
Dude, the athleticism of these guys is just absurd. And to the point about him being jacked, what their bench is 225, right? 20 times for a safety, for a DB. That's a physical player. They want him going downhill.
Yeah.
He is going downhill. We're only going up, baby. Jeff Walker's song when we return.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL is flying by, but you still have time to start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. As the game comes up this weekend, as the Commanders take on the Cleveland Browns, we can go anytime touchdown. Austin Eckler, he's back. Over rushing yards, let's go with Jayden Daniels. And also under passing yards, we'll go with Deshaun Watson. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We've been talking about football for hours. All of our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I was talking with my daughter at bedtime last night, and she was telling me how she has some trouble with certain words because she's 5. And I told her how I have trouble with /switch. And then she tried to say it and also had trouble. So I have the same vocabulary as a 5-year-old.
I guarantee she's better than you.
So we're going to get to Jeff's song in just a moment here. I did want to, Landini, to get the folks excited, I thought the Micah Parsons stuff. So it's kind of interesting how many players now have their own podcast in season. And I guess you were kind of at the forefront of this, B, doing radio in season as a player. Parsons obviously has a podcast. He ain't playing right now. He's hurt. The number one topic across the NFL is Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons talking about Jaden Daniels.
It seems like we got another threat in our division, bro. We got another threat, bro. I just can't believe it's like
that boy nice.
He's serious.
That man.
Bro, he clicking. Over 80% completion rate, bro.
That boy's something else now. He ain't win that Heisman for nothing. And look, well, Washington found the one. They found them one. But I was like, God, I knew he was a guy, though. You know what I'm saying? I knew he was a guy. And he doing his thing.
Yeah, bro. I always say that, bro. If you could succeed at some level in college, especially like when you've been through adversity in college the way he did, like you got a bunch of like experience. Like he got a bunch of experience already coming in. Like he ain't coming in young. You feel me? Like he done seen a lot.
Facts. And he come from that SEC ball. We way better than Penn State type of conference. Y'all weekend conference y'all in. He in the SEC, so he playing good ball.
Okay.
Well, Penn State jab there. I think that was Darius Slay talking with Micah Parsons. It's
Darius Slay sounded a little bit like Chad Ochocinco, didn't he?
Maybe a little, yeah. That's funny.
I was like, damn, that Ocho?
It's crazy to be at the Cool Kids Club for Commanders fans. Commanders fans have been sitting at the nerd table at lunch for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just watch all these stud quarterbacks everywhere else, and then you watch whatever Washington's been rolling out for decades. And Jaden's the talk of the town. He's wearing burgundy and gold. People call him 5. You can call him 5. It's pretty freaking cool if you're a Commanders fan to be enjoying this moment. Nobody's, quote Dennis Green, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. Nobody's crowning anybody right now. But you're allowed to enjoy this ride, man. Speaking of enjoying this ride, Jeffrey, the floor is yours.
There we go. Back with another banger. Hey, let's get this pumping. I want to hear this at every tailgate this weekend. It's on SoundCloud. You can go and get it, listen to it. You can download it. Raise 5. I mean, week 5, raise hell.
Did you stop somewhere on your way to go get that food from Five Guys?
These boys been winning. Salute all the fans repping it on the road. But now, it's time to raise hell in our house. Raise hell and take command. 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 Get your left hand, bro. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand, bro. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand, bro. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand, bro. I got it up. I got it up.
3-week win streak, feel sweet. Now they talking about my QB and MVP. Put them with the league on notice, Route 42. Now they can't keep us off TV. Every time we play them haters say just wait until next week. And then we spin a block and do the same thing. And that's ELEVATE. I'ma keep believing like my boy Rev T preach. Let's go for a 4th and a 5th week. Man, don't that sound too sweet? I love it how they jumping on the wagon. It's been quite a while since this fan base expanded. The only rule is get your left hand up and be the loudest fan in the West chanting.
Raise hell and take command. Raise hell and take command.
play to a new level. Now we got to take our fandom to a new level. So this Sunday, we need to really raise hell and take them Cleveland Browns to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean. Left hand up, knuckle up records.
Jeff, that's so I don't the first time we played it, maybe I didn't have my headphones in or something. I didn't hear the open. That open, like your first couple bars in that are really hard. Like that's really good, dude. That's really good. It also in the opening chorus there, it yells, "We got it up, I got it up." It almost feels like a Blue Chew ad. Like there's so much frequency with which they're discussing getting it up. But shout out to you, man. You do your thing.
Jeff,
Something wrong with that, man.
What thing is all of us doing right now? We're taking what? This little test we got to fill out?
Oh, yeah.
Does he not know anything he ever writes? He ever looks at? He's failed every damn thing I've seen already.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. He's an NFL legend. You get to ask him anything you want.
Oh,
Time for
boy.
Ask B. Mitch Anything. Then Eric Metcalf joins us at 1:30.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders will take on the Browns at Northwest Stadium on Sunday. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report, Brian Robinson missed a second straight day with a knee injury, and Noah Brown also missed practice. Austin Eckler was a full participant. Thursday Night Football kicked off Week 5 of the NFL season last night with the Falcons getting a 36-30 win over the Buccaneers in overtime. Both teams now 3-2. Kirk Cousins, 42 of 58, 509 passing yards, and 4 touchdowns. Some injuries in the NFL going into Sunday's games. Texans running back Joe Mixon is not expected to play. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir already ruled out. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech on the road for an ACC matchup against Stanford. 3:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Navy on the road to take on Air Force at noon, and James Madison also on the road to take on UL Monroe at 7 o'clock. Baseball 4 divisional series get underway. The Mets take on the Phillies at 4 o'clock in the NLDS. The Padres take on the Dodgers. In the ALDS, the Tigers take on the Guardians at 1 o'clock, and the Royals take on the Yankees at 6:30. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Vibes are high on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. All right, folks. You got about 17 minutes to ask an NFL legend anything you want. The weirder, the better. That's what B-Mitch always tells me during the break. He's too shy to say that himself, but I'm just telling you how he feels. John, don't worry about it. John is in Bowie.
What up, John?
Johnny, ask away.
B-Mitch, can you please explain to me the new NFL kickoff rule?
What do you want? What exactly do you want to know?
I don't get it. I mean, nobody. They all of a sudden change the rule and they don't review it. So I see these people line up. There's this box. I don't.
All right. So the landing zone is from the 20-yard line to the goal line. Balls that land in that area and probably go through the end zone, they go to the 30-yard line. If they don't land in that zone, the landing zone, they come out to the 40. Okay. If you kick it and you try to return it, you get it wherever you're going to get it ball. You know what I mean? If you're fair catch it in the landing zone, you get it on the 30. But you can't move until the team, the coverage team and the receiving team cannot move until the ball is caught by the returner.
That help?
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Take care, John.
As a returner, what would you do as a strategy? What do you think's a good strategy?
I think if you look at the success, the ones having the biggest returns are running backs, because right now it's so crowded, it looks more like a running or offense-defense play. And the running backs know how to hit the hole and set up the blocks a lot better. I would have a field day. I would love it, to be honest with you.
I think you would love it. Thank you, John.
None of them have no momentum. You running full speed.
Right.
I would love that.
Pat is in Spotsylvania. What up, Pat?
What up, Pat?
Hey guys, what a great time of year it is when the Commanders are 3-1, huh? You don't say that very often, right?
It's been a while.
So, 2 quick questions for you, B-Mitch. One is, besides Jaden Daniels, who would be the MVP of the team so far? Besides him, and then 2. If there is any way we don't end up being successful, let's say we crash and burn for some reason, I hope not. I'm skeptical still, but we've been successful. But what would be the only reason we crash and burn from here on out besides injury? If that makes sense.
I was going to say injuries, but you just took out my exact answer. The only other reason, guys just get a little complacent and lax and stop working and start getting a lot of penalties and making stupid mistakes out there? Start believing the hype.
Yeah.
Start reading the press clippings.
Injuries.
Do you think turnovers could be, because we won the turnover battle pretty much the entire season. That's something I think Ron wishes he did better.
But that
we've
always
actually-
gives you a chance to win. If you don't turn it over, you got a chance to win.
Thank you, Pat.
And then
you got one more?
Go
ahead.
Oh no, only question is, who's the MVP besides Jaden this year? If you had to pick.
MVP besides Jayden.
I'll let you think because I had to answer this.
I go with Austin.
He missed a game. He's missed
Still,
25% of the
I
games.
don't care what he missed. While he was on the field, he was as good as anybody out there but Jayden.
For me, I got asked that on All Ears on Wednesday night. My answer, I don't know that you could do this, but I just said the O-line. They're playing fantastic. And if I had to pick one dude, it'd be Biotish. He has changed the tone on that O-line completely.
Yes, but I'm going to tell you, man. Every
Who's
time,
that third rounder that we got? That's pretty good too. I
Coleman.
can't remember his name. Coleman is that his
Coleman,
name?
yeah. But every time you needed to play, Austin seems to make one.
Except last week when he didn't play and they put up 42.
Yeah, he didn't play. Still, they put up 42. Cool.
Eckler's been great. I'm not
But
knocking it.
Eckler had a 100-yarder. They called it back, although the penalty was way behind him.
Yeah.
He's at a 62-yarder.
He's been great.
He's been great. So, hey, man, play. You don't have to play every game to get MVP.
Having
Lamar
Eckler-
did that last year.
I agree with you. Yes, Jeff. It's my understanding you need to say something.
Yeah, so this guy, Henry in Northeast, he called the show at 10:45 for Ask B Mitch anything.
Shout out to Henry. Early bird gets the work.
I'm getting it in.
Yeah, he said because he can't really be on the phone when he at work. So he said,
does he work for the CIA?
I don't know, JP.
Don't tell JP because he'll show he will show exposure.
Henry is the undercover cop. So he said,
Oh, so you're working with undercover cops. So.
No. He said, should we call Jaden Little Pocket as a shout out to Doug Williams? I never knew they called
I
Doug
never knew they
Williams
called Doug
Pocket.
Big Pocket.
Yeah, I never heard the name Pocket.
But I don't know if I want to call
I'm out on that entirely.
I don't want to call no dudes nothing about no pocket.
Okay.
Isn't that in prison? You got to walk around carrying the other dude's pocket?
I never been in prison.
Yeah,
JP. I don't know.
We're going to call Jayden Daniels or
5?
JD or 5. JD 5, whatever. But not Lil Pocket.
Little pocket stuff.
That sounds like a rap name, though.
It does.
Little Pocket.
Nah.
Or a go-go name.
I'll talk to you all off air. I'm not JP.
Yo, I'm the one vetoing Little Pocket. I feel like I should get some credit for that.
Nah, because you're going to say something that'll be worse than Lil Pocket in about 5 minutes.
We do have a celebrity here, Toby Altizer. I think, is Toby our Nationals insider for the B. Mitchell Finley program?
He does all kind of stuff for us.
Hello, Tobo. Did you have a question?
Whatever tight he wants, he can have it. It's not going to change his salary.
Leadville, we all just took a class, bro, and you're dropping these things in the thread. Look at what Leadville just texted us about Little Pocket.
I'm erasing this whole text thread.
Yeah, I'm about to leave again.
I'm erasing the whole text thread.
All right, Toby, get us
Lord.
back together here, buddy.
Yeah, I saw a picture. I think it was a picture. Maybe it was a video earlier this week. It got me thinking, B. Mitch, if you were wrestling Jeff, how quick before Jeff has to tap out?
The fact that Jeff always try to get me right before the show, but if he ever catch me when I'm just got a lot of time, he gonna tap out as quick as he did the last time I made him tap out.
Hold on. Can we review this? Because that was a misleading picture. I actually won that. So,
how did you win it when you were in the headlock? I let you go and come back in the studio.
I was in a headlock because I had you off your feet dangling in the air.
But hey, I don't care.
That's why the video ain't get released.
Let me just say this.
If I beat it. It don't matter.
If I got you around your neck, you could throw me to the ground. Guess what's coming with me? Your damn neck. And I'm gonna break that son of a bitch. Tell you straight up. So when I wrap these arms around your neck, I'm like a Doberman pinch. I'm not letting go, brother.
I believe him. That's why with Jeff, we walked in this morning early. So it's 10 of 10. And for whatever reason, Jeff decided it was time to harass B. And he kept poking him in Brian's giant head. And I said to Landfill,
you can't be trying to slip on little jokes in. Big head, but his ears are yours.
They call that color. Like when you're writing a story, you want to provide color to show the full context.
Okay.
But what? Did I do something wrong? But I legit, like, B hadn't really, had his coffee yet. I wasn't sure how it was going to go. And I said to Landville, I was like, I'm getting out of here. I think B might kick Jeff's ass. I thought there was a moment there where I thought it could really happen. Even Jeff bailed out.
But I was
eventually.
trying to just take this damn test, and Jeff is bothering me, so I just threw a bottle of black pepper at him.
Yep. There was just, like that's life around here. You never know what the hell's going to happen, and occasionally you got to throw a bottle of black pepper. Speaking of never knowing what's about to happen, Commander Tequila's on the line. Hello, Commander.
How you guys doing, man?
We
Great,
doing
buddy.
good.
How
What's up,
about
brother?
you?
How you doing?
Hey, Sunday. Hey, B. Mitch, do you like tacos on the barbecue tailgate party?
Do I like tacos at a barbecue tailgate party? I like tacos if they got some barbecue meat in it. I eat it.
All right, you're on. If you come by.
Hey
I'll be
man,
right there around
I
town.
normally stay away from tailgate parties when I'm on my way into the studio in the stadium because I have to go do a show, and y'all be trying to like feed dudes extra drinks.
No, I ain't gonna do that to you, man. I'm right up front of that gambling place, right up front of it, where the handicap at.
The
right
what
in the road.
place?
The helicopter pad?
You said a gambling place?
Maybe the sports book.
The sports
Fanatics
book?
joint?
Okay, well,
He ain't coming, Commander.
I'm not gonna
be
promise
honest
you
with
that I'll come. I'm not gonna say.
If you see a bear tent, I'm there.
What time you get there?
Did he say if you see a bear
9
trap?
11 o'clock? Oh, I'm already.
Chicago Bear tent.
You say 11 o'clock?
Chicago Bear tent?
9.
Hold on.
9. Okay.
Commander, you got a Chicago Bears tent for this tailgate?
Yeah, this guy, he's next door to me. We parked each other. He got the tailgate. He's tailgate. We tailgate together. So I talk crap to him. He talks crap to me. Excuse my language. But
crap's
okay. Commander, thank you as always for listening, buddy. We appreciate you. And Brian will definitely be at that tailgate, Chicago Bears tent, next to Fanatics. B will be there.
Hey, you too, man. All right?
Thanks, buddy.
guys,
Take
see
care.
you.
Yep, JP will be there.
Incorrect.
I will be inside.
Of all the things, Commander Tequila tailgating with a Bears tent kind of threw me for a loop. that was a bit. Commander doesn't usually surprise me. I've come to expect a lot. I expect when Commander talks to us, there's a very, very wide variance of possibilities.
That's what happened.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting the Bears tent.
Why won't he wait to bring out the Bears tent during the Bears game?
You know what? What I've learned now, traveling and going around the country now and going to these stadiums, some people just love football so much. And the problem, they can't get to their team, so they go to any football game because you know what they do? They always pop highlights up on what's coming. If they just see their highlight, because going through the Arizona stadium the other day, there were all types of teams tailgates, but it wasn't just Washington and the Cardinals. It was everything you can name.
All right, our guy Pick is on the line. Toothpick, what up, buddy?
Hey, what's good, JP? B. Mitch, listen, you were a running back in a bunch of talented rooms, right?
Yep.
And you always have that hot rookie, and sometimes you gotta calm him down, right?
Yep.
Jeff has been putting out bangers. He even put one out for First String Podcast. How do you keep Jeff level-headed?
That doesn't happen.
That's impossible.
Jeff don't have level-headed in his body.
Jeff's the opposite of Jaden Daniels, who's always level-headed.
Jeff is, let me see. He is probably T.O., Ocho Cinco, Lawrence Taylor, and
with a little bit of Ray Lewis.
Not no Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
No, and
Nick, I gotta
Deion
put you
Sanders
on
all
hold,
in
buddy.
one. And I'm just talking about the way you act. I'm not talking about skill.
Landfill, how do you keep Jeff level-headed, buddy?
I mean, Jeff is the opposite of level-headed. Most days he comes in here, he tries to fight, at least 2 to 3 of us. And every day during the show, Jeff has this period of time. It's about 45 minutes where he does something called sex aerobics.
Yep, and it's coming soon.
Why are you doing it that
with Jeff Walker, voiced by Adam Pohl.
He's going to release a DVD, an 80s style workout DVD.
Yep, you got to loosen
With
up them
Adam
hips,
Pohl
baby.
doing the instruction.
Yep.
And right here.
And thrust.
You got to use your hip.
And thrust. That's my boy. Hey, we going up. Hey, Adam, if you hear me now,
I was
about to
not
break
ready.
the
Hey,
bank.
if-
I was
if-
not ready to
We
think
about
about
to break
Adam
the
Cole
If you
doing
do that
sexual
and
position
Adam
radio.
does the voiceover, I'm leaving.
Yo, we just had to take this class. I just got my diploma for the training, and now Jeff's out here.
He didn't get his diploma.
Jeff's out here talking about sex aerobics starring Adam Cole on the Fan. Holy moly, let's try to lock this thing back
Oh,
together. Vinny's in Seat Pleasant.
What up, Vinny? How you doing, brother?
Y'all cutting up. Come on, Jeff. I don't even know if I can say what I wanted to say. B-Mitch, I just got a question. It's not even a scenario thing. I just got a question for everybody, man. Are we ready to raise hell and take command? Send these boys to the Super Bowl, man. Jeff, keep doing your thing, bro. But hey, fellas, thank y'all for always accepting me, man. Thank y'all for showing me love every time I get up on here. But man, come on, Jeff, man. I forgot completely bummed about the stadium, man. I'll let y'all fellas go ahead and continue on what y'all doing.
Hey, man, I'm glad we can make you have a good day, bro. But if y'all see what Jeff doing in there, boy, I'm about to throw up.
You know, for all of our concerns that Landfill didn't want to be on the stream, I think the stream would get shut down for Jeff's constant sex aerobics. I don't think people are aware how frequently Jeff is just humping the desk in the middle of the aquarium.
I don't think many people be upset.
Like Toby,
inside the building, the stream.
Toby's not here all that often. Toby, you work on all the different shows. You're on 980 some, you're over here some. You do everything.
Sure.
How weird is our show, particularly Jeff?
10 out of 10, maybe 100 out of 10.
Toby know too, because when I'm with Toby on holidays, I'm doing the same thing for 3 hours.
Yeah, we all know.
We know.
That doesn't make it less weird.
It's not weird. It's healthy.
I don't know about that.
Kelly is in Waldorf. Hello, Kelly.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Just real quick, you guys have a responsibility to the public. You have all of us wondering what sex aerobics is, and I'm trying to picture it. It's like, come on, fellas. I'm trying to go about my day.
Hey, man, this dude is standing up here with his arms straight out, rotating his hips.
You got to open up the hips. You got to open up the spine.
It's
open
all
up
in
your
the hips,
neck.
baby.
Hey,
It's all in the hips.
Kelly, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It's five of us in here. He thinks nobody's caring about looking at him.
No, it's not about look. It's so y'all can open up y'all hips too to feel the.
Nah, we open our hips. Believe me.
The release.
All right.
I'm kind of picturing like an invisible hula hoop.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Actually,
Yeah.
really well done,
okay,
Kelly.
cool.
Good
Yeah,
call.
there you go.
Did you have a
Thank you,
football
thank you.
question or just a sex
I
aerobics
do.
question?
Well, that was the most important question. The second question is, would I be crazy if I benched Pat Mahomes for Sam Darnold on my fantasy team?
Yeah, you would be crazy because Pat Mahomes gonna
But
wake
remember,
up.
this is fantasy. This ain't real life.
But still, you would be crazy because at the end of the year, Pat Mahomes gonna be better than Sam Darnold.
I don't know that you'd be crazy.
I
I
thought
don't
this
like
week.
the London game.
Are you talking about
though.
this week?
Just this week?
Who are they playing this week? Who
They play
Minnesota
the Vikings play the Jets in
Yeah,
London.
you would be crazy.
The
because they
Chiefs
playing
play
the
the
Jets and it's
Saints
in
at
London.
home.
Everybody gonna be off.
Well,
Now, if Sam
thank you,
Darnold
Mitch.
played great this week, Landfill got to wear a Sam Darnold jersey.
Is that so?
Okay.
Yeah, I put that bet on him just now.
I like it. Who's gonna? You know what? If Sam Darnold balls out again this week, you and I will kick in to actually get a Sam Darnold jersey for Landfill.
Bam.
Or maybe a hat.
Yeah.
I don't think your mind is in the
Sam
wrong
Darnold
place,
is the
Kelly.
man. That's what you're gonna have on the hat.
From a straight fantasy perspective, I understand the question. I am actually starting Sam Darnold this week because I have Jared Goff and he's on a bye.
Okay.
So we'll see.
So you doing it because he's on the bye, but you wouldn't bench Pat Mahomes for Sam Darnold.
I didn't even bench Goff, who didn't get off to the hottest start for Sam Darnold. So I don't know, man.
Try it out. Hey,
thank you, Kelly.
Do whatever you feel like doing, and make sure you blame yourself if it doesn't work.
Walt is in Florida and has a question. Walt, you do all right with that hurricane down there?
Out here helping folks right now. We were blessed, and thanks for asking, JP. Our community was really blessed. It kind of missed us. We're right on the bay, but it was the coast, the Gulf Coast, that really got hit bad. The Clearwater Beach is completely shut down.
My buddy's
All the
house in St.
businesses-
Pete, they're out of the house for like 6 months. They got to gut everything.
Yeah, my daughter
they got like 5 inches of water.
They were cool. They were spared too.
It was the worst down here, I think, probably in 30, 40 years, I guess.
That's crazy, man.
But hey, we're safe. And I listen to you guys every day. B. Mitch, I was also on Family Feud the first season.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I've known me and Steve has had some dealings, and he invited me and my family to practice with them in Atlanta before the season started because they had never practiced with real people. He had practiced with his staff and stuff. So they paid us, industry wages. We ate. We went out to dinner with him and his family. But yeah, we won. We lost on our fourth game. We were just tired, man. We got there like 7 in the morning. They didn't feed us. Did they feed you, B. Mitch? Because they didn't even feed us. We got there at 7.
They had food in the green room, and then I ate breakfast before I left the hotel, though.
Well, we filmed it at Universal Studios, and we couldn't leave, but we snuck out. I had my little son. My little son was about 9 at the time, and I had him run out to get us some food. But
Walt,
we didn't even go on.
Walt,
until
I'm going to
2:00.
jump in here. I'm going to be the referee. Do you have a question for B. Mitch, or you just want to talk about the time you got to go on Family Feud?
I sure do. Hey, I call all the time, but I never get in. So I'm sorry about that.
All good.
Hey, I love you guys. Look, B. Mitch, I got 2 questions. One real quick. Does AI play any part in the draft process? If so, how much? And this is a crazy one.
I would say no.
Allen Iverson?
No, AI. No, I don't think that's no.
That's a hard no from B. B is anti-AI.
Okay, and you're going to give me a hard no on this too, but I'm going to judge by how you say it. Does the team ever go out and just buy weed for the guys so they don't go out there buying it for themselves?
Hell no.
I knew it was going to be a hard no.
All right, we got one more call here.
That boy, wow.
That's a wild boy
That's a
right there.
wild boy.
We need to get a recording of Dre saying
That's
that
a
so we can
wild
just play.
boy.
Damon in Oxon Hill.
What up, D?
Damon, how are you? We love our Redskin board.
Thank you. It was a pleasure piecing it together. I'm doing all right, and thanks for taking my call, man. It's kind of hard to follow up that dude. Cause man, now I feel my question lame. Like, I mean, y'all talk about B-Miss drinking coffee all the time. Do you have a specific brand of coffee that you drink? And like, do you ever stop at like a convenience store, 7-Eleven or Wawa and get coffee?
I stop by and just give me a cup of black coffee.
Dude, I feel like you go to Starbucks, you go to all those places.
I go whatever's in my path, and I see it, I'm gonna stop and get it.
Thank you, D. We got to run. When we come back, Eric Metcalf joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders will take on the Browns on Sunday, looking for their fourth straight win. Taking a look at the injury report for the Commanders going into the game. Defensive end Cleveland Farrell and wide receiver Noah Brown are out for the matchup. Game time decision for running back Brian Robinson and running back Austin Eckler is full go. The captains for the game, quarterback Jayden Daniels named a captain for the first time, safety Jeremy Chin, and defensive end Dorrance Armstrong. Last night, Thursday Night Football got Week 5 underway. The Falcons beat the Buccaneers 36-30 in overtime. Both teams now 3-2. Kirk Cousins, 42 of 58 for 509 yards and 4 touchdowns. Some injuries coming into Sunday's games. Texans running back Joe Mixon is not expected to play. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir has been ruled out. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors is still in concussion protocol. He is out. And Colts running back Jonathan Taylor is also out for Sunday. College football tomorrow. Virginia Tech on the road at Stanford for an ACC matchup. 3:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Navy on the road against Air Force. That'll kick off at noon. And James Madison also on the road taking on UL Monroe at 7 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, 1:30 on a Friday. You officially have B. Mitch and Finley's permission to pour yourself a cocktail. We recommend a vodka Red Bull on Fridays.
Yes,
Vodka Red Bull
of
Friday
course.
is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth,
And
and
loved
loved
throughout
throughout
the DMV.
the DMV.
Yeah.
Joining us now, I'm really excited to talk to Eric Metcalf, a dude that was an absolute baller and on
Yes,
one
he
of my
was.
first ever fantasy teams. Went for a whole bunch of yards and
He owe
touchdowns
you some money,
for the
Eric.
Atlanta Falcons. Eric, what up, man?
Not a thing. What's
Tim, you
going
want
on
your
with
cut? You want your cut?
I do want my cut, but I'm glad you guys said. More importantly, I'm glad you guys said it's 1:30 officially. You can get a drink. So it's 10:30 here, so I'm cool then.
Hey, as they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's right.
Eric, obviously you played a long time for a number of teams, but you broke in with the Browns in the NFL and found some real success on some good Cleveland teams. What do you think of this Browns team? How much do you make a point of watching them?
Oh, I watch them every game, and during the home games, I fly back to every home game because I do a pregame, postgame show on a local channel there, and so I really have to pay attention to what's going on both on the field and off the field. And this team right here, when I look at this team on paper, they have the makings of a team that can go deep into the playoffs. I mean, I don't know why they haven't figured it out in between the white lines, but they have stars on both sides of the ball at every level, and they just got to figure it out, and they just haven't done it thus far.
So, like right in this town, Washington, you played here as well. The fans are kind of like in a I guess slumber where things are looking good, but they still think about what was going on for a long time and they can't get past it. The Cleveland Brown fans, they didn't have a team and they still were filling up the stadium. How are they reacting to what's going on with this Brown team with all of that talent?
Well, when you talk about Cleveland Browns fans, after watching them for years and years, to be a Cleveland Browns fan, you have to be loyal. Right? To go through everything that they have endured, you have to be loyal. So when you're in, you're in. And so, it's hard when I talk to Browns fans, it's hard for them to really understand because, the fan in them says, we have a good team and this is going to be the year. But the pessimist in them always holds them back like, oh, we're going to be the Browns. We're going to be the Browns. So when they see a team that went to the playoffs last year turn around and come back this year with basically the same players not compete so well in the first 4 games, it makes it really hard on them. So they go to the Debbie Downer side quickly.
I bet. I'm just seeing some news come out that Nick Chubb is officially ruled out for the Commanders game. maybe he makes it back for week 6. That's good news for Washington. Eric, you know this Browns team inside and out. Obviously, you can follow Eric on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, at Eric Metcalf 21. You're doing all these podcasts. You're doing all this Browns content. So much of it seems to me to hinge on what Deshaun Watson is or isn't. Is he the problem there? Is he playing better than people realize? Kind of, what is the deal with Deshaun?
I think he's playing better than what people realize. I mean, when you look at Deshaun from a fan perspective, or even some of the media, all they see is highlights or see stats. They're not seeing how the actual game is going. And so, they say, oh, he has the lowest yards per completion in the league. Yeah, but that's how the plays are designed. What is he supposed to do? Right? We can say in Deshaun's case, he's been sacked more than anybody in the league this year, and he's had more drops than anybody in the league this year. And so for him to go out there and still compete, he's showing that he's a warrior. It just hasn't worked out. We haven't run offense that has given him a chance to throw for 300 yards, primarily because that's not how the Browns are built. On top of the fact that, once again, we haven't had Nick Chubb, of course. There's been no David Njoku. There's been 3 and 4 linemen out each game, so it makes it hard when you're a quarterback to go out there and perform to the best of your ability when you have all these things working against you. So I look at what he's doing, and he's playing good football. It's not the 300-yard games that fantasy football leagues want to see, but he's going out there and he's playing good enough football to win. You look at, he's had, I think, 3 interceptions this year. 2 of them were tipped off the wide receiver that should have been caught balls. The third one was tipped by Micah Parsons at the line of scrimmage. And so people have to look at the whole thing and not just look at the stats and what's going on.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes like the stuff he went through. People are going to get past that and they're going to judge him off everything. But the ultimate thing, as you look at them this week coming into this game, and I know you've probably seen some of Jayden Daniels, how do you think that offense is going to match up with their defense?
Well, the Commanders have been on fire. I mean, what Jayden has done with that offense and Cliff Kingsbury, I mean, it's like the perfect marriage, right? Cliff as an offensive coordinator calling those plays. He has Jayden, who's played that kind of that style of offense in college. They didn't have to really do much. They have all the guys who can go out there and perform in those situations. So they've been on fire. And people look at the fact that Jayden has thrown, completing 80% of his passes throughout the first 4 games. But what's more impressive is that they're running for 169 yards a game. Right. People because of the way the game is played today, people don't think about that. When you're third in the league in rushing, the passing looks good, but we can always control the ball. And so that's what I think is going to make it harder on the Browns, because this year and last year, the Browns defense hasn't traveled well. And so this is going to be a tough game going into Washington and playing against the offense that's on fire.
It sounds like you think Washington's winning. I don't know if I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Hey, we'll just run with that.
So you got ties here in this area, huh, Eric?
Yes, I do. I went to high school there, so and my dad finished with the Redskins, who are now the Commanders, as we all know. But I just like how Washington's playing and on both sides of the ball. And so, the Browns they haven't come together. They didn't play much in preseason. Offensively, with the team really doesn't have an identity yet. And so while they're still trying to figure it out, I think this is a tough game for them on the road.
All right. Now that we've cleared up what's going to happen Sunday, I have perhaps a more personal question for you, Eric. We're trying to figure out, when you type in, so the website I go to all the time is Pro Football Reference, right? And you can just search football players that played in the NFL by their last name. but when you type in Metcalf, a whole bunch of people come up. Are you related to every Metcalf to have ever played in the NFL?
Hey, I'll say yes if every Mitchell is related to every Mitchell that every
All right. Hey, I'll tell you this. When I was coming out of college and they say, do you have any relatives in the NFL? I damn sure wrote Lionel Mitchell, Bobby Mitchell.
I know that's right.
And then I met Lionel.
Use what we can use.
I met Lionel. I told him that story. He said, yo, well, where's my cut?
That's right. Like I tell everyone, if your name is Metcalf and you played at NFL and you were good, we'll take you.
All right. So your pop played for the St. Louis Cardinals and then a year in Washington, right? And that's when you were here for high school, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
you went to Bishop O'Connell.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So as far as I know, that's the only Metcalf I'm related to that would be on that list. Now, I'm not saying we might be related to others in some form or fashion, but he's the only one I know of for sure.
So the other Metcalf in Seattle, we're not sure. DK.
Not sure. I mean, I haven't had time to sit down and get my Alex Haley on and search out there.
Well, I tell you, I Googled it and it said that Terrence Metcalf and Eric Metcalf are cousins.
According to Google.
Hey, once again, I'm going to sit down and get my Alex Haley on and go through all these roots and figure it out.
Well, if you got to claim somebody, DK's pretty damn good. So it's not,
Right, we'll take him. We'll take him. Yeah.
I also found out there's another dude named Bo Metcalf that I've never, he never really, the level of accomplishments is not on par with all the rest of you guys. So we'll leave him off for now.
We'll scratch him then.
Yeah. He played one game for the Colts in 1984.
No.
Not him. Not athletic enough.
Eric, thank you for the time, man. This has been a
Appreciate
whole
you, brother,
lot
man.
of fun.
Hey, man, thanks for having me. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you,
Thanks,
bro.
dude.
Take care, man. Now you go grab that drink.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
All right, bro.
Yep.
Dude,
Yep.
Eric Metcalf was such a threat with the ball in his hands. As a rookie, went for over 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns.
Before
from
all that,
scrimmage.
1988, he was U.S. track and field. He won gold medal and all that stuff and that. Dude
In
could run.
Seoul? Or
No, track and field, not the Olympics. Pull it
Okay.
up.
That's
You
crazy.
Googling. You just want to find out all the relatives.
Dude, that was crazy. That was fun. Also, hey, P.S. Eric Metcalf's in the Browns Hall of Fame, and he thinks the Skins are going to win this weekend. Just saying. Nobody go anywhere. All right, a couple show announcements here as we wrap things up on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. If you are going through withdrawals and you need a beer, I got just the place. Join Grant and Danny today as they broadcast live from Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria, 2429 Mandeville Lane. Stop by and check out Atlas's 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza and wings.
Mandeville. It's Louisiana.
Okay, maybe it's Louisiana, maybe it's Alexandria. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to Alexandria tonight. I don't know if to do that.
Isn't Alexandria a town in Louisiana?
And Egypt.
Wow. So that could be anywhere, but actually they're in Virginia.
Jeff, do you think they're in Alexandria, Virginia, Louisiana, or Egypt?
Oh, yeah. Odyssey definitely got the bread. They sent them out to Alexandria, Egypt, for sure.
For more information, visit thefandc.com. We nailed that. You're welcome, CK. I don't know what B. Mitch is doing. That was a very weird
He
look
was
in your
dancing
eye.
and stuff. He started off doing his little dance. I got him on tape.
Landfill also wanted me to remind AD that he owes us a victory Monday lunch. That Landfill said it.
It's not what I said.
That is exactly what you said.
You're lying.
And Jeff wants to go to the Ravens game with AD. Should there
But he's getting
happen
the
to
call-in.
be a
free
spare
ticket somewhere.
Yeah, is that accurate?
JP is putting everything that he wants to
Front
happen
Street,
for himself.
baby. You know where we live? Front Street. What are the ticket prices for those Ravens games?
Out of this world.
Yo,
Oh,
also,
the Ravens game. Yeah.
Did the Commanders sell this joint out? I know they had tickets. Let's check. Commanders.com. It doesn't appear that there's. I think they sold it out.
If you buy a ticket from them and then you are sort of a verified reseller, you already bought the ticket. You might be selling it at a higher price, but that ticket has sold, so it counts into the sold out.
Yeah, but earlier in the week they wanted people to go to their website, which leads me to believe they had tickets. Left.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's see on SeatGeek. That's what their official joint, right?
Yep.
I got to sneeze. Talk.
Phew. There you go. It
Sorry.
came out finally.
Damn, dude, if you want to go to the Commanders game this weekend, I'm on SeatGeek right now. You can get in the door. I mean, you're sitting up top. It's $50. That ain't bad.
Yeah, I think all that in the door and moving down, that ain't happening no more.
Yo, yeah, it's gonna get
The
crowded
consequences
and
of winning.
loud.
People used to buy the $50, $60, didn't sneak on down.
I was one of
You
them
ain't sneaking down no more. Oh, we know you were.
back before my working days, man. But now they don't play. I told you when I tried to go see Greg, and
You know they have a lot today.
Yeah, but that's trying to get into the suites. That's different than just trying to sneak down to the 100 level.
But I had a sweet ticket for another sweet level. Like I was just trying to say hi and bye. Last year it
Hustling.
would have rocked.
Stay angling.
Hey, Jeff.
Last year it would have rocked.
They got all this now.
Yeah, it's insane. But it's good. It's the consequences of winning.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
good
the
problem to
NFL
have.
went to it completely where you got to have the facial recognition for all the media. Plus, they could get every fan in there. Boom, boom, boom.
Here's what I'd like to do, Lample. I'd like to play Jeff's song one more time. We got to wrap up the week for bets. You don't have to play the rejoin if that saves us a minute or so. Jeffrey, what do you got? Heard it here first for the week.
Okay, so
Oh.
the winner of the week this week is Landini sitting at 3-1.
The
Man, I
great
got 4
Landini.
wins. He ain't win.
But you got 2 losses as
But
well.
still, I got 4 wins.
And
So we tied.
the percentage is higher.
Did he go 4-0?
3-1.
You went 3-1.
4-2, 3-1. Hey, we tied.
What percentage is higher?
3-1.
4 wins might take that to me. If he was
I
undefeated,
say it's a tie.
if he was
giving
undefeated,
him a
it's
tie.
landfill. Well,
Dude, the only reason why
if it's
he
a
had
tie,
4
nobody
wins.
wins.
The only reason why he had 4 wins because of a parlay. So
You can't get mad because I got a set.
bro, I'm
You
telling you,
don't.
3-1 is a higher percentage than
I don't
4-2.
care 4-2. If you play the
Look,
schedule, they'll
it
strike
don't
me
matter because I'm in last place.
And we know it.
I
You go
owned out
over?
this. I owned out this week. And look, I was asking Landfill before the show. I'm like, hey, so if they were tied at the end of regulation, does that mean we still?
No.
He said, nah, bro. Because I was just trying to get my 1 win at least for the week,
bro. No.
I bet the under last night. So
Yeah.
I'm the worst better of the week.
Yeah. You're hard.
I bet against Kirk Cousins in Kirktober. I'm an idiot.
I'm going to let Landfill decide on this one? Wild card Scotty's offering to bring lunch in on Monday. So we'll see we'll see. We got to run that by the police. Jeffrey, so introduce your song, brother.
Week 5, let's raise hell. We got a big game coming up this week. Let's win it. Let's raise hell. Let's go in here and back these guys up.
These boys been winning. Salute all the fans repping it on the road. But now, it's time to raise hell in our house. Raise hell and take command. 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 Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up. Get your left hand, I got it up, I got it up.
3-week win streak, feel sweet. Now they talking about my QB and MVP. Put the league on notice, drop 42. Now they can't keep us off TV. Every time we play them haters, say just wait until next week. And then we spin the block and do the same thing. And that's ELEVATE. I'ma keep believing like my boy Rev T preach. Let's go for a 4th and a 5th week. Man, don't that sound too sweet? I love it how they jumping on the wagon. It's been quite a while since this fan base expanded. The only rule is get your left hand up and be the loudest fan in the West chanting. Raise hell and take command. 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 Get your left hand up. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand up. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand up. I got it up. I got it up. Get your left hand up. I got it up. I got it up.
See, them boys took their play to a new level. Now we got to take our fandom to a new level. So this Sunday, we need to really raise hell and take them Cleveland Browns to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. It's October 4th, 2024, and you are listening live to 106.7 The Fan, the Grant and Danny radio program. We are at the Atlas Brewery out and about in Alexandria. It is awesome here. We have eaten delicious pizza already. There are lots of TVs. No better place to spend a football Friday. We will be here all afternoon long, so come on by and say hello.
They got 3 locations, my friend. Navy Yard, right? Ivy City, the OG. They got a party there tomorrow we'll tell you about. Well, this new spot in Alexandria is gorgeous. You got picnic tables outside. Sorry about it. You got this beautiful facility inside. Sorry about it. They're making the pizza right in front of us. I've already had pizza. I'm going to have to pizza again. You can't just make pizza like that in front of me and then be like, okay, Pudgy, don't eat anymore. I'm going right back up there soon.
I was a little stunned to hear you say that you plan another trip to the pizza bar before we leave because I shouldn't be keeping track. It's not my job. You had 3 slices already.
Yeah.
So to say that
And
you're
fries.
going back for more.
Not like right now.
Right. We'll be here all day. I
Yeah,
guess.
like 2:15.
We got time. We can spread out our eating. We got Caps tickets for you. The home opener is coming up next Saturday night at Capital One Arena. Those are hot tickets, a hot commodity. We've got your tickets exclusively on G&D. You can get those tickets at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on The Fan. And in 1 hour, coming up at 3, Jeff Phelps, who does our job. He is on the radio, but he is in Cleveland in 92.3, our sister station out there. He's going to stop by to give us the latest on the Browns. We will scout the opponent for Cleveland. They are getting ready for the Commanders. Even though Myles Garrett didn't practice much this week, I think Myles Garrett is going to play. He did not practice last week, then he played, and then he had 2 sacks of Gardner Minshew.
He's one of those dudes that I'm not that concerned. Well, I am concerned this week because he's playing us. But he's one of those guys that, he didn't practice. He's still going to go out and wreck worlds. He's Unicron. He's really, really, really good. Peltzer on the wall. That's a DPOY candidate every time he gets out of bed.
Commanders fans just walked in. I got 1 Redskins jersey, number 28, not a Darryl Green, a super fan.
Okay.
And then I've got it fresh off the shelf Commanders
Yeah.
gear. Actual real life in the wild Commanders gear. We've been talking about this. You see a little more of that out and about right now with everything going on with the good guys.
It was a 0.0 statistical margin of error. Maybe 1 out of 100 you might see somebody, or a confused sample. Now it's a non-zero number. You see it. You actually see the real updated actual live gear, not like bootleg or makeshift, not like taped over. That used to say one thing and now says comms on it or something weird. The real stuff.
I am now in the mode where I cannot get enough of Commanders content. And I don't mean like the team name as much as this organization. All of the coverage is positive. All of the coverage makes you feel good. I got a text from a buddy today. I'm going to read it. This is the kind of text I'm sure you're getting. A lot of us are getting from people. How great is it having excitement back in the Commanders? He then says in parentheses, I hate that being good is going to lead to the name being permanent.
Yep.
Then he says, I haven't been this fired up in a long time. It's been so much fun listening to you guys, consuming all of the media. It feels like a total Twilight Zone and not remotely real. He goes on to say more. Tell me that doesn't describe how you're feeling. This is just today, Danny. The Jaden Daniels to Terry McLaurin touchdown pass to put the game on us against the Bengals. The football he threw, the actual piece of pigskin that he threw, the leather. The Hall of Fame now has it on display.
Huh?
The Hall of Fame just an hour ago posted that football is now on display because it was a historical performance in terms of completion percentage for a rookie in prime time. So they have that ball right now in Canton. That would happen today. CNN, not ESPN, not FSN, CNN, the news network, did a segment today in the 11 o'clock hour on the upstart Washington Commanders and Jayden Daniels.
The hottest team in the league right now. That was what the Chiron said.
Daniels has been named team captain for the first time. Sam Cosmi, in a video the team put out of him mic'd up. I thought this was great. You can check my Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. You want to see the actual video. But he's talking to Andrew Wiley on the bench. Daniels comes through, daps them all up. Like, keep going, boys, keep going. Wiley looks over at Cosmi with a big smile, and Cosmi goes, it's nice to have 5, meaning Jayden Daniels. Wiley goes, hell yeah. And then Cosmi goes on to tell him how he's having fun for the first time. I mean, that was the mic'd up stuff that the team put out. Like, how fun is this?
So it's a combo of 2 things. One, I'm enjoying the ride, and everybody should be. The second part is I feel, and this is always so hard, I feel like the team, and I'm not in the locker room. I'm not sampling or speaking to 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 players or anything like that. But it does feel to me from far away outside looking in like they're handling this the right way. In other words, what would always happen, I would always like they were good, but the rare times they would have a fleeting moment of success.
Every season when they started 3-1.
Or something, right? Or like, they're 2-0 coming back from Denver. And here comes Ron Rivera puffing out his chest. Here come players talking about this is what we knew we were capable of, or this and that. And like, how good are we? There was that vibe as if, yeah, we've arrived. You idiots who don't trust us yet, who've been suffering for 3+ decades under the yoke of this terrible owner who's a buffoon at best, a tyrant at worst. You guys don't get it. We're good. We're for real. We've arrived. And then that letdown subsequently always felt worse. These guys, it sounds like, understand. All you've done is put yourself in a nice position. There's so much work.
We were
to be
talking
done.
about this
so
yesterday after the Biotish interview.
Mhm.
This week we've had, on Monday, we had Luke McCaffrey, who was great. On Tuesday, we had Austin Eckler, who's our weekly guest, who's always fantastic. And then on Thursday, yesterday, we had Tyler Biotish, the starting center, on. And all three of those interviews left you and I feeling the exact same way, what you were just referring to. But after Biotish, we were talking yesterday, and I said, it doesn't feel like they're excited about their start.
Right.
And I'm sure they are, to be clear.
Yeah.
But you would not know from any of these interviews that they are 3-1 and have the offense that everybody is talking about and have the quarterback that everyone's falling in love with. They're operating as if they haven't done anything yet. I think that's so important.
I do too. And, part of that is I kind of roll my eyes, not at you, but I roll my eyes a little bit where, because everyone's enamored and happy with this coaching staff right now, and they should be, by the way, it's not a complaint, but simply saying, oh, what an awesome decision just to stay on the road. It's a business trip. Like, I've heard gimmicky things like that before, where Terry Robisky had his guys wear fatigues on the plane and they lost by 50. We've done some of these sorts of deals before with the hokey language and a slogan, or be where your feet are, or find my due north, or arrive violently to the north, whatever the different things are. But there is something to be said for establishing that kind of culture that does seem to be happening, where, okay, that's great. You're 3-1. That's awesome. The season has not ended. There's so much work to be done. Embrace that, acknowledge that. Happy you're 3-1. You should be pleased with your performance. You should be pleased at what's happening. We should all be thrilled and excited. But I know how to say it better than this, but one of my complaints always with Chase Young, for example, was he would do something good and it was I've arrived. It's over. Like the debate is over.
Told
the jury's
you so.
out. Told you. And it's like, okay, thanks. But there's a whole next layer to it where what are you adding? What else are you doing? And it never really materialized that way. And I'm not trying to pick on the guy. I'm just simply saying that to me felt like it was an attitude that came from the organization as well, where they would put one foot in front of the other and wait for their parade, wait for the congratulations. Remember how angry they were internally that Scott McCloughan was getting a lot of credit for an 8-7-1 season?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, ain't nobody throwing a parade for that, dude.
We don't need to re-legislate staying out in Phoenix, but I do think it's a lot different than all the other things you just mentioned. It's not a slogan on a T-shirt. It's not one of these cutesy things. There was actual legitimate money spent.
Oh, for sure.
To try to
sure.
be better.
I didn't mean to knock. I was trying to offer an example.
Sure,
You're right.
but
You're right. No, it's
like,
important to say.
To me, that's a big deal that ownership said.
Yes.
So we're going to cost ourselves a lot of money, but you think this gives us a better chance directly to win more football games?
Mhm.
Sure, no problem. And I just think it's kind of common sense that they didn't come back here. They got more sleep. They were fresher. The injured guys that had a chance to play that were banged up played, and it worked out. So giving them their roses for that. But again, that was last week. We're on to the next, and we're on to Cleveland.
No.
Danny, a real life chance at 4-1 through 5 games. This is going to be the dumbest thing I say all day.
Oh, I like it.
All right. This will be if you take this quote, if Lou DiPietro, who writes all the stories about our show on thefandc.com,
Louis Deeps,
if he just makes this the headline and then the story is what I'm about to say, it'll be the dumbest story that anyone's ever written.
I like this.
There is a big difference between 3-1 and 4-1.
Let me write that down. Give me 1 second. Open up.
Now, I don't want Lou to write that up.
I want to make sure I quote you right. There is a
3-1 happens plenty.
Big.
Not around here,
difference.
but for a lot of teams, 3-1 does happen. 4-1 means you got to really screw some things up to not be in good shape. 4-1 means at a 70+% clip, you got a chance to go to the playoffs. 4-1 happened in 2008 under Jim Zorn. They were 6-2, and they missed out. Very, very different thing with a different coaching staff that wasn't as good and a different quarterback situation that wasn't as good. But that was the last time and the only time, by the way, in the 2000s. 4-1 happened in 99. That's my favorite Redskins team ever. And 4-1 happened in 1996. 3 times since I was about 6 years old. They have been 3-1 to start a 4-1 rather to start a football season. The difference between 3-1 and 4-1 is more than just a number.
So I tweeted this out. I'm tweeting out right now at Funny Danny. A really important quote just now from Grant Paulson that I think is really profound. He said, and I quote, "There is a big difference between 3-1 and 4-1."
I think
right. That's the way to put it.
That's pretty much what I said.
That is the summary.
That's the transcript.
Yeah, I think that's shtick aside, my friend. You're 100% right, because as you 3-1 is a nice start. 4-1's a thing. I don't know why, but it is. Does that make sense?
Bad teams don't get to 4-1.
Yeah.
Okay teams don't get to 4-1. You know who goes 4-1? Good teams.
Now, Seattle's a bad example because I think they're decent, but hang with me. Their first 3 games, they won them. They deserve credit for winning them. They played 3 mediocre to poor teams. They're 3-0. Let's say they got their brains beat in by Detroit. They did. It was a good game, but let's say they did. You go, okay, yeah, they're 3-1, but with Washington, if they lose this Sunday against Cleveland, you can go, okay, they were 3-1, but, right? You got to take that away now. A 4-1 team, I feel like, I don't know why, but maybe there was some symmetry back in the day with 16 games and that being the quarter pole. Maybe there's something to that, but you get past kind of the intro. You get past the weirdness of how the offseason plays out. You get past the new sort of paradigm of no one plays in the preseason, and you now throw out a quarter of the sample that we have so far because the first week is so fluky and weird. You get to 4-1, it feels different. It feels like you've just gotten yourself clear of the nonsense below you. There's a lot of teams that are 2-2. A lot of teams are 1-3. Several teams are 3-1. And now you're all of a sudden you're clear of the trash. You're clear of that middle bucket that you've been in at best for 30 plus years. I buy that.
If they get to 4-1 this weekend, in addition to the difference between the quality often of the team that's 3-1 and 4-1 that I was just kind of drawing, you've also got the fact that it will be a pretty obvious hurdle that anyone who's been around here understands. This is the letdown game. This is the regression that so often the team that you start to buy in on has, where the bottom falls out a little bit. Everybody thinks the Commanders are going to beat the Browns. Cleveland has as bad a money situation as in the NFL right now. They're spending the most cash this year. They are the oldest team this year. And by way of DVOA, they're the worst team in football right now at 32. I mean, it's a terrible situation with a quarterback who is both unlikable for the most part and who has played badly, right? They're coming to your building. They can't move the ball. They can't score. They haven't gotten to 20 in a game. You're busy hanging 40 the last couple of weeks. This is a game Washington should win, as evidenced by the fact that they're favored, as evidenced by the fact that some sport books this week, some sports books have the most leverage out against Washington. That is the most bet on team by the public. This screams letdown situation coming back home in front of the home crowd. If they handle their business, go beat the Browns and get to 4-1, and at that point you're 2-0 at home. Oh, by the way, you're 4-1 through 5. You are sitting pretty in a division that people as of next week will be predicting you to win. That's where we're at.
Yeah, that's all on the line. And I will say this. You mentioned the home part of it, and this probably isn't fair. I'm going to say this right now. It's probably not fair. But what's happened so many times is whether it's, hey, this is a big game at Nubs Field. This is a big game at the X, and it's gone poorly. And so the fan that spent his hard-earned Skrilla, the opt-in guy, not the tailgate Ted's the world. He's there, rain or shine. You know, he's like the post office, right? The mailman. He's there no matter what. But for everyone else, it goes, you know what? I'm going to buy in. I'm going to believe. And they get smacked in the face time after time after time after time. This is how you build something. Not necessarily, obviously it's easy to say. You win a bunch of games, people are happy. But you sell the individual ticket to the individual person, and they go to the game, have a nice time, see a W, beat a team that you should beat, and have a blast doing it. You've now built some fans. You've now built some people whose buy-in was rewarded. That was the problem for so many years. The expectations were never met. The buy-in was rewarded with pain at best, inconvenience, and indignity. You don't do that to people enough times in a row. Now you got something.
I've got the Commanders handling their business. I think they are going to win. I don't really know where this is going yet, and I can't say that I feel like in the end they're going to be a playoff team that makes some run. I'm not there yet. But I was really confident that they'd go to Arizona and beat the Cardinals from Cincinnati. I'm now very confident that they beat the Browns. And maybe it's easy to get there when the last thing you saw going into the Arizona game was the clinic they put on against the Bengals. And the last thing I saw going into the Browns game now was the clinic that they put on against the Cardinals. I think they win. I think they're 4-1. And I think next week, I'm all the way bought in on this being not only the ascending program that it's been pretty clear it's been the last couple of weeks, but this is a real, legitimate football team that people don't want to play. It's going to take another week of protecting the quarterback at a level that I didn't really see coming. It's going to take another week of Daniels protecting the football, frankly. Him continuing to be a passer, wanting to be in the pocket more than run, which has certainly been the case the last couple of weeks. But I've come around on the fact that I think this team's actually pretty good. And I've been down on the Cowboys since the summer. I've been down on the Eagles since the summer. I just assumed those teams would both be around 10 wins and Washington would be around 8. Not anymore. Not if you're 4-1. If they beat the Browns next week, I'm going to be willing to start having a conversation about this being a division champion type team.
Yeah, because it all puts it on the table. Again, we kind of went through the math. And the when it comes to math and records and winning percentage and stuff, I always harken back to 2019. The point that you and I were making then was the season is not over at 19-31. They've not played well. They've been injured. They've dealt with some adversity. But you're backing yourself into a corner. You have to do X in order to be a playoff team. Well, then they did X. They literally
X
did
meaning just the winning percentage the rest of the way.
You got to go whatever it was, 620 ball the rest of the way, and that's what a 100-win team does.
Right.
And then that's exactly
Flip
what
side
they did.
now is if you're 4-1, you've got to go 6-6,
And you win 10 games.
to
And
go
you're in the
10-7.
Yeah. And if you're, if that 6.5 and 5.5, if that swings your way, just so happens the field goal goes in or it doesn't, you recover the fumble, you don't. If you win 7 more games, that's your first 11-win season in 30-plus years.
Right.
Just like that. By starting 4-1, you now can have those conversations, and it's not ridiculous.
And
it's not just drinking the Kool-Aid in April.
I've been trying to slow myself down because it's basically, as I kept saying, it was 6 good days of football, and it was actually 6 great days of football. It's really been 2 impressive weeks. It's a 4-week season, but the Bucs game wasn't, and the Giants' first half was bad and second half was good. So I kind of give them a C overall. But it's been 2 really good weeks. So I've tried to slow my roll a little bit, but even when I remind myself that Kingsbury offenses always get off to a great start and then cool, like the Dolphins of the last couple of years with McDaniel, even when I remind myself that there's going to be times when Daniels isn't playing at this level because it's just natural for a young quarterback, that they're going to be behind the chains, that they're going to turn the ball over, that they're going to commit penalties in the first 3 quarters. All these things that they have never done the last 2 weeks. I still come back to, I think this group has something cooking. You watch the mic'd up clip that they're putting out of different players and the whole brotherhood shtick that they're talking about. It almost doesn't matter like how good it truly is if they believe it is. And you're starting to see that too. But let's open up the phones. MGM National Harbor listener lines next at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do you think the Commanders get to 4-1? Or do you think this is a letdown spot against the Browns back at home and they take a small step back? Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Grant and Danny out and about at the Atlas Brewery in Alexandria today. Come on by and say hello. We will be here for another 4 hours until 6:30 on a football Friday. The Commanders are getting ready for the Browns. They are on the precipice of a 4-1 start for what would be just the fourth time since 1999. Pretty incredible. 2008, the Jim Zorn-led Washington Redskins got off to a 4-1 start. That 99 team was 4-1. And this year's Commanders, under Dan Quinn with Jayden Daniels at the controls, can pull it off. Do you think they will? This has been the typical letdown spot over the years. Everybody is picking them. They are favored at home. They are the most bet-on team this week by the betting public. Feels like maybe the carpet's going to get pulled out from under us, but maybe you see it a different way.
Yeah, because it has nearly every time on these. The exceptions are ones that you all remember right now, top of your head. 2012 against Dallas, winning the finale to win the division. But I tell you how it feels to me. It feels like they are the better team. They're going to win.
Let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park to get started on Grant and Danny. What's your confidence going in to Sunday against Cleveland?
Confidence level is we're already 4-1, and I'm just looking forward to the Baltimore game, to be honest with you. I already got my ticket to the Baltimore game, and if you don't have a ticket, you better buy one now because they're at $200 for the nosebleeds. So, listen, man, what? You said they're the oldest team in that we're playing. They're the worst team right now in football. You know, as long as we don't see Deshaun Watson from Christmas past of Houston, we're already 4-1. We're on to Baltimore. All I'm worried about is, are we going to stop Derrick Henry from rushing 200 yards, and we're going to stop Lamar Jackson from rushing 200 yards. So that's my confidence level, Grant and Danny. There we go. Let's beat Baltimore.
Appreciate you, dude.
That call should scare a lot of people.
I know.
I just want to reiterate, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. I don't want any rain on any parades. 11 days ago, they were 1-1 and they'd barely beaten the Giants, and they'd got blown out by the Bucs. And now my guy is saying, no way Cleveland beats them. Bring on the Ravens.
Yeah, I'm on to the Ravens. And again, it's such a hard balance, right? Because I found myself talking almost out of both sides of my mouth. I'm going, it's okay to be excited. It's okay to realize that this is actually meaningful. Starting 3-1 with Rex Grossman is not. This is Jayden Daniels, for God's sakes. This is a GM. All the things that you would ever want. There's a difference between that and those other kind of fraudulent bits of nonsense. That said, I'm also going, let's all be patient. Let's all exercise some caution.
You don't have to be patient to just not say that an opponent can't beat you, or that you're not looking at this game, you're looking at the next one. And I get that there was probably some shtick there, as he's saying Washington's better than Cleveland. They are 1-3. There is only one team that's 0-4 in the entire league, by the way. That's the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm not telling you they're the worst team in the league. I will say statistically, as I pointed out last segment, if you look at the DVOA metric, which accounts for essentially evening out the playing field for, commonality of opponent and stadium and all the metrics, and just a really good catch-all statistic for value, the Browns are dead last in the league. And the reason for that they're 32nd, is that their offense has just been so putrid. So that's what I like about the matchup is, where are the Commanders susceptible? Defense. Where are the Commanders going to have a problem? That underbelly you can cut open. Is Cleveland good enough to do it? They scored 17 on the Cowboys with a lot of garbage time. They scored 15 on the Giants, and they scored 16 on the Raiders. Their only win was against 0-4 Jacksonville, and it was one of the uglier performances of the year by both teams. I think it was a 17-13, 18-13 win, something like that. So when you look at it that way, Danny, they're just not a very good opponent. The question is, can Washington play above the level of the competition?
Yeah, can you take advantage of that, right? I mean, because it's obvious. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Cleveland's weakness is what? It's quarterback play and an offense in general that's been pretty inept. No Nick Chubb. That's now finally official. Although we probably knew that, but now it's official. But their offensive line has been good in recent years. They can thump. They've got two pretty good receivers that you'd like to have, and Judy and Amari Cooper. But it's quarterback play. That's been the issue. Is their defense good enough to take advantage of a bad opponent? That is the essential question. Offensively, they certainly are. We know that. When you play a bad defense, it looks like what they did against Cincinnati, where you can't stop them. Can this group, for 1 week, they played great against Arizona, I thought. Pretty damn well. I'll take that performance sight unseen the rest of the year. Can they do that to a bad Cleveland offense? If so, they beat them by 3 scores. If that's the case, this is a nice test for that group specifically.
The Browns' design was defense, run the ball, make a couple plays with Deshaun Watson. They don't run it that well. and their defense has not played at the level they needed to. And Watson's been terrible. So at some point you go, well, what do we have to hang our hat on, essentially? But Jerome Ford has 2 runs he's ripped off of 36 against Jacksonville and 35 against the Raiders. If not for those 2 runs, he'd be averaging around 35 yards per game this season. There's a big drop-off between Chubb, who's back at practice, and the guy that's actually toting the mail for them, Ford, who just hasn't been as good. Let's go to Sean in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny live today from the Atlas Brewery in Alexandria. What's up?
So that first call literally gave me a pit in my stomach. I'm rethinking going to the game. I was all pumped up going to the game. I just, Grant, I'm the same age as you, and I've just seen this story so many times, and I think I have PTSD. Like, I can't believe all the national hype. I can't believe what I'm watching, and Kingsbury just, carving up defenses. I just can't believe it yet. And I don't know if I'm going to go to the game. I might sell my tickets, man. I'm terrified.
You should definitely go to the game because you've been waiting too long. And thanks for the call, Sean.
Thank you, buddy.
You've just been waiting too long for these vibes. Just imagine the pregame tailgate, the parking lot, the excitement, the energy, the juice. It feels so different to be around fans at a time when everybody is hopeful and excited. And you just haven't had enough of those days. It's also going to be 73 degrees or whatever and beautiful on Sunday. So plan that tailgate, get out to the stadium, and enjoy yourself. But I'm like him. I'm watching all the coverage, beaming and excited, and not really fully understanding it. But I also know this is how it works. It's just never Washington's turn.
Right.
But it takes 2 weeks, basically, of doing something, and then Dan Orlovsky and Swagoo want to tell you about it, right? I mean, that's basically what it is. If you're something for a couple of weeks, if you play a month of football and you're the hot noise, then all the networks are going to be talking about you. Now, they'll beat you up next week. As soon as you lose to the Browns, they'll tear you down, and they'll have a new team to talk about next week. And then it'll be that Kirk Cousins threw for 500, and here come the Falcons or whatever. There's going to be another shoe dropping, but that's why I'm not buying into it. I'm just enjoying it.
That's the distinction, right? It's buy-in or 100% belief versus I just know that I'm having a great time.
How many teams would you rather play this week than the Browns? I think that's a small list. How many teams in football would you say I would trade a game against Cleveland Sunday to play that team?
There are not many at this point. I mean,
would you rather play the Jags or the Browns?
I was going to say, even though Jacksonville has been terrible, they've been 9-8 for the last 2 years, and you figure like there's a good performance somewhere coming for a team that hasn't won yet.
Lawrence might
have
gotten off to the worst start at quarterback in the league. I still would take him over to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, it might look like, honestly, Miami because they can't do anything with their current offense and scheme.
New England?
It might be New England. It might be Jacksonville. The Giants again. I could always play them.
See, the Giants just beat the Browns.
I know.
I would much rather play Cleveland than New York again. New York almost beat me at my place.
That's true. I was there, yeah.
So no.
I wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Were you there?
No, I would never go.
Did we just find something out? Danny was at Northwest Stadium?
Just mean I watched it from home. I don't ever go to that stadium ever. But, yeah, like I don't know that I'd rather play Carolina right now with the red rifle, slinging it, So it's a small list. I think that's another good way to look at it.
I think the only team I'd rather play this week than the Browns is probably the Patriots. I wouldn't even put the Dolphins on that list because Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are healthy and still exist.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Manoj in Brooklyn on Grant and Danny. How are you, Manoj?
Hey, guys.
What's
Good
up,
to connect in the new year.
Sir, you as
I'm
well.
Going to the game this weekend. I already bet the Skins, already bet the over, but I have a bad feeling about this. Mostly because every game I go to, they pretty much lose. But also the injuries to B-Rob and Noah Brown, I think, are bigger than, yes, this offense has been sick and Jaden's awesome, but I think those matter, especially the receiver one. Also, actually, the running back one, too. And then this is like the same thing. We played the Browns 2 years ago, late in the season, and it was a get-right game for Deshaun, and he's never lost to us before. And it just feels like the Browns are a team that can get rolling on offense versus us, and then their defense will just come hunting for Jaden, and we're going to be in a tough spot.
It's a good phone call, and I like everything you said, except I just don't know that game's relevant at all. Like Carson Wentz threw 3 picks. By the way, I think that was the You Can Be Eliminated game, wasn't it?
I believe it was the We Can Be Eliminated.
Was that Bron Rivera post-game You Can Be Eliminated? That was the Browns game, I think. And then that night they got eliminated. I'm almost positive. But having said that, it doesn't matter.
Matters a little.
Kind of does. I think it always matters.
Well, it can be eliminated. Yep. And you should be too.
Noah Brown
That's
being
enough.
out won't help. That goes without saying. I don't think it's a deal breaker. He's caught 3 balls a week. They've been pretty big catches, and he can do something seemingly that other guys can't do with his size. But they've gotten a lot out of Luke McCaffrey. His role's going to grow. They've gotten plenty out of Olamide Zaccheaus, at least in terms of this past week. He was their leading receiver. And De'Ami Brown's going to have to step up. Maybe it's a Terry McLaurin game. Maybe it means, in terms of size in the middle of the field, instead of Noah Brown, Zach Ertz, instead of having 3 or 4 catches, has 7 or 8. But if Brown had like a 6-catch, 90-yard game last week or a couple of 100-yard games, I'd feel like that's more damaging. The key one to watch is Brian Robinson. And he's posted on social media thumbs-up emojis. I'm assuming he's going to play.
I'm hopeful of that, and that's what it's trending towards, certainly. We'll find out a little bit more today with that Friday practice, usually one of the telltale ones. But your point about Brown, I think, is really good. And here's why. What they've shown each week is there's going to be a different person. We know, thinking about from Kingsbury and this offense's perspective, we know there's going to be a time, a place, a person that you haven't accounted for, or you're not looking for, or you haven't thought that we're going to utilize that we will. Last week was the Zaccheaus game. I would bet it's not 2 straight Zaccheaus games. I bet you someone else has the week. As you mentioned, could be Ertz, could be McCaffrey, maybe running some more of those Noah Brown looks. This could be the week Ben Sinnott has his 3 or 4 catches. I don't think he has one this year. This could also be, any of a million things. They could run 2 running backs at the same time with McNichols and Eckler. It could be his
McCaffrey
game.
season.
Yeah.
Luke season. Why not? Let's go 5 for 70 with the kid. Feel good about it?
5 for 70?
5 for 70.
Steep.
Let's do this. If he catches a touchdown,
okay,
or he catches 5 passes, or he goes for 50-plus yards, on Monday, we all get together after the show and go eat Chili's chocolate lava cakes with vanilla ice cream in honor of Luke McCaffrey.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you would have to hang out with us after the show.
Yeah, see, that's where it gets tough.
Like, the show would end.
It's over?
Yes, the show ends. And rather than running out the door
Yeah.
and pretending to have an event that you don't have, you will have to then hang out with Ryan and me and Darius for like another, probably like an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh.
If you count commute.
That's not even including the commute?
No, if you count commute. You'd only have to be at Chili's long enough to order and eat your chocolate lava cake.
Can I get it to go?
No, you have to eat it with us. That's the whole point.
But if I got it to go container, I can eat it faster.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. October is the best month for sports. I swear it. Last night is a good evidence as to why. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan on a football Friday. We got Caps tickets to the home opener a week from tomorrow on the 12th. The Capitals will be taking on the Devils to get a brand new exciting season of hockey started. We got your tickets right at 4 o'clock on the Fan. We are live today out and about at the Atlas Brewworks. We are in Alexandria at Atlas Brewworks. This place is awesome. We've had delicious Andy's Pizza. We've been enjoying ourselves for the last hour and a half or so. We will be here until 6:30. The vibes are strong, and there is plenty of burgundy and gold making its way through the door.
It is neat, man. It's the kind of thing that, as a fan, you start to languish and get frustrated and ticked off for years. And those "why do I do this" type questions, like you're wandering up and waiting in this long line. You get punched in the nose. You're like, well, that was terrible. I'm not going to do that again. And then you find yourself back in line. You do it over and over and over and over again. It's fun just to have fun again. I know that sounds trite and silly and stupid, but that's what's happening. It is okay to opt into this recreational activity, this voluntary interest that we all sign up for and have and get some reward out of it.
The October vibes kicked off in strong fashion last night. I've long said this is the best month of sports. We talked yesterday on the show about the fact that it was the first of 55 straight days with a football game, either by way of college or pro football, which that's hard to top just in and of itself. But obviously, you've got the Major League Baseball postseason, which is underway. You've got the NBA and the NHL both kicking off this month. We just told you we're giving away the Caps home opener tickets in about an hour and 10 minutes. Everything's going. It's just that time of year where all the sports are on. The weather is turning. The wife and I were looking at weekend dates to see when we want to get the kids out to some pumpkin patches. Like, I love the fall. I love October. And last night is the proof. That's all you need. That is the proof to me. Sitting on my couch, 2 TVs going. I got Thursday night football on one and a wild card playoff game on another. So the 2 big moments in sports last night that happened about 20 minutes apart, it felt like, were the Falcons in overtime walking off the Bucs and Pete Alonso of the Mets hitting an incredible 3-run home run to win a game. Do you realize the Pete Alonso home run in the 9th, down 2-0 to win 3-2 for the Mets, was the first ever lead-taking home run in the 9th inning of a winner-take-all playoff game ever? That had never happened before. The drama was insane. This was the call
are real.
On Mets radio, vibes of the 2019 Nationals.
Williams sets. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Pretty well hit. Freeland back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career. Pumps his fist as he rounds second. It's a 3-run homer. He's given the Mets a 3-2 lead. They all pour out of the dugout. Alonso on his way to home plate. They're waiting for him. He hits the plate. He is first congratulated by Nimmo, hugged by Lindor. There are a dozen Mets waiting for him outside the dugout. Pete Alonso keeps this fairy tale season going with the fairy tale swing of his career. 3-2 New York.
First of all, take a bow how he rose. What a call that was. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, I know we hate the Mets, and I know Pete Alonso himself can kick all the rocks. Danny, that was a moment last night.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so cool.
And it was amazing. Cool is something that makes me happy. But that was incredible. I mean, what a remarkable thing. I mean, I hate saying this. You and I have been talking about this both on and off air. This has that 2019 Nats vibe to it. And I want it to stop. I have had enough. Enough of this Mets thing.
Who will you root for? And don't do the cop-out. Who will you root for? Someone's got to win the series, Phillies or Mets, to get to the LCS.
I guess the Mets. But
really?
God.
Over the Phillies?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm all in on the Phillies.
Well, of course you are. I mean, you love them and you've rooted for them your whole life. And
what does
you
that
express
even
joy.
mean?
You're like, I just love seeing former Nats thrive in Philadelphia.
That's not
you have
anything
a
I've ever
tattooed
said.
right there on your lower back.
I'm sure.
That's your grand stamp.
That Phillies P.
Yeah. You go, I love seeing. I'm a fanatic, and then there's an arrow.
My kids do love Philly Fanatic.
Of course they do.
I'm not gonna lie about that.
You love mascots, and you think Bryce was like smart and good to do what he did.
I think Mets fans are more insufferable than Phillies fans.
That's hard. What smells worse? You know what I mean? Like the rotten egg or the skunk or both. They can all go to hell. But it's that's a hard choice, honestly. To me, Philly fans are worse. Mets fans are certainly irritating. I went to school with a bunch of them.
that was their Howie Kendrick grand slam against the Dodgers moment, basically.
Yeah.
It was just breathtaking to watch. Again, that had never happened before. To be down in the ninth inning, to hit a home run to take the lead in a winner-take-all game in playoff baseball, we've never seen it. And by the way, they were killing Alonso in New York, killing him.
Mm-hmm.
He'd had a terrible game 163 doubleheader, game 161, 162, whatever the hell that was, and then a terrible start to this series and a rough finish to the season and a down year. They were running him out of town as a pending free agent. And now they're all singing his praises.
I always loved the guys. They're like my favorite man ever. They got to resign him no matter what the cost is.
The other game I was watching last night was the Falcons and the Bucs went to overtime.
That was just amazing.
Kirk Cousins in primetime, 509 yards and 4 touchdowns, a walk-off winner.
Mooney moving. That's fired. That's caught. And that is Hodge. And Hodge is going to take it to the end zone. A most improbable win for the Atlanta Falcons.
Now, thanks to Al Michaels for waking up just
I was
in
going to
time.
say, Al Michaels, little juice. Huh?
No.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
No? Oh.
Didn't quite meet the moment for me. Okay. But we won't critique the call any more than we need to. How about that game? The Falcons, with 12 seconds left, got a completion on a slant that supposedly was a call they changed in the huddle. Like, Zach Robinson sends in, we got to go to the sideline. Actually, you know what, Kirk? Let's bang the slant. Let's see if we can spike it. If we can't, we lose anyway. Who cares? And so they do that. And with 1 second left, they get a spike. Then there's a delay of game. So a 48-yard field goal becomes a 53-yard field goal. Younghoe Koo knocks it through. They go to overtime. They get the coin toss, and they go win. Cousins, the first quarterback in the league's history to throw for 500 yards in a game where his team never had the lead on one pass attempt. They were chasing the game, never by more than a field goal or a touchdown, but it was always one possession, but they couldn't get any stops. So they were always behind by like 3 points. First quarterback NFL history to throw for 500-plus yards and lead his team to a win without throwing a single pass with his team in the league.
So I can't explain how we got there. I mean, that was remarkable, and not taking anything away from Cousins and the Falcons. But when you, on 4th and 15 with $1:52 left, throw an interception, and the other team clearly has the ball because of that interception.
They do.
I'm going, you can't lose that game, right? Like, at that point, isn't it like...
So they went for the 4th and 15, which I would not have done. I would have punted. They had 3 timeouts. You could have got them to run it 3 times and burn 3 timeouts. They decided, the analytics said, go for it. And the reason is, if you get it, you still have the ball.
You have more time.
But if you don't, then they're already basically in field goal range. So you let them run 3 plays, call your timeouts if you want. Then they kick, and it's still a one-possession game because you were down 3, now you're down 6, and you need to go get a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
So basically it was just like, well, at least they're not going to drive the length of the field against my defense.
And smart by Atlanta. I mean, again, not taking anything away from them. If I'm Tampa, I'm going, I had the ball with the lead with $1:44 left, and I lost that game. That would be hard to stomach.
Tough.
That would be real tough to swallow.
On that drive, by the way.
Yes.
So they had the ball. There's a holding penalty that knocks them out of field goal range. On the play with what was a very obvious hold, the Falcons got away with a face mask on the tackle. Should have probably been offsetting penalties. Redo the play. If you redo the play rather than the penalty, they probably can still kick a long field goal. If they make it, it's a 6-point game, and they still win. Regardless, they don't. They punt. The Falcons, for the 3rd time in 5 weeks, go down the field to win a football game.
If the Falcons are involved, it's going to be a 1-score game. I'll tell you that right now. You can take that to the bank. And also, speaking of Tampa Bay, I can't get over this kind of stuff. These are the kind of things that just would drive me crazy as a fan. They have the ball with 3 minutes left and they're driving. Then they fumble that one. And you go, okay, Atlanta's going to go down and score. And then they held. Whatever. Just a remarkable bit of theory.
I don't know where this is all headed with Cousins in Atlanta because they drafted Michael Penix.
Yeah.
Presumably to play next year.
Certainly the best he's looked this year.
Meaning Cousins will probably be traded at the end of the year, but he's got 3 game-winning drives in 5 weeks for them.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 15 now since 2017, which is 4 more than any other quarterback. Going to be fascinating to see if they can continue to play well, what happens there based on the draft that they just had. But an amazing night, both for playoff baseball and for the NFL's 5th week kicking off. Speaking of week 5, the Commanders and the Browns on Sunday. Jeff Phelps, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, joins us to scout the Browns next. And welcome back. And thanks for making the show part of your day. G&D out and about and on the road. Little Friday field trip at the Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria on Mandeville Lane. We're over by the AMC Hoffman, if you're familiar with the area. Stop by, check out Atlas's 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza and awesome wings. We're here until 6:30. It's Atlas Brew Works, brand new in Alexandria. For more information, go to thefandc.com. We want to get the latest on the Browns. Let's get some scouting in, and let's talk to one of our favorite folks at our sister station in Cleveland. Let's get after it. Jeff Phelps, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, joins us. So, Jeff, I guess let's just start with the State of the Union. How bad are things for the 1-3 Browns right now?
How bad do you want them to be, guys?
Very bad. As bad as possible.
Well, it's someone else's turn besides us.
By God, you got it. Let's see. Last game of the guys that you expected to be starting on the offensive line at the beginning of the year, one of them was. That was Joel Bitonio. He was at left guard. Jedrick Wills coming back from a knee injury. He's been a mess. Ethan Posick at center. He went out during the game. Wyatt Teller's out. He's on IR for at least 4 games. And Jack Conklin's not back yet. And DeJuan Jones has been back and playing right tackle, but he appears to be out of shape and maybe not as motivated as he was. So we're down to 20% on an offensive line, guys, but it might be better on Sunday.
Other than that, though, your line's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been on fire, right?
We've had way too much fun lately. I will tell you that. The team was expected to do well. If we had one of our guests this week, I said, what's a bigger surprise? That the Browns are 1-3 or the Commanders are 3-1? And they said, oh, that's a really good question. And they took the Browns. More of a surprise at 1-3 than the Commanders at 3-1. For whatever that's worth.
So it sounds like then the Deshaun Watson struggles are much bigger than just he's not that good anymore.
You know, the other day, guys, the last game against the Raiders, he was okay. But they're paying him $230 guaranteed million, gave up 3 number ones and other draft picks, and you didn't do all that for a guy to be okay. I mean, he hasn't had a 300-yard passing game as a member of the Browns yet. He doesn't seem to instill a ton of confidence in his teammates. Now, the offense has been out of whack. They have a new offensive coordinator this year, Ken Dorsey, coming in, replacing Alex Van Pelt. Doesn't seem to have done very much. The Browns in 4 games, and I think this is the most telling stat. I mean, there are a lot of stats about this team. The most telling stat, they've played 4 games. They have scored 15, 16, 17, and 18 points. And we all know that it won't do it in the NFL.
Jeff Phelps with us here on Grant and Danny. I feel like this defense is good. It's a little, because it's based on a couple of things. One, last year that defense was excellent, Jeff. But more importantly, this year they've turned in some pretty good homework, although it's been against a couple offenses that are pretty pedestrian. Where are they at now? How are they compared to last year in your mind? Every bit as good, almost as good. Give us a feel.
You know, the funny thing, guys, is that we thought it was going to be pretty good. And then we thought, all right, chance to get healthy. And they got shredded against Dallas. Then they played Jacksonville, gave up 13 points. Didn't play terribly defensively against the Giants. But then went up against a Raider team that was dead last in the NFL in rushing yards at 51 per game. And the Browns gave up 152 yards rushing against the Raiders. And I know the Commanders have done a great job of running the football. I would expect Kingsbury and Quinn to just look at that and think, yep, here we go. We're going to run the ball like crazy against these guys until they can stop it. They've had some injury issues. Myles Garrett is banged up. Myles is as good of a defensive player as there is in the NFL. He said he had a foot thing. Well, then a foot thing became a foot and a calf thing, and then a foot and a calf and a thigh thing, and then it became my entire leg. So he's out there playing, but he's not playing up to his capabilities because he's just dinged up. This team's there's a lot of injuries, and I think that's part of it, guys. But they've just not had the same maybe kind of fire that they had on the defensive side of the ball. Second year with Jim Schwartz, defensive coordinator, he came in last year, made them a really aggressive defense. And it was really good. They were number one in the NFL in fewest yards allowed, points allowed. They were kind of middle of the pack. But it was tough to gain yards against them. And this year, as the Raiders just showed, and you can get yards on this team, but they'll still be attacking, and you can be sure going up against Jaden Daniels, a rookie quarterback, they're going to be bringing it and trying to put some pressure on him and see how he handles it. And I would think, based on what we've seen out of 4 games, he's going to handle it pretty well. But the defense that was dominant last year, and I think that people in Cleveland, guys, were counting on to be the reason this team would be really good, so far it's been okay. And an okay defense with what they've had on offense is the reason you're 1-3 right now.
Jeff Phelps, 92.3, the Fan in Cleveland, scouting the Browns for us on Grant and Danny. Let's say we're looking back on Monday and Cleveland came in here and stunned Washington. How'd they do it?
Deshaun Watson threw for about 260 yards. More than one wide receiver stepped up and had a decent game. And the Browns about 120 yards on the ground. How's that?
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility against this defense, honestly.
And I agree. But the problem is the Browns haven't been able to put a game like that together. Nick Chubb is coming back from another really bad knee injury. It happened early last year against Pittsburgh. His window to practice is open, but he won't be playing. So they've got Jerome Ford, who had over 800 yards last year. Deontay Foreman, who I've always liked, but they don't use very much as their running backs. And this is a team, guys, that has always run the ball well and runs it pretty effectively per carry. But last I looked, I think they were 29th or 30th in the NFL in fewest carries. And a lot of those have been Deshaun Watson. The last 2 games from Ford and Foreman, they've had only 12 and 14 carries. And this is a passing game that is one of the worst ranked passing games. Yet I think they're top 3, at the very least top 4, last time I looked for the game last night, in pass attempts. So it hasn't made much sense to us. You run the ball better than most, but you're not running it. You don't pass it as well as most, but you're passing it like crazy. They're trying to figure some things out on offense and trying to make something really click for Deshaun Watson, guys. And so far it hasn't. And that was with Deshaun looking okay against the Raiders. Again, nobody in Cleveland is satisfied with okay. Neither is he. Neither is the coaching staff. But it's kind of a nice step. He's had a couple of chances, and the last game against the Raiders was really tough. They were down by 4, fourth quarter. They got the ball once. Jerome Ford fumbled with about 8 minutes to go. Then they got the ball with 6 something to go, and they had a 3-and-out. Then they got it with 3:10 to go. They moved it downfield, and on a 4th down, Watson didn't throw the ball. Instead, he took a sack, and so they've had opportunities in the 4th quarter for a quarterback to do what he's getting paid to do, and it hasn't happened. So they really need to get a game together. They need what happened, not maybe to the extent of Kirk Cousins last night for the Falcons, where, boy, that offense has been struggling, and then, boom, it clicked. And the Browns haven't had one of those.
Jeff Phelps, 92.3 in Cleveland with us, breaking down the Cleveland Browns here on Grant and Danny. So, Jeff, to me, the thing that scares me the most, and everyone's going to be able to run on Washington. I think that's a thing. But, James Conner ran wild last week, and they only gave up 14 points. In 3 of their 4 games, talking about Washington here, they've allowed number 1 wide receivers to just go nuts. Mike Evans went nuts. Malik Neighbors went nuts. Jamar Chase went nuts. So, Amari Cooper's pretty damn good. I think Judy's a nice 1A for most teams. I think that's where there's vulnerability. If, to kind of your point, Watson has his act together. What's the feeling about, you kind of mentioned it, they haven't thrown it great, but they're almost waiting, licking their chops for an opportunity maybe like this to have that breakout game?
And that might really be true. The interesting thing is Amari Cooper's in the last year of his contract, and he had a very, very mild hold out, hold in. He was not happy with his contract, so he wasn't working out. And Browns did not extend him. And they reached an agreement where he was given some bonus incentives. And that brought him back. But we thought it was kind of interesting, guys. He's 30. That's that magic number for a wide receiver, right? If you get to be 30, you never know. They chose not to invest long term. Whether that has had an impact on his play or not, we're not sure. But he's had an inconsistent go of it so far. Certainly you can blame some of that on the offensive line quarterback, but he's been inconsistent. He's had some drops that he typically doesn't have. He had a ball last week, hit him, and a Raider flashed kind of in front of him. So I honestly could see how he might be able to say, and he never did, might be able to say, man, that thing, it messed up my vision for just a second, and I lost track of it. It bounced off his number on his chest, went straight up in the air. Raiders intercepted the ball and then took it downfield, touchdown on a short field, and got the lead in the game. And that was key. He did get behind the defense for an 82-yard touchdown, and that was brought back because of an offensive line penalty. So he's had some moments. Jerry Jeudy has looked okay at times and looks like a guy who could hurt a defense, but it's really hard to tell, guys. We're sitting here in Cleveland, and the thought is, okay, can you make any real judgments with the offensive line so beat up? But if you can, well, then Deshaun's not playing well. But is that because of the offensive line? And are the receivers not getting open because they don't have time to get open because they're throwing the ball so short and not so quickly? Deshaun's hanging on to the ball too long, and they're not throwing the ball downfield at all. So it's a really strange combination. And until the offensive line in Cleveland gets straightened out a little bit, I think it's going to be really hard for anybody to make any real accurate judgments about what might be going wrong with that offense.
Jeff Phelps, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We'll let you out on this. What's your prediction for Sunday?
I think the Browns are so due for a win, guys. I think they get one.
No
and
way.
I'll go with,
wow, how about that?
Honestly. How about 2017?
Okay. It was just that was an okie doke because you kind of told us the whole time that they stunk, but then you're picking them to win.
Just rope-a-doping over there, Jeff. I love it.
They're not as bad as they play, guys. That's the thing.
I agree with that.
And if they can just put it together a little bit, I mean, they could real easily be 3-1 right now. They got smoked by Dallas. Other than that, they should have beat the Giants and they should have beat the Raiders, I think. And I think they can give the Commanders a really good game, and I think it'll be a tight game. And if the Browns don't screw it up themselves, I think they can win it. But man, Jaden Daniels has been fun to watch, and I've always loved Terry McLaurin. So I'm glad that the Commanders are having a good time with their new quarterback.
It's been a blast here so far. Jeff, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, and enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, Jeff.
Guys, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You got it. Great insight from Jeff Phelps, our sister station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan out there. How about the old shell game there?
That's a swerve. Yeah.
I mean, hey, they're stink. Their offensive line can't block anyone. They're injured. They've been terrible. Deshaun Watson's never thrown for 300. But they're going to win on Sunday.
That felt very Eric Bickle. Yeah, but they're due.
You know what that is? It's the video of that old guy who, like, turns around. He's like, somebody call the cops. And then he's, like, pointing the gun at the guy, the little old man.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you, there's a little quiet confidence that you can get when no one gives you a chance. And he's going, my guys aren't this bad. Your guys probably aren't that good. But yet everybody thinks Washington's going to beat Cleveland. That's where in this league you've got to have a healthy amount of respect for the opponent and just a little bit of pause to say,
without question,
nobody knows anything, especially barely into October, 4 games in. None of us know anything. 10 days ago, we thought the Commanders were awful. Now we all think they're going to potentially win the division. It changes like that.
For sure. And I do think it's a good case, by the way, to go, you're probably not as good as when the game was competitive 42-7 against an okay opponent. And for Cleveland, you're probably not as bad as 1-3 with an offense that can't even manage to get out of the huddle. You know what I mean? Like there's a happy medium there. Things settled. Again, every good break doesn't always go your way. Sometimes the other team gets one too. The fumble that goes out of bounds, we would never think about. Well, it doesn't next time, and it's inbounds, and Cleveland's got it, or the tip pass, or a million things that could go wrong. So predicting a close game, which would then, you make it a coin toss, then all of a sudden you're not really sure. So it's not an outrageous idea that Cleveland could play better than they have and Washington might regress a little bit. That's not nuts.
It sounded like you did. He said the Browns are not as bad as their 1-3 record.
Yeah, I don't think they're a 4-win team this year.
I don't either, but they are dead last of 32 teams in DVOA.
Yeah, I don't think they're the worst team in the
1-3.
That I guess I tend to agree with, but I don't think they're the worst team in the NFL. Right? Are they 32 out of 32 to you? They're not to me.
No, but in the same sense that I don't know that I would look at any team and say they're 32 out of 32, if that makes sense.
It does.
Like New England isn't terrible. They might be the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
Carolina has won and given the Bengals a run the last 2 weeks. They're probably the worst team in the league. See what I'm saying?
I do see it.
Nobody is awful. Nobody
Fine.
can't get out of their own way. Cleveland, to me, if you just – the whole league, to me, is about offense, moving the ball, scoring points. They cannot do that.
No, they can't do that. Or they haven't yet. Do they have they faced Washington's defense, and now all of a sudden they can have good numbers? I don't think that's the case, but would you be shocked if they have their best offensive day this year against Washington's defense?
Of course
not, right?
Richmond John just tweeted us at Grant H. Paulson for me at Funny Danny for Danny. He says, "Do theory. I feel really good about the Commanders' chances after that." That's what that was. He did the Eric Bickle do theory.
Yeah, there's
thing.
a little bit of do theory there.
He basically spent 15 minutes telling us that the Browns are not good, and then he's like, "But they're 1-3 and they're due for a win." So we'll say they get it. It's the old do theory thing. That's what this is. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You're looking at the video. That,
I am now, yeah.
Nate
Our
Elgin.
buddy Nate, yeah.
Go ahead. Tell everyone what happened.
So 3 times, Grant, and for some reason you still have the worst structure I've ever seen. I don't understand why you're not changing it. But we are elevating our computational devices so that the cameras in our faces are not like looking up and giving us 11,000 chins. And so what I've done is I've put 2 napkin holders horizontally along the table.
It was my original design, if I may.
Yeah, and
I agree.
And it's great, and it's fine, and there's no problem. And Grant was trying to teeter balance them vertically on this weird structure, and he kept like over pushing on his screen, and it fell. Then the screen was still tilted back, and then it fell again. And then he tried to pick it up and it bounced it off a couple times, and it fell.
The video of you watching it fall is hilarious. I'm going to tweet it out actually. So Danny sees it fall the first time.
Yeah.
Then I get it back, and then it falls again, and you pull your hands back.
God.
For some reason, you're freaking out. Yeah, but I've got it now. What happened is Clary, who apparently, in addition to being a radio producer, is also capable of building major structures.
He's a scaffolding guy, building engineer.
Engineer Clary got me a 3rd napkin holder. So now I've got a triangular base. So this computer, no matter what I do, can't fall now. So
I mean, I'll bet you'll test that.
We are in business.
If you just would go horizontal with the napkin holders, you'd be in such a good place.
Go to at Grant H. Paulson. You can see my computer falling and Danny freaking out if you want to check that out. Next, 5 NFL games of the weekend ranked the best on the slate for Sunday and Monday. You're listening to G&D on a Football Friday. future, it is time for you to plan yours. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, will help you do that. They'll get you squared away on a last will and testament or set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. Get a discount. kmlawyers.com. My parents chatted with them. The in-laws are talking to them. I handled my own business, Danny. It's one of those things you got to do.
It is super important to do. And they make the challenging, the slightly uncomfortable as easy as it could possibly be. These guys are wonderful.
Getting to talk to some listeners today, which I always enjoy. Getting to hang out oot and a boot with a little Friday field trip. The G&D show today, live from Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria, Mandeville Lane. Stop by and check out 15 taps, dozens of TVs, delicious pizza, great wings. We will be here until it's a football Friday. Let's spin you around the NFL with our 5 best games of the weekend. I think you got to start in the AFC with the Bills and the Texans. These are two teams that both appear to have a chance to come out of the AFC when the dust settles, especially if the Chiefs are going to be more susceptible than in the past. Buffalo is 3-1. Houston is 4-1. Danny, the Bills beat Arizona, Miami, Jacksonville to start the season, lost to the Ravens. So not like it's been an arduous schedule for them yet. Meanwhile, the Texans, probably not the style point you're looking for either. They've beaten the Colts, the Bears, and the Jaguars. The only good team they've played beat them 34-7. That was the Vikings.
Yeah, so nobody's coming in feeling as strong as they possibly could be, right? You mentioned Houston got woodshedded by Minnesota, barely eked by Jacksonville this past week. So Jacksonville remained defeated. Buffalo got shellacked at Baltimore. So now all of a sudden you're going, all right, what are you? Well, you had a nice start. That's adorable. If you're a contender, these are the kind of games you go step up and you beat a quality opponent. Both these teams are good. No referendum here or nothing's going to change that. Whoever wins or loses, they're both going to be competitive in the AFC. But that's a little bragging rights game. Buffalo 1.5 dog on the road. So basically a pick 'em game right there. I don't have a great feel for it, but I know I will be entertained.
I think the Texans win at home.
I think the Bills win on the road.
Okay.
There you have it. There's our disagreement.
I still like the Bills to win the division. But speaking of their top contender in the AFC East, the New York Jets, they're playing the morning Sunday game in London. By the way, can we clap it up for 9:30 a.m. football, ladies and gentlemen? Eggs, bacon, breakfast, just the way Danny likes it.
Let's separate our hands and put them right down in our laps. It's the worst thing in the world. Stop doing this, please. Stop making it so that I get in fights. Stop ruining everything. That's kid time. That is not supposed to be the time. You always have weird, dumb results in stadiums that shouldn't have football games. 1, 4, 8. You've got something perfect. Stop ruining it. Thank you.
4 windows on Sunday starting at 9:30 a.m. That game will end just as the 1 o'clock kicks are getting
started. In all
started.
sincerity, I'm not trying to do a bit. Is it on some dumb app? Like where you can only stream, but if you're on Yahoo / like Outlook or something?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
I believe this is a CBS
TV,
game.
good.
Jets and Vikings. Minnesota trying to get to 5-0. This is the Sam Darnold storyline, the redemption arc.
Big one.
They have beaten the Giants, Niners, Texans, and Packers. By the way, that's a quality schedule. I don't want to say murderer's row, but San Francisco Super Bowl contender.
Yes.
Houston Super Bowl contender. Green Bay playoff caliber team. 3 quality wins to get to 4-0. The schedule will lighten up eventually. Darnold's been balling. He's an MVP candidate. Other side of the ledger for the Jets, they lost to the Broncos in embarrassing fashion in their last game in the rain, 10-9. You've got a little trouble in paradise between Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers. Saleh's calling out his snap count. Rodgers is saying he needs to hold people accountable. This feels like a really big game for the Jets.
It is 100% a big game for the Jets. And some idiot, you know him really well, he's handsome and loves pickleball, said the reason Minnesota's not going to have that great of a season and they would finish 3rd in the division is because their schedule was tough. Well, they countered that by winning all those games. By beating San Fran, destroying Houston, beating Green Bay. I thought the Jets would be a lot better. I thought, and then they played Detroit out of the bye week. I thought they might be 1-4, maybe 2-3 at best, kind of limping along. Wrong. They've been outstanding to this point. They, have some room to flounder a little bit. The Jets don't. The Jets, as you said, trouble in paradise. They need this game. They need to start playing well at some point.
Grant and Danny taking a deep dive into Week 5 NFL and the Sunday slate. Our 3rd favorite game of this weekend. How about the Ravens and the Bengals in the AFC North? Baltimore's 2-2 at Cincinnati 1-3. Bengals have to have it. Here's the problem with letting that Washington game get away from you, losing to the Chiefs by a point, getting upset by the Patriots. You don't really have the wiggle room
there's no wiggle
to drop a game like this to Baltimore. Their only win this past week by 10 over the Andy Dalton-led Panthers was actually a good game, 34-24. But after the Ravens, things get a little lighter for Cincinnati. You've got the Giants, the Browns, the Raiders on the schedule ahead. So if they could win this game, let's go have a season if you're a Bengals fan. But if they don't, it's probably over before it starts. Meanwhile, the Ravens are 2-2. By way of DVOA, I think I saw this from Aaron Schatz. They're the second best 2-2 team in history in terms of like their overall value.
Yep.
But they lost to the Chiefs in week 1 in the tight game. And then the Raiders stunned them coming back from down 10 in the fourth quarter. Back-to-back wins over the Cowboys and the Bills. It feels like Baltimore's getting it going.
Yeah, I think the Ravens are good. Now, they were pretty darn good. If you look at that one game that they lost to the Raiders, right? They were dominating that game. They were the better team, and then somehow let it get away from them, which made no sense to me. That's their bad hiccup loss. They always seem to be good for one or two of those.
Devante Adams is in the news, so I just want to crowbar this in really quick. The fourth quarter of that Raiders-Ravens game, if you watched it, was as good a quarter from a receiver as I've seen all year. A couple people are throwing out there that Devante Adams is washed and doesn't have it anymore. Rewatch the fourth quarter of that game. Now, I'm not going to tell you he's not a pain in the butt or that I would want him, but he can still play. He dominated and took over the game and won that game for the Raiders in the fourth quarter.
That's a good point. He's a baller. So the Ravens dropped the game they should not have dropped. They always do that, and now you look up and you'll go, oh, man, is this different now? They're missing so many guys. They keep on rolling. They showed you who they are this past week by beating the hell out of Buffalo. I like them, even though it's on the road at Cincinnati. I think defensively they're very good, and they, with Derrick Henry rolling, I think Cincinnati won't be able to stop them.
Cowboys Steelers is going to be number 4 on the list. This is a primetime game, Sunday Night Football, 8:20 East Time kick in D.C. This is in Pittsburgh. Cowboys on the road trying to avoid what would be a third loss in 4 games. Their only win since week 1 was that squeaker over the Giants they easily could have lost this past week on Monday Night Football. So you think about it this way. I got the Steelers defense playing well enough to hang. This is basically a can Justin Fields make enough plays game for Pittsburgh. Can the Cowboys do anything outside of throwing the ball to CeeDee Lamb? The Steelers won their first 3 games, squeakers over the Falcons and Broncos. Then they beat up on the Chargers in a game where Justin Herbert left the game with injury. They lost a game they shouldn't have to the Colts this past week. They're sitting at 3-1. They're in decent shape regardless, but this would be a signature win for them. And if they win this game, I would say Fields is going to be their starter, and Wilson's not getting a shot.
I think that's pretty safe to say. I'd also say that Dallas's injury report reads like Crime and Punishment. It's a novel. There are a lot of guys. They're banged up. Some are going to go, some are not. So they are vulnerable here, and Pittsburgh can thump. And Pittsburgh's defense is good enough to cause some havoc. It's your turnover or two. I don't know if they're good enough to shut down CeeDee Lamb, but you would say they're good enough to have some impact there and harass Dak Prescott. I'm not afraid of Dallas's running game at all, and Pittsburgh's going to try to play bully ball and win 13-12. I think they can.
One more note on the Steelers quarterback situation. Mike Tomlin was asked again this week, is there a path to Justin Fields becoming the starter and Russell Wilson's health not really mattering? And Tomlin said, yes, we're not there yet, but yes, that could happen. And they said, well, how do we get there? And he basically said, Justin Fields wins. Justin Fields plays well. I don't know which one's more important. I guess both of them. And if he plays badly in a win, then maybe you stick with him anyway. But we're certainly trending toward Justin Fields just being the quarterback of the Steelers, it feels like. Fifth and final of our 5 favorite games of the weekend on Grant and Danny. Why don't we go to the Saints and the Chiefs? This looks like a fun little matchup between Kansas City and New Orleans in primetime. This is slated for a home game for Kansas City. They're trying to get to 5-0. You already know they're trying to win a 3rd straight Super Bowl. Nobody's ever done that. It's odd because there's nothing right now that they're doing that looks special.
Right.
They're not scary. Kelsey has gotten old. He's not the weapon he once was. Rashee Rice is hurt. They don't really have receivers who are potent in any way. Patrick Mahomes is off to his slowest start in terms of turnovers in his career. And yet you look up, and they have 4 wins, and they've beaten good teams. The Chiefs, the Bengals, the Falcons, most recently in the division coming back from down 10-0 to beat the Chargers. all they do is win. They're inevitable. I don't understand it.
Yeah, they're so well coached. They know exactly who they are, right? They plug guys in to do just enough, and you count on Pat Mahomes to make a couple miracle plays. His numbers have been pedestrian. It looks like a middling late round fantasy quarterback type stuff where he's third in the league in interceptions. That's not what we're used to. As you said, they're depleted now, right? No Pacheco, no Rashee Rice. It's going to have to be other guys, stepping up as they can. I don't know if they can, though. They're going to win games with defense, kind of ground and pound, a little bit of creativity here and there. New Orleans, after their 45 points per game start through a couple of weeks, has certainly cooled off lately, dropping their last two. So this is a great test for them to catch up, frankly, a vulnerable Kansas City Chiefs team. They won't be vulnerable in December and January because they're the Chiefs and that's what they do. They're vulnerable now, and if New Orleans wants to get back on track and kind of keep pace with the Tampas and Atlantas, you better get going.
Saints-Chiefs Monday Night Football. So there's your top 5 games. Bills-Texans in the AFC, little cross-conference London kick. Vikings-Jets in the morning. Ravens-Bengals in the AFC North. Cowboys-Steelers, another fun matchup you don't see very often. And then the Saints and the Chiefs. I like the flavor of NFC versus AFC this weekend. Also, nobody cares about this but me, and Danny definitely doesn't care about this.
Oh, nice. Here we go.
This is a really good jersey matchup weekend. Like, I always love when the juxtaposition of colors and jerseys is aesthetically pleasing on TV. I think we're going to have a lot of good uniform matchups this weekend.
That's something I was actually not thinking about at all.
Yeah. I knew you wouldn't be.
Yeah, like it literally never occurred to me even for a second. So that's interesting that you I don't know. I didn't have a close there. There's no close.
You started, but you had nothing.
Yeah, because there was nothing really to say. Where it's like, I didn't think about that, and we'll continue to not. Back to you.
It's a football Friday. The Commanders are 3-1 on the field. How are you winning off the field? We're at Atlas Brewworks eating pizza, so that's an off-field victory. But how about you? What little things going right in your day? Hopefully you're in a good mood like we are, getting ready for the Commanders and the Browns. Let's hear from you on what has made you smile today that nobody else would care about. Don't do it for us. Do it for the Goose. Bruce Allen, 800-636-1067. Next on Grant and Danny. this up. We might have to turn one of these Fridays into a winning on the field segment.
Wow.
But that's a few weeks down the road. It's been a while since we thought about doing that. It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny for our daily double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. The double play is winning off the field. This is something very tiny that only you would care about, that nobody else would understand, that made you smile. Something like the fact that in lieu of going to the office today, we came out to Atlas Brew Works, where we're eating pizza and high-fiving Commanders fans about a fast start on the football field. Therefore, we are
winning off the field.
I would add, I got to play some pickleball this morning at the Homestead, which was great, which was fantastic, but that's not even it. I was hungry as soon as I was done, so I came inside. I thought these were all gone, but they weren't. There was one left. Trader Joe's has their seasonal pumpkin bagels that are just terrific. It takes the cinnamon raisin bagel, does like kind of a suplex, a DDT, the people's elbow, think of any other, the Hulk Hogan's leg drop, everything in its prime, and buries it. And I got to eat one. It was the last one, but I got it. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Thank you, Goose. I'll throw in one more, if you don't mind, Danny, before we get to the phone.
I think I'll allow it. Yep.
My favorite football team plays on Sunday. I will be at the game. I'm going to tailgate before the game with the wife and her tailgate group. She gets to go to about half the games now, season ticket holder, because of the kids,
Sure,
the
yeah,
babysitting situation. My mom's kind enough to come up, watch the kids, so the wife's going to go. That having been said, I'm going to go to a tailgate where everyone's going to be in a good mood, and where it's possible that said tailgate is not going to be the highlight of the day.
Oh.
Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Let's go to the phones. Herb is in Waldorf to get things started for us on Grant and Danny. How are you, Herb?
What's going on, fellas? So for starters, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So for starters, today is my birthday. But that I feel like that's too big of a winning off the field moment. So
that's
with
right.
That being said, I went to the movies. Took my son out of school early to go ahead and see the Transformers movie, and started off great movie. I think Brian Tyree Hill playing Megatron was awesome. But when I went in there, I happened to get some free popcorn, and right afterwards, Crumble Cookie gives you the free cookies for your birthday. So therefore, I doubled up and got free stuff on my birthday, and I am
winning off the field.
There it is. Two takeaways there. Number one, they're still making Transformers movies, and that is a massive development.
They're never going to stop. This one's animated.
Someone needs to stop them.
It's called so you have all the original voice cast, like Peter Cullen is the guy that plays Optimus Prime, like with a beautiful, awesome, deep voice, right? They're like, no, let's have Chris Hemsworth do it. What? Wait, I love Chris Hemsworth, but what are we doing? And they changed the voices, and now they're friends from before. This is like old school Cybertron. I'm not sure what they're doing. They're never going to stop.
I am old enough to remember the original Transformers movie when Megan Fox looked about as good in that movie as anybody's any looked in ever
Great
movie.
actress in terms of acting ability and acting.
She was good. In fact, I remember you and me and Darius talking about that movie, that Transformers movie, and we said, Ryan, how good does Megan Fox look in that movie? And you said, guys, I'm above that. I don't do that.
I only make eye contact, and she's a great actress. Why aren't you talking about Shia LaBeouf the same way?
And that's the
what you
kind of
said.
guy Ryan Clary is.
That's what he said. Not interested.
We get to work with Ryan every day, and he's that kind of guy. Therefore, we are.
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Greg, who's in Winchester on line 2.
Coming to like cats, Greg.
Greg, what's up?
Hey, boys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Last weekend, I had a whole bunch of yard work to do, trimming and cutting and planting and moving dirt, whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But I was able to get all that work done, and I did not puncture my skin. I did not pull my groin, and I was not killed by any space rocks of death. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Greg understood the assignment.
That's how you play, Greg.
How does anyone do yard work and not afterwards take a shower where something burns? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like when you're pulling you're picking up leaves, you're putting together something, you're pulling weeds, something's getting cut, something's getting scratched. It's the pits.
Blisters best case, like raw chafe skin elsewhere. Weird, those weird itchy like barely touched you, blades of grass. Now you feel the echoes even after you shower. Always so miserable. And you got none of that?
Unexplained scratches.
The unexplained
You're just like looking at your leg. You're like, I don't remember drawing blood there.
Did a twig get me somehow on a ricochet?
Let's go to Ernest in West Virginia. I loved when you went to camp. Hello, Ernest.
Hey, how you doing, guys? It seems like a trend. Waldorf, Winchester, West Virginia, WWW. My last name is Williams. But anyway, real quick. Was trying to get something to eat. Didn't want to spend a lot of money, less than $10. Stopped at Burger King, get 2 cheeseburgers and an order of onion rings. And then I go to my favorite spot to eat. Look at it, started eating that cheeseburger. Had, instead of 2 cheeseburgers, 2 bacon cheeseburgers. Looked at my receipt and said, wow, they still charge me just for the bacon, just for the cheeseburger. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
My guy got 2 bacon cheeseburgers and onion rings.
If I could take an example of what this segment is and what it's about, that's it. Free bacon. Probably 59 cents worth of bacon.
But bacon.
But free bacon on his cheeseburger.
You ever eaten bacon before?
Sure have.
You ever smelled bacon before?
I sure have.
I actually met someone about a week ago. We were talking about bacon, who said they prefer their bacon undercooked to overcooked, like that rubbery kind of bacon to crispy.
Oh, come on.
And you know at that moment you never have to talk to this person again.
They told you right away, don't trust me.
It's like a disqualifying amount of information.
Listen, don't listen to my opinion anymore.
In fact, young people, if you're going on your first date tonight, it's Friday night or tomorrow, Saturday, your first date.
Like to a place like Colony Grove, for example.
Anywhere you want to go on your first date. You sit down at the table, you look across that table to this prospect, and you ask, how do you like your bacon? If they don't say crispy, get up and leave. It just can't work out. There's no path forward for you. Let's go to Ben in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. Hello, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, guys. I want to get to my day real quick, but I also was calling to ask for an example of some color matchups that were not so great. But so today, instead of going into the office, I played golf. And while I was playing golf, somebody else was cleaning up my front yard. So therefore, I was
Winning off the field.
Sorry about that.
Somebody else taking care of the yard.
Yeah.
So you want an example, or you're giving me an example of a bad color matchup?
I think he wants an example.
An example of a bad color game would be Bengals-Browns, where it's like a lot of orange. It's 2 very similar. You're looking for a juxtaposition. A great one would be the beauty of the Chargers, let's say, that powder blue uniform, that kind of gear.
Okay.
With like the throwback Falcons red helmets, or I think Falcon last week Chargers-Chiefs was a really good jersey matchup.
So you don't want Niners-Cardinals. You're out on that.
It's not very good.
That's
no.
so much red.
You're looking for a stark contrast, but also, in addition to the Tony Stark contrast, you would prefer beautiful colors. So the Carolina Panthers have an aesthetically excellent uniform.
Okay.
Them against, say, like a throwback, maybe 49ers jersey would be a sexy matchup.
But you wouldn't want Panthers-Cowboys. That's a lot of blue, a lot of white.
Yeah.
And that mixture.
And you said
I think
Cowboys.
I'm seeing it. Yeah. No, I'm seeing what you're saying now. I mean, I still don't care at all, but I see what you're saying.
It's a good round. We could keep going. The phones are hot, but we've got things to get to, including a Beltway Blitz, and somebody's about to win Caps tickets. We've got tickets to the home opener a week from Saturday, only here on Grant and Danny this week. One final pair to give out as soon as we return on the Fan. Grant and Danny, live from the Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. We are here until 6:30 tonight. Stop by and say hello. We're on Mandeville Lane. They've got 15 taps, dozens of TVs, plus delicious pizza, although you better get here soon because Danny's going to eat it all.
Am I right?
Huh? Who's your guy? Come on.
Having a good time.
Come on. What'd you just do there? What was that?
What's that?
I thought you just ate pizza.
Oh, I did.
What'd you do?
I ate another piece of pizza.
No, but what's the flavor that you just consumed?
Oh, I didn't understand what you're asking. This was just straight pepperoni. I saw it come out of the oven, and I said that. I want that.
Okay.
I'd done pepperoni in the tzatziki. I'd done kind of that ricotta kind of variety.
I'm a little bit surprised you didn't do something weirder.
Yes.
Normally you get like a pizza with a lot of weird stuff on
No,
it.
I did like a margarita situation, just as a kind of a palate cleanse to go from one to the other. Just an adult, sophisticated taste. I don't really want the one with mushrooms and onions. I've seen people do it. I need one more meat piece of pizza. That's coming later.
Time to plan your future, though. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori & Murrah. They'll update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you so you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're going to be covering the NFL and the Commanders on this Beltway Blitz, but let's get things started on the gridiron. Remember, we're giving away tickets in just a couple of minutes as well to Caps opening night, so be sure to be listening as this segment goes along. We got to start, though, with the Virginia Tech Hokies because the last time we saw the Hokies, what a heartbreaker that was. A 38-34 loss to Miami. I still don't know if the call was correct or not. Bill Roth, speaking of the call, was on the mic as number 8 Miami survived Virginia Tech. Bill, take us back to national TV Thursday, a little over a week ago. What'd you think?
Well, they called it a touchdown on the field, and they've always told us that you need indisputable video evidence to overturn a call. And I don't know that that was effective as the rule this past week. They called it a touchdown. They looked at it for 6 minutes, and then they overturned it. I think there are a lot of Hokie fans that would dispute the call. And I know that when they explained that to Coach Pry he mentioned during his press conference, he asked the supervisor of officials, what about indisputable video evidence? And there was not a satisfactory answer in the coach's mind to that question.
Preview this one for us. Longtime ACC foes, Stanford on the Virginia Tech schedule. I haven't gotten used to it, Bill. I apologize. Maybe, 50 years from now I'll have it figured out. But what do we need to know?
Well, I'm actually at the stadium now. We came over. The team flew out yesterday. We spent an extra day out here in the Bay Area. So they got here last night. The stadium is beautiful. I'm looking out now at the mountains here in the Bay Area. The one thing that is a bit surprising, it's really hot. It's going to be in the 90s tomorrow. And depending upon how it goes, this could be the hottest game on record in Virginia Tech football history tomorrow, which is a surprise, especially after playing a game in Miami last week. They're expecting highs in the mid-90s, totally unseasonable for this time in October. We don't know if Stanford's starting quarterback is going to play tomorrow. Jayden Daniels, really explosive running QB from Georgia, had a really nice game at Syracuse, which they won 2 weeks ago. Played pretty well. The score was deceptive last week down at Clemson. Stanford's 1-1. This will be their first ever ACC home game, and they expect a good crowd here for it. There's a bit of a festive atmosphere on this campus for the game. Stanford's been really good against the run. They're number 1 in the ACC and 8th nationally. They're only giving up 80 yards a game on the ground. So I think the Tech can't run the ball tomorrow with Bashal Tootin will be one of the real keys. Hokies have not been a good passing team the last 4 weeks. Kyron Drones has not thrown the ball particularly well. I guess you credit defenses for that. So I think it's going to come down to can Tech run the ball against Stanford's D.
How should we feel about the start to the season? It goes without saying the 2-3 record's a massive disappointment, but at least in the Miami game, it seems like things are trending in the right direction. Where are you at big picture with the program and the campaign here?
Well, I think, that's why tomorrow's huge. There's a huge difference between being 3-3 going into an open date and 2-4. Tech's lost 3 games by 3, by 3, and by 4. So they've been darn close. They're not that far away from being undefeated. And had they won that game, we'd be talking about the same guys being ranked 8th in the nation coming into this game tomorrow. But they're not. They're under 500. So I think they showed against Miami last Friday night down at Hard Rock that they've got the athletes, They ran the ball great against the Canes, over 200 yards. They led for 90% of the game on Miami's home field. So you can see the talent is there, the experience is there. They've got really good players. They just got to put it together, and we'll see if they can somehow forget about the end of that game at Hard Rock last Friday, yet take the momentum of how they played into this game tomorrow here on the West Coast. If they can do that, they come back at 3-3. They got 4 of the next 6 at home. They got a shot. And what Coach Pry told the team is if they finish strong, if they win these games, they're going to be favored in just about every game the rest of the way. They can get a rematch with Miami in the ACC championship game. But it starts against Stanford tomorrow. They want another shot at the Canes for sure after the way that game ended last week.
Bill, thank you as always, man. Have a great call.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, my friend. There he goes. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Our pal Zach Kruger joins us to break down the league. It's a pretty good weekend. Nice little moving weekend. Some prove-it games. I want to start Texans-Bills. Neither team comes in particularly hot. Buffalo got shellacked last week. The Texans got drubbed 2 weeks ago. Then this past week barely eked out Jacksonville. A couple injuries are watching. What's the key to that game for us, Zach?
Yeah, so the first key of this game, I would say, is going to be the Texans' running game. Joe Mixon expected to be back in Week 4. He gave it a test that didn't work out for him. A lot of people thought he was going to come back in Week 5 from that ankle injury that he suffered. And now Mixon, another week of not practicing. He has since been ruled out. Dameon Pierce, he only got 1 practice in this week, so we could be looking at another week of Cam Akers and Daria Gumbawale for the Texans. That probably doesn't bode too well for their rushing attack. As a team, the Texans have averaged 3.5 yards per carry with Mixon out. And they get back Tank Dell on this one, who missed last week with a chest injury. So Tank Dell is going to hopefully help buoy that Texans passing game a little bit, which we obviously know also features Stephon Diggs and leading receiver Nico Collins in receiving yards. Dell should have a big impact in this one. I think averaged 5.5 targets a game before his injury. And then on the other side of the ball for the Bills, Khalil Shakir rolled out with an ankle injury. He leads the Bills in all receiving categories. Rookie Keon Coleman is going to have to step up in what I think is going to really be a game chock full of points and hopefully a lot of passing plays for those interested in that sort of thing.
Zach, how about the Giants and the Seahawks? I just saw that Malik Neighbors with the concussion is not going to play. That is a bummer, man.
Yeah, it's a bummer, especially if you have him in fantasy. Malik Neighbors has been huge as far as that goes, and obviously huge for the Giants as a whole. This actually creates a very interesting scenario for Wan'Dale Robinson. Let me know if you guys knew this beforehand. Wan'Dale Robinson, third-year player out of Kentucky, is currently 5th in the NFL in targets while playing with Malik Neighbors, which is just insane to think about. Also 4th in receptions. We saw the Seahawks were unable to force even an incompletion against Jared Goff last week. I think Daniel Jones will probably give them a few incompletions just on his own because that's a Daniel Jones thing. But Wan'Dale Robinson is setting up for a big week in the Giants passing game. And then another name to look out for, Devin Singletary, doubtful with a groin injury. Doubtful tends to mean you won't be playing. Rookie running back Tyrone Tracy out of Purdue. He's a wide receiver who converted the running back. This season, he's out-snapped Eric Gray 63-15. I expect a big week for Tracy, who was actually one of my favorite prospects entering the draft this year. He forced a missed tackle on 39% of his college touches for Pro Football Focus. That actually ties for number 1 in my database dating back to 2020 with a guy named Bijan Robinson, if you've heard of him. He's obviously got good hands as a former wide receiver. So Tyrone Tracy is a guy I'm watching in that game. Giants are going to have to make do with what they have, but I'm very interested in seeing how Wan'Dale Robinson and Tyrone Tracy can impact this game with 2 key players for the Giants out.
Steelers, Cowboys. I have no feel for this game and how it's going to go. Give me your thoughts.
I think it's going to be a lot of Najee Harris with Jalen Warren and Cordell Patterson both out for this game. Patterson with the ankle injury he suffered last week. Jalen Warren with a knee injury that sat him down last week and will again this week. We know the Cowboys are bad against the run. They're allowing 145 yards per game on the ground. That's 7th most in the league. Steelers have a 54% rush rate in neutral game script. That is good for 4th highest. We know that the Steelers can win games on the ground. That's sort of been their bread and butter, even though Justin Fields has been good when asked to drop back and pass. But if this is going to be a game won by the Steelers, I think it's certainly going to be a lot of running to Najee Harris and mixing in Justin Fields. It's going to be won by the Cowboys. I doubt it's going to include much of a running game that just hasn't gotten anything going with Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott. I really like the Cowboys to try to air this one out. We'll see how their aggressive offense through the air pairs against a very slow offense against the Steelers with two of their top backs out.
Zach, we appreciate you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend ahead.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
See you, brother.
You got it, brother. All right, let's keep the Beltway Blitz moving and welcome onto the show our guy, Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, just like has been the case more often than not as you've been broadcasting in Washington, D.C. over the years, the Commanders have a chance to be 4-1 as you're doing radio shows next week.
How about that? Yeah, it's a normal occurrence around here. I mean, doesn't feel that new. It's nice to have that. I'm worried about Sunday. I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I don't think Cleveland's as bad as they've played, and I just think this is the NFL. We talk about this all the time. It's like once you think you've got it figured out, it's a cruel twist, and it seems like many people expect Washington to win this game, which is an unusual position to be in. But I'm excited. Look, I think, Grant, you and I were talking about this recently, but it's like I haven't been this sort of lying in wait, anticipating their next game in a long time. And it's primarily because of one guy, and that's the quarterback. But, man, the offense overall has been awesome. So I can't wait to see what we get to watch on Sunday.
Yeah, Daniels has been better than advertised, and Kingsbury's been incredible. It's funny, though. We were talking about the idea that they'd be 4-1. I mean, you've been doing radio in this market for close to 25 years at this point, I guess. For us as a show, we're on year 10 together. There's a scene in Batman in one of the recent Christian Bale movies where the Joker's like, it's like chasing a car. I don't even know what I'd do if I caught one. I don't even know how to do shows for a good football team. I've never structured them. I've never laid out. Like, I'm going to have to call someone in Kansas City and go, what do you do when the team is good?
Well, I mean, you gave me a little more time and tenure than I have. But, and by the way, Danny, I don't know if you're pumped, but I'm going to see the Joker, too, this weekend for sure. I'm going to find time to do that.
I'm in.
But I remember, like, we haven't had a fast start to a season, unless you want to count the Zorn season. That was the last time they were 4-1, 2008. It was kind of exciting. They were 6-2. The Alex Smith season, they were 5-2. I think the best I have felt was probably the Cousins 2016 season when they crushed Green Bay on Sunday night. They were 6-3-1 heading to Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. Their defense wasn't good at all, but, man, they were unstoppable offensively. And I think that's the best record they've had that late in the season since 91. I think, or no, probably since 96. But, yeah, no, I mean, just remember, every playoff run has been a late season run. 2020, 2015, 2012, even going back to 2007 and 2005. It was like they weren't good at the halfway mark. They just kind of surprised us at the end. So, yeah, we haven't dealt with, any of us, no matter how long we've been here, with October and thinking that we've got a really good football team.
Kevin, in terms of this defense, 3 of the 4 games, they've been pretty wretched in almost every metric. So you look at the passing totals allowed through 3 games, not Arizona. I'll get to that in a second. They were allowing opponents almost 128 quarterback rating, which would be the walkaway MVP if that guy did that for a whole season. They played pretty well, I thought, against Arizona. Is that a game they played pretty well in, or maybe a sign of improvement? And is this one of those get fat against Cleveland, an offense that struggled, or they can't even stop Cleveland? How are you feeling going into it?
I mean, the one thing that's been consistent since the Tampa game is they do try hard, okay? For whatever that's worth, the Quinn, mantra in the offseason, we're going to build an identity and it's going to be playing fast, it's going to be playing physical. They do try hard. But while it was improved, Danny, against Arizona, they still got gashed, on the ground. And I still can't believe that Kyler Murray ran the ball one time in that game. It was malpractice to drop him back into the pocket, and have him throw from there. He can't see over the line of scrimmage.
He was bad. Yeah, he looked lost.
And I thought that Arizona kind of helped out. Now, yes, they were much better than they were against Cincinnati and New York, but I think Arizona had something to do with it. But Cleveland's not good offensively either. But I would bet they come out and try to run the football because that's what everybody has been able to do against them. And remember, they started throwing the ball too because the game got out of control on Sunday. But if you can't stop the run in the NFL, you are very limited in terms of what you can do late in the season and then after the season ends. So that's got to change.
Sheen, I didn't get to watch last night. I fell asleep. Thursday Night Football, how was it? Any good last night?
Yeah. It's been so long since we've talked. I mean, I just
there weren't any midnight phone calls last night.
You guys are like secret lovers. I'm telling you, the way you behave. It's unbelievable.
Well,
You're cheating on your spouses.
In common. Yeah. That is true. I did have somebody reach out to me to say, is he putting together a Hall of Fame career? Which, by the way, just made everybody veer off the road. Numbers wise, yes. But here's the thing. You can't be in the Hall of Fame when you've won one wild card playoff game, right?
Correct.
He's going to have to light it up in the postseason for 2 straight years for him to have a chance. But the numbers are actually ridiculous. And people don't want to hear us talk about you-know-who because it's so triggering. But he was brilliant last night. One of the great passing performances we've seen in the NFL in years.
Yeah, they'll just have to put their big boy pants on and grow up a little bit. Hey, Kevin, thank you. We appreciate you.
See ya,
bro.
There's Kevin Sheehan. There might have been a midnight phone call last night.
I'm sure there was. You guys are panting back and forth. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? My cousin's underpants. What are you wearing?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's give away some tickets, shall we? You guys have earned those by listening to the program. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a pair to see the Capitals against the Devils. Home opener next Saturday night, October 12th at Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to 1067thefan.com. Next, little over-under props for the Commanders this weekend via the FanDuel projections. Which side are we going to live on? All of a sudden, we're betting more overs on this Commanders team, aren't we? We'll go through all of the key players on the offense, predict their games next on G&D. Live from the Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. Grant and Danny coming your way on the Fan at 5:45 today. Is it weird? Ryan did something in our pre-show meeting that made us all stop in our tracks. Our boss was actually meeting with us, and he looked at him and he said, that was so weird.
That was so weird.
Prompted me to think, even here in the football season, we should be going to the radio airwaves to determine with our listening audience if, in fact, it was weird. That's coming up at 5:45 on Grant and Danny. But right now it is time to dive a little deeper into Sunday's Commanders-Browns game and to try to figure out how we think this game plays out, Danny. We're looking for some over-under totals and some projections on Commanders players. So we'll go to Facebook. We'll look at the individual props that they've got as their projections, and you and I got to pick a side. This was a lot easier a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
When we hammered a bunch of unders because we didn't think the offense was going to be nearly as good. This has now gotten complicated. So without further ado, let's welcome in the producer of the Grant and Danny radio program back in our Half Street studios as we're in Alexandria today. You know him as Dad.
Oh, hey, Dad.
He's Sarah Stammerin. Hey, Dad.
Hey, boys, I miss you. Let's start with the passing props. Jayden Daniels. That was passing prop set at 203 yards and a half. What do you got, over, under?
Just under for me. I don't see this as a huge prolific passing day. I do see it as a productive Jayden Daniels day. I think it'll be around 195 to 200 yards with a touchdown. So I don't see him going over this. No, let me rephrase. I could see him going over this, but I think he'll be a hair under.
203.5 seems low, doesn't it?
Depends on your game script. If you think this is a little back and forth
season,
yeah.
I'm going to say under for the record, so maybe that's hypocritical because I think they're going to run the ball all over Cleveland, and maybe that is what FanDuel's thinking as well with the prop. I just think 203 for a guy who's on a heater that can't be stopped where they're not punting feels too low, but I don't think Washington is going to have to throw it a lot. I think Brian Robinson's going to play, and maybe the Browns stop him, but they won't stop Eckler. They're not going to stop McNichols if he gets his chances as well. The secondary options are going to hit in the running game. So I'll say under. He throws for $195 and they run for 200 plus as a team.
Let's go with the opposing quarterback. That'll be one Deshaun Watson. They have his passing prop set at 212.5.
A little trickier for me. I am thinking still that Arizona game is not the real thing just yet. So I'm still erring on the side of opponent passers have a nice day despite how much Deshaun Watson is struggling. Grant's going to say under here in a second. But I do think a little of the game script will happen. I think Washington has a lead. I think Cleveland is going to be in some hurry up. I think they're going to sling it a little bit. I've got over 212.5 for Watson.
I'm going to go over.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to go over.
Okay.
I think Cleveland loses. I think they are chasing the game a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Washington's defense and specifically the secondary is not very good. And for all of those reasons, he's not going to throw for 350. But I will go over. I'll say he throws in the low to mid twos. I'll say he goes for like 238, 250, something like that.
With the injury status of Brian Robinson up in the other, there is no rushing prop for either of the running backs for the Commanders, but they do have one for one Jayden Daniels. His is set at 48.5.
I always take the over. I'll be wrong plenty of the time, I'm sure, while I do this. But I just believe in him running the football, being explosive, ripping off chunks. He, by the way, has still not really had the big one yet. He has had, I think, a 25-yarder down the sideline playing the tightrope against the Bucs. For the most part, it's been 5 here, 7 here, 10 there. It's death by paper cut. There is a Robert Griffin against the Vikings 75-yard touchdown coming. Like, that is going to happen. There's a 42, 47-yard scramble at some point when finally a team starts playing man coverage. So I will go over, and by the way, I will go over every single week for Jayden Daniels, I think. And I'll bet you I'll hit it more weeks than I don't.
So I've got the under because I think everybody thinks what you think. I think everybody that's going to play this team is terrified of that thing, and that's what they're worried about taking away. So you're going to see the 5s, the 7s. You're going to get those 6, 7, 8 carries for 38, 40 yards like you had this past week. I've got just under the total. Doesn't mean it won't be effective. It'll be important to keep the team on the field, but I don't think he has a prodigious rushing total for a while.
It's official that Nick Chubb is not yet returning this week. He may return next week. Until then, Jerome Ford remains the starting running back for the Browns. They have it set at 49.5.
Give me the over there. This is an opposing player against Washington. So if they have a total number, I will take over that number. Washington can't really stop the run. I don't care about that. I know that I'm in the minority. I'm weird. James Conner went nuts in week 1 or this past week. Awesome. He scored 14 points. To me, it's about their pass defense, and if they play well in that regard, they will win this football game. I think they're willing to give up Jerome Ford, a few burst carries. I think he goes over that total.
I'll go under. I wish what you just said was true. I think they're going to stop the run as a priority, and it will open things up in the passing game. They just have to stop something. That's what I keep saying with this defense.
Stop something.
Like, pick one. Your hat
by
on
the way.
it.
Just stop something.
That's not bad. We've got the No Punts T-shirt right now at 1067thefanshop.com. Maybe that can be the defensive T-shirt. Stop something.
Just stop
anything.
something.
Anytime, anywhere, any place. Maybe just once. Anything. They did play a lot better, obviously, this past week. That goes without saying against Arizona. But I thought the Cardinals bailed them out. We were just talking to Sheen about this, but Arizona abandoned the run. Kyler Murray didn't leave the pocket. Wanted to prove it seemed like that he could throw from the tackle box. Didn't really understand any of what their plan was as the game went on. And I'll give Washington some credit there. But Ford has run for 44, 64, 37, 58. You'd think that would be an over, but I'll go under. I think they've got to throw the football and will throw the football throughout the second half.
Moving on to receiving props. He wears number 17 on the field, but he's number 1 in our hearts. Terry McLaurin set at 53.5 receiving yards.
This is kind of right around where they have Terry most weeks, which tells you they just don't see a whole lot of explosiveness or big playability, either by way of him or Daniels or the passing game right now as a tandem. He has only been over this once when he caught the 2 long balls against the Browns, including the 55-yarder. His longs in the other 3 games, 11 yards against the Bucks, 12 yards against the Giants, 15 yards on a little dig route against the Cardinals. I will say over. Last week, I think it was right around 51. Thought he would be in that 55 range. He got 52. I think it's going to be a very similar type of day for Terry McLaurin, especially because no Noah Brown means he's going to get more of that underneath stuff in the middle of the field. So this is a 10-target, 6-7 catch, 60-yard kind of day for Terry McLaurin.
Under. You said it. Under in 3 of the 4 games, and it took a couple of miraculous things to get him over the total in that one game against Cincinnati. The other defenses get paid to play too. They know he's good. They're going to pay attention to him. It's going to be the other guys. So I've got another Terry McLaurin under coming.
Luke McCaffrey joined us earlier this week on the Grant and Danny radio program. Go back and listen to that on the podcast if you can. His over-under is set at 20.5 receiving yards.
Here's where I'm going. Here is an over. And you're going to start naming other Washington receivers. You get overs on them too. I think this is a good McCaffrey game. No Noah Brown. All attention being paid to Terry McLaurin. I think we get a gadget play. I think we get a little bubble screen. I think we get some seam work. I think we get some crossing routes. I think he gets himself 6 targets. I think he's 4 or 5 catches in excess of 40 yards.
Over for Luke McCaffrey. This is a 4 for 47 kind of game for old Luke. You're going to be wondering when you're watching the game from home, why are they booing when he catches passes?
They're not.
And then it's going to dawn on you, they're actually luking.
They're luking.
They're not booing. They're luking. This is the Luke McCaffrey season that's about to start. It's Luke McCaffrey Tober or something like that.
Luke Tober.
Luke Tober. I like that. Let's do that one. Luke Tober.
That comes through Luke Toberfest.
Chili's lava cakes for everybody.
Let's go with Lamade Zaccheaus, who had a breakout game last week. They have his over-under set at the same total of 20.5.
Again, over. I think this is an extension of the running game. I think everybody knows that, or Cleveland's going to want to bow up and try to stop Brian Robinson. You're going to get some of those, whether it's a, you call it an RPO, whether it's a little bubble screen, a little smoke. I don't think he goes for 85 yards again, GP, but I think Zaccheaus is in that 30 to 40 range as well.
Yeah, this is an over for sure. I don't feel as good about him as I do McCaffrey because I think you try to adjust and take away some of the things you saw on film from this past week, but he's still going to get 3 or 4 catches. Again, Noah Brown's got to be made up for a couple of different ways. So this is a 5-6 target for him, high volume. Targets turn into catches because it's a lot of stuff at the line of scrimmage and in the backfield and screens and whatnot. So I'll say 4 or 5 catch game for, like 35 yards, something like that.
Zach Ertz, his over-under is set at 27.5 receiving yards.
Over.
He's missed this a couple times actually, closely, but I'm with you. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
He's another one almost every week, I think, until this number changes, I'll go over. And to your point, I'm batting about 500. I believe he's actually hit the over in just 2 of their 4 games. He went 28 yards, and I think that actually might have been an over. was like a 26 and a half.
I could have sworn it was 28 and a half, but
Super
yeah,
low.
it's right around there. Yeah.
But regardless, he had the 62-yard game against the Giants. Then he had the 5-catch game. Should have been probably 6 for about 50 against the Bengals. And then last week they needed him less than they have at any point. But they go to him when they've got to have it, it feels like. They didn't have to have anything last week. So the tighter games are, the more they need drives, the more likely it is that Zach Ertz is heavily involved. I'm going to say over for Zach Ertz. Other than Daniels rushing, this is one of the every week kind of hammer jobs that I do.
Zach Ertz will catch and have 0 yards after the catch. Again, 4 passes for 32 yards. He's going over. That is right, his sweet spot, right in there. Catch and fall, Zach Ertz.
Last couple I got for you are some of the opposing receivers. Wide receiver number 1 for the Browns, Amari Cooper.
Over.
52.5.
Sorry, I jumped the gun there. You said an opposing player playing against Washington. I'm going over. The number 1 wide receiver finally went under this past week in Marvin Harrison. I don't expect that to happen all that often until something changes. If they are consistent now, all of a sudden, they can stop somebody. But despite the fact this is not a good passing game, I got Cooper going over.
Yeah, I'll go Cooper over 52.5 and also Judy over 45.5. It might be actually a decent little parlay to just throw those two together with like a Ertz over, have a 3-legger there. But I think both Cooper and Judy go over those numbers against this Washington secondary. Well done, Dad. Thank you very much. A little bit of how we think the game's going to play out. This should be fun next. Before at the top of the hour, we get back into our Football Friday and dive in on the Commanders and the Browns. I want to chat with Drew Storen. He hit us up just yesterday. Drew is back in town with Tyler Clippard, couple of former Nats greats. They have their own bourbon that they make out of the cornfields from the actual field, from the Field of Dreams. And it's coming to Washington, D.C. Pretty cool. Drew Storen joins us next on Grant and Danny. Works. Grant and Danny coming your way from Alexandria today on the Fan. A little field trip Friday. It feels good to get out of the office, let our hair down a little bit at a brewery, eat some pizza, talk to some Commanders fans who are feeling their oats a little bit. This is the good stuff.
Puffing their chest out a little, shucking and jiving, finger guns, talking about how many tutties they're going to win by on Sunday. It's different, man.
This is an inexact science. But there have been a lot more people wearing Redskins gear than Commanders gear today. That is very easy to tell. But I have seen Commander stuff. I didn't think I would necessarily. I am seeing Commanders gear in the wild way more than we used to. It's got to mean something. It's extremely anecdotal.
Yep.
It's not a really good measure. I admit to that, but it is happening slowly in front of our eyes. It's just becoming part of the fabric in town.
Yeah, it's, the more – and you can't find Jayden Daniels jerseys anywhere, by the way. You're trying for them. I mean, I had a couple people have tweeted me or asked me if I had any leads on them. Like Dick's Sporting Goods, some local spot was sold out. There's a back order to try to get them online. It's happening. Those are the C word Jayden Daniels jerseys. You know what I mean? Like they're not the old ones, not throwbacks. Unless you want to go to some weird rogue site offshore and do like type your own name in or some kind of nonsense. But yeah, dude, this is a phenomenon and it is happening.
We're getting ready for the 5th week of the NFL season coming up. Washington, Cleveland, the headliner for us, obviously, in town, but it's a great slate of games. We talked earlier about some of our favorites, which include the London early morning game, Vikings-Jets. Got a great game in the AFC for the Bills and the Texans. Ravens-Bengals is going to have huge implications in the AFC North. The Saints are playing the Chiefs. Remember, through 2 weeks, New Orleans was the team in the NFL. They were Washington before Washington. They did not punt. They scored on all of their drives in their first 2 games. They quite literally were the Commanders before the Commanders, and they've lost a couple in a row now as they get ready for Kansas City. Going to be a juicy week at this point, though, for the I would just say the storylines going into that Chiefs game because they're without weapons, and then also maybe that Bills-Texans game as we try to figure out who one of the most likely teams to mess with Kansas City's chances to three-peat are.
Yeah, these are some of those like tipping point kind of weeks, where you look at some teams that have put some hay in the barn, whether they're 3-1 or, maybe had to climb back in at 2-2, dealt with some adversity. Now you all of a sudden go from your 500 to a winning record or a losing record, or 3-1 teams go to 4-1 or 3-2. They're sort of back to the pack. There's a number of things that are kind of at stake this weekend as you kind of get into the teeth of the schedule. This is one of those moving weekends, like the golf fans over talk about with golf, where they're like it's a moving day, or they're just playing around at golf. But the standings are going to start to change. It'll start to take shape. Teams that got off to hot starts that become distant memories. Teams that got off to sluggish starts that are just kind of start to get going. This is now kind of the teeth of it, that middle third of the schedule, the way I think about it a lot of times, where you really get we find out a lot more about the teams after that crazy first month.
College football picking up as well. We talked about the Virginia Tech Hokies earlier in the show. The Maryland Terrapins got off to their normal fast start of kind of crashed back down to earth. Terps, next game on the slate is Northwestern on October 11th coming up, and then they've got USC on October 19th. But if you are in your car in the Alexandria area, please stop by and say hello today as we're kicking it at this beautiful facility, the brand new Atlas Brew Works, until 6:30. Let's go to the hotline right now. Welcome onto the show, our buddy Drew Storen, former Nationals great.
Yes.
And it's been a long time since we talked to Drew. He and Tyler Clippard, a couple of the great relievers in Nats history, are in business together. And Drew hit me up. He said they got a little venture that we wanted to chat to him about as they're coming back to D.C. this weekend. But, dude, long time no talk. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you guys so much for having me on. Always a blast and fun to be able to come on here and talk a little bourbon. It's kind of been a whirlwind, Grant. I know I saw you recently and kind of caught you up a little bit on it, but we're launching our small batch bourbon at Nats Park tomorrow at the Barbecue and Barrels event. So that's 3 to 6, and then also doing a signing at Schneider's there in Capitol Hill on Sunday. So it's our first time you can buy these bottles. We've licensed 20 retired guys that we hide under the caps. So it's like a pack of tops that'll get you drunk. So these are Hall of Fame stories or Hall of Fame players. So we've got, Doc Ellis, we've got Johnny Bench, you name it. We kind of hit all over the map and something that, we're helping out former players and getting their names out, keeping their story alive. And so it's been a whirlwind of an experience starting this whole thing.
Danny, this thing is so cool. So I bumped into Drew. This has been now a handful of weeks ago. And I knew about some of what they were doing, but we kind of got into the nitty-gritty on how it all began. But for people that don't get exactly what's happening, so you guys have the actual corn that you make the bourbon from the cornfields in Iowa, from the Field of Dreams, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, so that's actually kind of been the funny part is, we got the name, and so people are like, hey, I really like the name. We're like, well, you know why we have it? They're like, oh, because of baseball. Like, no, it's actually because we get it from the movie site. So we get it from the Ray brothers, who have farmed that for years. It's a legacy family. On our back label, our names are not on it, but their name is. So that's kind of our USDA organic, like telling people that this is not, fake. Like, this is good juice and a good story. I take a lot of pride in my bourbon collection, so I'm trying to hit it from all angles.
So several things. Number one, Drew, we miss you. Two, I can't go buy a Taylor Gourmet without thinking about you. That's branding. For those that don't know, Drew invented a move. I don't know if it's appropriate to call it the Storen, Drew, but here's the move. You get a large, you sit and eat it there. You also get a small, and you get it to go, and then you eat the small. Like, you pretend that it was going to be to go, but you just actually house them both and then waddle home. And I thought of you the other day driving past the Taylor Gourmet. The question, though, I know that's a long way of not asking a question. Here's my question. How'd you guys find this? Like, how do you go from not doing this to doing this?
So it started with an idea in 2017, 2018. And, I realized I was overpaying for a lot of cool bourbon stories, and I didn't really care because I think it's so cool. And so we just had the idea of, like, if we were going to be a storyteller, an authentic storyteller with a bourbon, what would it be? And, it was a pie in the sky idea. And then it just kind of never went away. We would just test drive it across people, and nobody ever said why it wouldn't work. So when I called Clip to tell him I was done playing, he's like, all right, let's take, he was still going, but he's like, let's take a run at this. Let's see if we can figure it out. And I kept calling him every couple of weeks saying, yeah, they're just taking that corn into town and selling it like any other corn. And, oh, hey, I found this person to distill it, and just step by step. And then, filling in with all those crazy ideas that you come up with sitting down in the bullpen. And, it's, like I said, this is wild. It's beyond surreal.
6 outstanding seasons in the Nats pen for Drew Storen. Once a 43-save campaign here in D.C., joining us on Grant and Danny. So let people know again then, if they are like me and they enjoy their bourbon, exactly as you guys come to D.C., what they need to know about their guys, Clippard and Storen, getting into the bourbon game.
Yeah, so he can't make it this weekend, but Jerry Blevins is also in with us on this too. So,
I didn't know that.
Amazing.
Jerry Blevins was one of my favorite interviews, man. He's a great guy.
Oh man, he is a rock star at events, man. And so it's been great because it's a good reason for us to, hang out and stay in touch and, try to create some fun bourbon. But no, we've got tomorrow, Clip and I will be at Nats Park for barbecue and barrels, 3 to 6. It's a $25 ticket. We have 300 bottles that we are going to sign there. We're hoping to sell it all. That would be awesome. And then there's another 100 bottles the next day if you miss out at Schneider's there in Capitol Hill. And hopefully, we kind of go through it, and you can ask your local retailers to start carrying us and go from there. Help us build a brand.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you, dude, because I know so little about this whole universe. But it's hard to get into stores, right? So that's something that you'd love for people to do, is to say, can you stock Field of Dreams bourbon, right? Is that kind of the call to action?
Yeah, I mean, that's it depends on the state, right? But in the end, what our goal is to simplify it and get the reaction from the consumer of, like, this is so cool, right? Like, I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. And that's where, hey, if you carry it, we guarantee it's good juice and a great story, and then we can find somebody to deliver it.
Gotcha.
But it's I'm all about finding the most brand loyal fans and the people that understand the concept, and respects the depth that we're kind of putting with it. We came out with our first bottle last year and did 1 bottle for every guy that's ever made some big leagues. So we do that as an annual release, and I kind of wanted to get a little, less green about the business before we went to DC, because this is where the whole thing started, right? Like, Clip and I living together, being boys, and making a name for ourselves in big leagues, right? So we didn't want to come in and say, hey, check out our new bourbon, and kind of fall flat on our face because we think we're that good. So this is something that we have really planned for, and I couldn't be more excited for the next couple of days.
Well, Drew, you guys were always awesome to us, and obviously so good to Nats fans. We'll be rooting for you and pulling for you in the new venture here. Very, very cool to have you back on the show. Congrats on everything, buddy.
No, I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll be back in D.C., so I'll swing by with some gifts in hand for you guys.
Yeah, when you do, let us know. You know where to find us.
Love it, brother.
Right by the ballpark. Thank you, Drew.
You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Good catching up. That's Drew Storen, former Nats closer on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. It's a Football Friday next. Can winning and having fun get you to like the Commander's name more? Want to tackle that with Danny live from Atlas Brewworks on G&D next. The Commanders have a bright future, and it's time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show can help. They're the law firm Kondorian Murat. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you or your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. If you tell them G&D sent you, you'll get a discount. It's kmlawyers.com. Atlas Brew Works. We're here until 6:30. About 90 more minutes of show and time to kick it with you. So if you're getting out of the office, if you are in the vicinity, come on by and say hello. We are getting ready for a big weekend of football and a massive opportunity for the Commanders on a Football Friday to get to 4-1. Speaking of which, wanted to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on this at 800-636-1067. If the Commanders continue to win, and if the Commanders continue to be a fun watch, if they're the it team, if their quarterback becomes the answer, he's the franchise, he's a stud, will the name grow on you, yes or no? Yesterday, we had a great conversation. Mm-hmm. We got a lot of feedback and excellent calls from people discussing this idea, this premise that I have that I think is true, Danny.
I think it's right on, yes.
That the more they win, the harder it's going to be to change the name, whether you like that or not. And a lot of people just told us, well, I'm not going to like the name no matter what, and that's fine. We're kind of drilling down on that element today because we also had some people say, I got to be honest with you guys. If they're winning and I'm having a good time, I'm not going to hate the name as much, which also seems reasonable.
Right, and even if you have an opinion one way or the other, what we're asking you to do is think outside of just you for a second. The jerseys are being sold. It's got the C word on them. You know what I mean? The Jaden Daniels jerseys are being sold. The league is talking about our team in a very positive way. All the shouty shows like you right now. All the it's the sexy thing to be on board. They're trying to build new fans. So for everybody like me, and I'll spoil my answer here, it's never going to grow on me. I'm never going to like it. I want it changed immediately. I can also enjoy the football. I'm a weirdo, though. I acknowledge that. And there's a lot of us that are going to stand fast, stand strong, whatever you want to call it, be stubborn about it. I think that's fine. But in general, if you're arguing against this premise, I think you're, trying to push the boulder uphill. You know what I mean? Like there's
absolutely.
It is right on. I think that's part of the strategy, honestly.
But the premise we can leave in the rear view, having talked about yesterday.
If we stipulate, hey, this is a fact.
So we're moving on to kind of angle 2 here. And that is the question of if they win big, consistently, regularly, if this is a double-digit win operation for a couple of years in a row, if they're an annual playoff team for a couple of few years, if they're able to make playoff push once or twice, get deep into the playoffs, and you're enjoying yourself and you're going to games and you're picking up some gear and you're having watch parties, it would seem to reason that the name would be less distasteful to you, that you might actually grow to like it. Do you agree with that or not? 800-636-1067. Will winning and time help you to come around? That's the question. Now, I already knew your answer before you said it because I'm going to put you, Danny, in the category of a never-comer.
Right, and I'm a weirdo. I admit that.
You are a never-comer. You're never going to be a Commanders guy no matter if they win 4 Super Bowls. There is a group of people like you. I just don't know if that's the majority.
I don't think it is. So we have you could check us out on YouTube, right? We're live. You can see our stupid faces. And Brian just said this in the YouTube chat. I think this is perfect. Honestly, once Jaden Daniels got drafted, I stopped associating the C word with Dan Snyder and started associating it with Jaden Daniels. That's the phenomenon, and that's what we're talking about.
The entire point.
Right? That's it.
Somebody called in yesterday and said, every time I see Commanders, I will always think of Dan Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to call BS on that a little bit. You think that now, you certainly thought that a year or two ago, but if they go 11-6 this year and 12-5 next year and 11-6 the year after that, and they play in a couple NFC championship games, and then they pay Jaden Daniels at the time, whatever it's going to be, $70 million a year, and he's flirting with MVP awards, and we've got Lamar Jackson 2.0 or whatever, I don't think you're going to see Commanders and think Dan Snyder. I think you're going to see Commanders and think the time that Jaden Daniels beat the Cowboys in primetime, the time that Jaden Daniels ripped off an 81-yard touchdown run, the time that Jaden Daniels fanned Terry McLaurin in the back of the end zone against the Bengals to start the whole deal. I think those are the things you're going to start to think more as time goes on. Now, Will it ever be a beloved name? I'm going to say no, it won't. I guess my big question is how many people are never Commerce like you are?
Yeah. Or are you, I guess let's go into a few buckets, right? If we're trying to categorize this thing. Never C word, me. Then there's the, it could happen. There's the, it can grow on me. If what your habit's talking about. Let's say they're good this year. Let's say they're good next year. Let's say they're even better the year after that, and they're a Super Bowl contender. That group of people that I would say vulnerable is not the right word, but susceptible or the potential this exists for them, right? That's a category that's right there. Then there's the I don't care about the name at all, one way or the other. Stop talking about it. Stop crying about it. You're annoying. Then the fourth category is whatever the team says I'm in. I'm so excited to swallow the next thing. This is perfect, right? So they're already taken care of.
Right.
That's a smallish group, but they exist.
I think I am probably of those buckets the second one.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I would describe where I'm at is I don't love the name. I don't even necessarily like the name. I don't really care that much. If you gave me a choice, I would choose a different name. And I think it should be something tied to the past, which is what I always wanted. I thought it should have been Red Hogs or Hogs. Could I endorse keeping the name if asked? No, probably not right now. But I am absolutely a guy that in 5 years could care way less about changing it.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 years could say whatever. Because my concern is, number one, that whatever the next name is, unless it's just Hogs, people aren't going to like less. Unless they do something that basically bridges the new and the old. Maybe not less, but they're also not going to like. I think a lot of the people that hate Commanders are just mad it's not Redskins.
Right.
And I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we lived in a world where Redskins still existed. It doesn't. It can't. Move on. I'm sorry. Like, you just got to figure out a way to be okay with something else. But when they get rid of Commanders and they go to, what else could they go to? Let's say Warriors. Does that fix it? I don't think it necessarily does.
No, it doesn't make it the one thing that a huge percentage of that group is holding out on. Like guys that are quote unquote on my team or in my bucket of the never C word, a lot of them are mad that it's anything other than Redskins.
You saying C word ricks me.
Sorry. Get over that.
Can you just say never the current name? It just sounds like a kid who's afraid to listen to NSYNC. Like covering his ears because Backstreet Boys came on the radio.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Anyway, So what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, there's a huge percentage of the group that's on my team, quote unquote, that will be angry no matter what it is. And we get lumped in with that group. I am not even talking to anyone about the name Redskins.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I acknowledge the reality. That is detached from reality. What I'm saying is this one stinks. This one's Dan Snyder. I'll never get over that. Change it immediately to something. The part that I can never get over, the more that we've gone past this, the more I think about it all the time, was when Wolves and things that are Wolves related was like leading in some polling. And the team specifically said, hey, by the way, it's not going to be Wolves because that costs money. Like that part of the process showed you that they weren't really thinking about the fans. Or
in fairness, they did not say that. That was your interpretation.
That's what they said.
They said it would lead to litigation.
Which costs money. So,
but also more obstacles, more money, yes. But essentially, you'd have to get deals in place and do a lot of work that could take a long time with other organizations.
Yeah, translation, effort, money, time. And they said, we're not going to do that because that's what you guys want. And we don't want the hassle. And that showed me that this whole thing was a farce, and I'll never get over it. And sort of that's where I'm at on that. But it has nothing to do with the old name, if that makes any sense.
I just think if they go back to the old uniforms and get rid of these new uniforms, and while they're winning now over the next couple of years, you're having more fun, there's going to be a massive faction of the people that don't like the name
100%
that will come around on it some.
Yes.
I don't think it will ever be more popular than Redskins or beloved, but like there's a 10-year-old who doesn't care about the old name.
That's exactly right.
There's a 20-year-old who doesn't care about the old name.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 30-year-old probably who doesn't care about the old name that much. 800-636-1067. Let's go to the phones. We'll start with Sean, who's in Vienna. The question is, if the Commanders win and you're having fun, will the name Commanders grow on you, yes or no?
Hey, guys. So, first of all, thank you for taking my phone call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, buddy.
And just want to say, to touch on a couple points here. First of all, I've kind of maintained this all along, is that I don't necessarily think the brand stick or doesn't stick necessarily based on winning, while winning does definitely help, especially as it correlates to jersey sales and all that stuff, right? It's going to be much harder to change the name when Jaden Daniels is the number one selling, jersey in the league.
Exactly,
but
yeah.
Yep.
I think as you see, like, the way that teams are kind of building their brand now, it's really strongly correlates to the new stadiums, right? Like, look at all the new stadiums and how they're built and how they're branded. I think as you go walk the concourse of these stadiums, especially the newer ones, right, they really have the team name and brand built in to the new stadium. So I think as the team starts winning more and as they keep continuing the success, hopefully you're going to see that the brand is going to stick, and they're going to correlate that into the building of the new stadium. You're going to see the old, and some of the new things that they're doing, like there's little fixes, right? The jersey pants for, they're already taking down that Sean Taylor mural that was a farce in the first place to kind of distract everybody from all the nonsense that was happening off the field. They're starting to reverse some of these things, and they're trying to build their own kind of connection with the fan base. And I think that really will kind of be re-emphasized when they build the new stadium. You'll see the
Thanks for the call, buddy. Yeah, and by the way, the timeline on that is that it looks like 23rd is what they've got as an eye line for a new stadium, which would give them ample time to come up with the new name and rebrand and all the things they do and roll it all out together at the new stadium. But his point is good. That would be the path forward if you're losing and if you're still bad and if you're 5-12 this year and 4-13 next year.
You got to do something to make people excited.
Right, but if you're good, then the new stadium just is the command center, and it's just the continuation of the elevation of the organization come 6 years from now. Let's go to Edwin in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Edwin, winning and fun, change at all? How you feel about the name moving forward?
The name will never be legitimate to me. I'm right there with Danny. First of all, the origin of the name, how we came to get the name in the first place, how the name even came to be that we were forced to change the original name, and then how they just bungled the whole process. It's a lousy name, and the song will always be there as well, So when we win, we'll always play that song. The song is never going away. So there's always gonna be a reminder, even for future generations, that our name was something else, And then we basically had to have Commanders because they just made something on the fly quickly. So I feel that I'm loving everything that's happening right now, but I really wish we should go back to Washington football team. But I feel like this.
Edwin, let me ask you a question. I got a question for you specifically, because there is a frustration that they changed the name at all. That's obvious, which I'm not critiquing or upset with. I totally can relate to that and understand it. But would any name have appealed to you?
You know what? I like the name Washington football team. I honestly did. It grew on me. I felt like it was like there was a respectability about the name. It was kind of like, okay, we can't name it what we want to name it. We're not going to name it some mascot, stupid mascot name. We'll just be Washington football team. That's what we are. That's what we're about.
So it is about Commanders and not just that it's not Redskins. It is that you don't like the name.
Okay.
The
name Commanders itself is lousy. It's a lousy name.
Thank you, buddy. I can't push back on that. It's not a great name. I don't like it. And also, here's the tougher part they've got to overcome. It's not just that they're trying to make an unpopular name that like 15% of the fan base liked, according to the Washington Post and polling this year, more popular. We were all here when it was done. It was not done well.
Right.
The day when you let us know what the team name is, there was a helicopter hovering overhead that blew the story a day early. By the way, you'd already accidentally blown the story 2 weeks before that because you showed us the accidental picture in the window on your own production that you put out, which nobody talks about anymore, but is so hilarious and so embarrassing.
Yeah, making the brand.
And on top of all of that, the way that you did it was Doug Williams just kind of pointing in the background going, we're the Commanders, like sitting in a folding chair at the 42-yard line at a stadium that nobody likes, on a national TV show that nobody in this town that's a fan of the team has any care for. Like, what was that? Yeah. So that's the part you've got to overcome, as much as just that the name itself is not well liked.
Yeah, the associations with it, right? I mean, for me, it's Snyder. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you go, I don't necessarily think of Snyder that way. Some of us do. Some of us think of 2222. Some of us think of that the burgundy is going to be the same, and it's not. Some of us think about that process of making the brand and how a bunch of guys that either aren't with the organization or soon will not be with the organization. We're the ones, quote unquote, making all these decisions, and nothing about it is appealing. So there's not a great brand association. The point here is if you do get a good brand association, aka hosting playoff games, going to NFC title games and the like, how much can that change for a big portion of this fan base?
I was just talking to two dudes who came out to say hello to us and to listen to the show, who are in their mid-20s, about this here at our on-site broadcast at Atlas Brewworks. And they don't mind the name as much as, say, you do. They don't like it. But their point is, when they win, I'm not going to care.
Yep.
And they're younger and don't have the ties to the old thing that you do. That cannot be underscored enough. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that in a boardroom somewhere in Ashburn, they don't necessarily need to have a meeting where they go, how do we get Danny to like the name?
Right.
They need to figure out, how do we get the random guy that doesn't care that much and doesn't like the name to be okay with it? And having an MVP caliber quarterback and a playoff team that can make a deep run is a pretty good answer and solution. 800-636-1067 is the number. Look, we're all in the same boat here, I would say. There's a lot of us that don't like the name very much, but the team looks like it is trending in the right direction this season. It could be a very good year. If they win this weekend, they'll be well on their way to one of their best records in the 2000s. And that's going to help the name settle in a little more. If they start winning and you're having fun watching them, will the name grow on you, yes or no? Grant and Danny on the Fan. At Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria until 6:30. Grant and Danny on the Fan. A Friday field trip out and about out of the studio as we get ready for football and the Commanders and the Browns from Northwest Stadium on Sunday. The question for you, if the team keeps winning and if you're having fun watching them, will you come around on the name? Danny, you don't see any chance that the name, even if it stays unpopular to you, resonates better when you hear it.
No, and it's not for me, but I also know that I'm weird, right? I know that I'm unusual. I hold grudges that last in perpetuity. Like, I will never go to the current stadium. I don't care what you name it. I don't care who the new ownership is or management is. And if they build a new stadium, either. Out of, like, my abject refusal to put myself to that again. But I know that I'm a weirdo. I know that I'm over the top. I know that that's the way that I'm wired is not how most people are. So I fully acknowledge that there are stubborn refusers in my ranks that are just like me, that it'll never go on them because they see what I see and they sense what I sense. But I also have to acknowledge, because it's correct, there is an enormous population where they are currently getting all their drills together, like Daniel Day-Lewis in the movie about oil, and they're about to drink the milkshake. Like, they are going to tap that vein and get a whole bunch of new groups of fans going, yeah, I don't mind it. In fact, none of them don't mind it. I'm into it because all I think about is them winning a bunch of games, and Jayden Daniels is awesome.
Yeah, so for me, I'd prefer it to change, but that's kind of where it ends. Like, I always used to say, Mike Wise used to have a show on this station, was a columnist for the Washington Post, and he was actively, aggressively, as I would say, trying to get the Redskins to change their name. And it got to a point where, and this is not a ding at Wise, but you know, he was an activist, essentially, for the cause. I said at the time, their name is the Redskins. I'm going to call them the Redskins. And when it's not the Redskins anymore, I'm not going to call them that. I'll call them whatever the new name is, which is why I now call them Commanders. You're more of an activist at this point against the name Commanders. You actively are trying to get them to change it. I don't do that. You know, not a.
No, I get
it. Just a difference in philosophy.
Right.
Their name's the Commanders. I call them the Commanders. Tell me when to call them something else. That's where I'm at. Would I like the name to change? Sure. But because I'm not as dug in as you, being an activist against the name, so to speak, in 3 years, if they've made 3 playoff appearances and played in 2 NFC title games, yeah, clearly my interest in the name changing will change a little bit. I mean, that's just common sense. I think I'll always prefer something else because I just don't think it's that good of a name. I'll always wish it was the Hogs or the Wolves or whatever. But the answer for me is yes, I think that fun and winning is going to make the name more palatable.
And of course it will. How long did it take you for Wizards? Now, I know you didn't have the Bullets Association.
Different for me because I knew what the Bullets were.
Right.
It meant really nothing to me. So I would be the equivalent, I would say, of like the Wizards changed when I was a teenager. I'd be like a 15-year-old Commanders fan or something.
Gotcha. I mean,
the Wizards actually changed. I was probably still in late elementary. I would have been like 12 years old.
You were
or
a
something.
kid. I mean, so I refused to say that stupid name for a long time.
As a kid, I didn't even dislike Wizards.
Right.
In fact, I still really don't. I acknowledge now as a grown-up, the name Wizards is not as cool as most of the NBA names, and the name Bullets and the everything about the Bullets is better and cooler when you look back. No doubt in my mind. But here's the evidence you need about kids now. When they changed it to Wizards, I thought it was awesome that it was new and there were different colors, and I took new as like better.
Yeah, and you know that Washington is known for its wizardry. So, yeah, that felt really on point and brandly. But it took me forever just to even say it and get to that point where it's like it's commonplace, nothing I can do about it.
That's back when you used to call them the W word.
Right. I mean, to me, that was as close to comp as I can get. The best I'll ever do is just give up tantruming. That's as good as this name is going to be with me. Is I will acknowledge that it's never changing.
But are you going to get there?
It.
Will we beat you into submission?
Yeah,
because then the answer to the question is yes.
But no,
I don't think the question is will you like the name. I think it's just
will it grow on you?
Will you soften on the name?
Well, let me try to come at you a different way. I am not sitting here stumping it, even if I was this way. But I would never sit here and stump. It's got to be Redskins. Change it back to Redskins. That's not happening. I know it's not changing back to Bullets. So me fighting about it is futile. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the best I can offer people that like this stupid team name, which is so awful they should change it right now, is I'll eventually stop arguing.
Meaning if you lose, rather than pretending like you won, you'll acknowledge you lost and you'll go home.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend. You know what I mean? Like that's as good as it's going to get. So if that's a softening, I don't know, but I'll never be happy with it. I'll never be okay with it. I'll never like it. I mean, that's way more a stretch than
Let's go to Joe in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, kind of inherent in your question is.
Hey, man.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on the radio.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
go
yeah,
ahead.
Inherent in your question is that, we're still watching the team and care about it. I mean, there are a lot of us that have become so detached. I don't even watch the games anymore. I was a season ticket holder for a long time, but I got out when they changed the name. I don't even watch the games anymore. I don't care. And the only way I could think they could ever try to get me back, they're not going to change it back to Redskins, but if they had not got to the name that at least incorporates the legacy, maybe that had a shot. But, at this point, I don't know what they're going to do. Harris has a big problem. The other point I want to make is that let's be clear here. The reason the name changed from Redskins was not because of some kind of Native American protest. There's a lot of evidence Native Americans are fine with the name. The name changed because Snyder was in a urinating contest with his minority partner, and his minority partners got a lot of their cohorts, manufacturing companies and retailers, to boycott the name. I mean, that's been pretty well documented through the ESPN stories and such. So I think that's important to know.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. Appreciate you. I don't think we need to re-legislate the changing of the name. I think it's a good phone call. Thank you. I would point out, though, that the Indians are no longer the Guardians. There's a lot of college team names that have changed as well. Yes, I think that expedited it. That's why they changed their name as quickly as they did. Snyder being hated did not help. But the Cleveland Indians do not exist anymore. The logo for a lot of teams has changed. Whether you acknowledge or agree or disagree, we are at a point in 2024 where it is less acceptable to a lot of people for names and logos and things to exist. And you can disagree, but the noise gets so loud that eventually people say, we're not going to put your jersey in our stores. We're not going to allow you to make money by way of this venue. And that's what happened. I think the fact that Snyder was in a fight with an owner is how we got there in this case as quickly as we did.
He had no leg to stand on. He had no backing, right? When he said never in all caps, that was because everyone was on board with that branding and the like. And then when it became the arm wrestling match, or whatever you want to call it, then he was forced to do it because of financial reasons.
But I'd love if we can to not go back to whether or not they should change the name and your personal opinions on them changing the name. We've done that ad nauseum. We're in the middle of a football season. It's a pretty pointed, specific question here. The team's got a chance to be 4-1 as the Commanders if they're good and if you're having fun. And obviously that means you're in watching, which he's not. By the way, how many people do you think are like that? I think they exist.
Yeah.
I could tell they exist based on how hard it was during the start of the season for us to get people excited and to get phone calls. And it just feels like the fan base is smaller.
Yeah, it's a smaller fan base than it used to be.
But I think a lot of those people have checked all the way out. Like, they're not listening to shows like this one.
Right.
They're not consuming any content. It's not like they're still a big fan that listen to this show and don't watch the games. I think the number of people that have just sworn them off to the point where they're not watching the games, I think that group exists, but there's way more people that are just watching and annoyed by the name.
Yes. I think that's the largest slice of the pie, right? Where they go, yeah, it could be better, but oh, well, this is what we got.
This is the team that I grew up with.
That's right.
Bob in Fairfax on G&D. You're on the Fan. How are you?
Good, guys. How you doing? First of all, I just want to say love the show. Really appreciate what you guys do. I am a longtime Redskins Commanders fan going back to the early 80s. I grew up in Baltimore. So my first 20 years, I was a diehard Colts fan. Moved to this area after college. And, of course, the perfect time from 82 to 93 was a perfect time to be a Redskins fan. And the Colts taken out of town, made me even more of a Redskins fan. And so I would agree with the caller from Arlington and with Danny. For longtime Redskins fans, 40 years or whatever, it's hard to get over the name change. And I don't think that ever changes. However, I think most people realize it can't be the Redskins. The thing that I wish they could do is keep the legacy, the logo. And if they had like the name Warriors, I think they could have kept that. So, I think there was a discussion about making the name the Commanders. Was that what the fans wanted? I don't think that Danny and the crew went with what the fans wanted.
Well,
and I wish
no
they
fans
had.
wanted Commanders.
Nobody listed that one.
But to answer the question directly, if we may, if they go, let's just say 12-5 this year and play in the NFC Championship game, let's get crazy. Does the name Commanders have any more of a positive connotation for you next September? That's the question.
That's the essential question.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, and
800-636-1067.
Because if the door's open, I think that's what the Hog Ownership Group is counting on.
Yeah.
Because my point is, this is what I'm arguing, but it's hard to poll, tens of thousands of people, and because everyone's fandom is so personal. Like this guy, like he moved from Baltimore and he became a fan because of this, or this guy became a fan because his father-in-law did this, or whatever. But if the window is open, the door's open, whatever analogy you want to use to say, all we need is X, Y, Z, and we now have X, and we're on our way to Y and Z, you're going to win enough fans where it's worthwhile just to keep it, and that's all she wrote.
Let's go to Callahan listening on the always free Odyssey app in Minnesota. Callahan, you're on G&D. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
First, I want to say, once I moved to Minnesota, I grew up watching the team. I love the team name Redskins, and people comment on it when I'm wearing my jerseys, jackets, and hats. I wish they'd bring the name back. Part of me thinks that, but, dude, I just want to win football games. The last time we won a playoff game, I was 3 years old. I'm 22 years old now. But on top of that, I would like to put, yes, winning football will help me somewhat, tolerate the name, but I would love to see us bring back the uniforms the Hogs wore, Darryl Green, Art Monk, Riggins, the old ones without the Redskins name on the chest, put the stripes back on the helmet. And another thing I'd love to see is bring back the alternate leather helmet uniforms. That has nothing on it representing Redskins. I want to see that pay heritage to our old name of the organization, the Redskins. I want to see something like that just to make it feel like I'm watching the team I grew up with, besides the logo on the helmet, and have it be a W right now. If we keep winning,
there's no reason they can't do that, by the way. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. There's no reason they can't go back to those uniforms. You take the logo, the Native American headdress, you take that out of the equation, you take the word Redskins off, and the uniform looks the exact same. There's zero reason why they shouldn't do that as soon as next year. To me, it's the ultimate no-brainer. There's no one that would dislike that.
Nothing that's in your control too. You know what
Absolutely.
I mean? Get after that.
I don't understand why that wouldn't happen, hasn't happened, isn't on the table. Definitely should be a thing. But again, that was a 22-year-old who is way more malleable, if you will, in his hatred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hear you saying, I just want to win. I can come around, I guess, even though I don't like it. I think if you were at the parade, if you were around for the Joe Gibbs 1.0, it's just going to be harder for you to come around, obviously. That goes without saying.
Mm-hmm.
G&D on the Fan. Is it weird? Something outrageous happened out here today at the Atlas Brew Works. One of our producers did something we think was egregious. The question is it egregious? Is it weird? We will get to that next on the Fan. Welcome back. Live from Atlas Brew Works, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're at the Alexandria location of Atlas Brew Works. So every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday for primetime football, starting with Monday Night Football coming up, they're going to be open until the end of the game, serving full restaurant, full drinks menu.
Food is awesome, dude.
They had, earlier in the season, not been open the entire time, but Monday, Thursday, and Sunday, they'll be open all game long for every primetime football game, serving the full menu. So that's one thing I wanted to note. They also have a big celebration for their 11th anniversary that's coming up at their Ivy City location tomorrow afternoon. So if you want to take part in that, you can go enjoy. This is one of 3 locations, Ivy City, Navy Yard, where you and I go quite frequently, and then out here in Alexandria. But they've been awesome to us today. It's been a lot of fun.
I love it here. The space is amazing. There's a big garage door style, door right next to us that it's open because the weather's nice. So kind of the inside-outside mix. Place is buzzing with people. There's a lot of Washington Local 53 jerseys and paraphernalia around. People are drinking the beers, eating some pizza. I had some dominant wings a moment ago. This place rules.
Yeah, the Old Bay extra crispy chicken wings are doing their thing.
Yeah, they're working.
I'm feeling good about it.
Mm-hmm.
It is time right now on Grant and Danny on a Football Friday for a little Is It Weird, starring one of our producers on G&D. Did somebody say questionable behavior? Here's what happened. We are having a show meeting. I want everyone to remember that part.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's formal. We're you could wear a T-shirt, but
we're picnic tables outside.
Our boss left the office to meet us and had documents and a notebook in his hand where he opened said documents in a folder and in a notebook and went over some things he needed to share with us. It's about as serious as a radio meeting gets.
I would say so. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
So we're having this meeting. We are eating pizza on paper plates, all right, but we're enjoying ourselves. And we're breaking down, chopping it up, the Grant and Danny radio program from all angles. In the middle of our boss talking to our producer, Darius, I want you to you be our boss, and I want you, as if you're talking to me, say, now, Darius, one thing I want you to think about.
So there's something that I actually was thinking about.
Hey, real quick. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of turns their attention to Ryan.
Thinking this is a contribution to the meeting.
Why did you just cut off our boss? Why are you so comfortable?
Yeah.
Why are you so loud in this moment? What is happening? And then he goes, Darius, are you going to finish your crust? We all look at him like, what? And then we see on Darius's plate, he's got 2 pieces of crust, pizza bone, left on his plate. And for whatever reason, after being done with his pizza for several minutes, he hasn't eaten. Now, we all agree Darius is wrong for this.
Yes.
Because crust is the best part. But the cutting off the boss in the serious moment to then yell across the way, like he was across you, me, the boss, all the way one end of the table to the other.
Yes, so I was in between him and Darius, and there's it's not outside of arm's length. It's like a person and a half.
He could not have reached Darius.
He couldn't have reached Darius. And as points are being made, thoughtful commentary, work things. Are you going to finish that? Basically was.
And Darius is like, what? He points at his plate.
Darius goes,
you're going to eat your crust?
No, I guess not. And that's now what we're doing. We're now doing crust.
So Darius hands the plate to Danny, who has to hand it to me, who has to hand it to CK, who has to hand it to someone else, to give it to Ryan at the end of the table, and eventually he gets the crust. And I'm thinking he's going to pull away the part that Darius has bit off of, because I wouldn't even eat crust after my wife or after my children. And he just proceeds to eat the crust that Darius was just eating bite by bite. So there's a lot to chew on here, literally and figuratively.
Oh, thank you.
But notably, is it weird that he asked for the crust?
Yes.
Is it weird that he ate the crust?
Yes.
Is anything about this not weird? Ryan, please, defend yourself.
None of it is weird, by the way. I will actually even throw this in Darius's face. I think it's the weirdest part about the story is that he never finished his crust. I'm a crust guy, just like everyone else is. I will never not finish a crust. I saw that crust sitting there. It was perfectly burnt, crispy, just exactly what I want when I look for a nice crust. It was sitting there, just right there in front of his Coca-Cola. I wanted to get the crust. It was calling my name, and I got the crust. And I wanted to make sure before maybe you guys got it, maybe before Darius finished it, I wanted the crust.
Did you consider not cutting CK off mid-sentence to get the crust?
Did not.
You'll notice there's 3 crust guys at this table right now. Not one of us cut off our boss, and not one of us were like, even if we wanted the crust, you bit after Darius. You didn't cut it off.
Is it weird? Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan. Ryan, you cut off our boss.
I did cut off the boss, and I felt bad, but I forgot the Talladega Nights. I forgot Will Ferrell's character in it. He said one.
That'd be Ricky
great,
Bobby.
Ricky Bobby. Great movie, by the way. I love Talladega Nights. He said one thing. If you aren't first, you're last. I was not going to be last. I was going to be first there. If I had to cut off the boss to get that pizza crust, I was going to cut off the boss, and therefore I did.
So listen, I have eaten crust after my children, wife, etc. Even still with these loved ones, and we're all always sharing germs. Everyone's sick all the time. You got to at least tear apart. You basically made out with Darius.
Yes.
Via the crust.
I did.
Have you considered
the strangest part by far?
It's flu season. It's sick season. Everybody's home. The worst time of year to. I'm not a germaphobe or anything, but I am a guy who isn't going to actively just eat after people. Did you consider cutting away at the parts he'd bitten at all?
Well, I know I have talked about this maybe vaguely with you guys, but one thing about me is I like to strengthen my immune system. And some of that is by when food drops on the floor, you pick it up and you eat it. If someone else's germs have eaten a pizza and there's a crust left, you eat the pizza crust. That is actually good for you by boosting your immune system.
That's science. He just scienced you right in your face.
I scienced you.
Do we need to grill Darius a little bit for not eating his crust?
No, listen, a million things could happen. You could be full. You could have eaten lunch not too long before that. I think he's wrong. I finished my crust. I don't share food with anybody at any time. But maybe his appetite isn't there. I don't know. We can make fun if we want. Ryan cut off our boss, reached across 3 different people, and shoved it in his mouth without, maybe biting at a different end or something. That is just incredible.
Darius, do you have anything you'd like to add?
So I did eat the crust from one of the slices. The second slice, the one where Ryan felt the need to cut off our boss and get the remaining crust from it, I did not eat that because it was a little too crispy. It was a little too burnt for my liking, so I didn't have the appetite.
Wait a minute.
The char and the crispiness,
yeah,
you're going to get thrown right out of this courtroom. So delicious.
It's the
It's
best
down to the
part.
bus backing up.
It's
I
quite
guess if
literally
you
the
like
best
the taste
part.
of a brick oven, then yeah, it's great for you. But it wasn't for me.
It's amazing. It's
So
the best
good.
part.
All it was amazing. So we're going to set that to the side because I don't want Darius to be on trial here.
Yeah, we're going to treat it like a crust.
It sounds like it's a 3-0 vote, though.
Yeah, it's
right. It's definitely weird.
The cutting off, weird. Aggressive.
Let's say we weren't in a show meeting and our boss wasn't getting cut off. You go anywhere with 4 dudes sitting around and someone says, hey, you can eat your crust and just grabs it like they're your brother.
So
That's
Ryan, Grant's
weird.
got half that wing down. Would you take the other half?
I won't because I'm full, but if I wasn't full, I would definitely ask for it. I would.
Man.
I will say, though, this dynamic between us, it's like we see each other more than anybody else.
Sure.
So
what?
it's kind of like a family dynamic that we do have. And yes, we don't share DNA and everything, but still.
DNA.
Still,
Do you want some? I guess you got Darius's
We
today.
shared DNA
You
today.
and, I'll
We
tell
did
you,
share
you and
DNA.
Darius share a lot of DNA
Today
at
we
lunchtime.
Yeah, don't do 23andMe today.
It's true. But still, you guys are like my brothers. I feel like as if we could share food, and if someone takes a bite
Bro,
out of a
I
chicken
don't
sandwich,
share food with my brothers.
I know, but that's
But that's weird.
That's weird.
If my
yeah.
wife, actually, this happened recently. My wife wanted a bite of my Chipotle burrito. Do you want to know what I did? I walked over to the counter. I pulled out the silverware. I cut off the tip of my burrito with a fork and a knife, and I handed it to her. There is no chance I'm biting after somebody. That's disgusting.
I know we've talked that is weird though. That is weird.
Wait, that's weird.
No.
Yes.
I'm not on trial here. Go back to him.
I know.
He asked for Darius's stupid crust.
Yeah,
that
I know.
It
Darius
was a
should have
great
eaten.
crust.
If I
It was
could,
a great crust.
if
Not
I
a
could step
stupid
in real quick,
crust.
Momar in the chat said that Ryan has a PhD in bro science. I think that's a great line.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got to get our confidence points picks lined up. We will do that next, and we'll make our picks for the Commanders and the Browns as Washington tries to get to 4-1. You're listening to G&D. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to Deftones North American Tour 2025, Sunday, April 6th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Grant and Danny with you. We are coming your way live from Atlas Brewworks in Alexandria. We'll be here until 6:30. So if you are driving by or in the area, stop through and say hello. It's been excellent to talk to listeners, hang out with excited Commanders fans all day. There's definitely a buzz. People can't wait for Sunday. Now all the good guys have to do is go out and play a decent game.
Yeah, just do the thing that the whole of the country expects you to do, which has not gone well, particularly for Washington over the years. But, yeah, I mean, there is a palpable excitement that this really does feel different. People have said this feels different before, and it wasn't different. This one does feel that way. Now's a great time to earn some trust.
Speaking of the future, it's time for you to plan yours. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll make our picks for the Commanders and the Browns in just a few minutes, but right now it is time to give you all of our favorite predictions for the football weekend ahead. You better not finish in last place. It is time for Confidence Points picks. You finish in last, you get embarrassed. We have to come up. Let's plan on next week. Let's put a pin in this. We still have a few ideas floating around. Let's find out exactly what the loser this year is going to have to do.
We'll call the segment Pick Danny's Punishment.
Pick Danny's Punishment. We will do that next week. Darius is coming up on his big date where he's got to go take some photos in his towel and his swim cap and his Speedo and his goggles. I'm excited about that. For his embarrassing photo shoot. Darius, are you ready? Are you
feeling sexy, overall?
Have you been getting ready for your ESPN, the magazine body issue that you're going to be doing for us?
Yeah, I'm working on my physique a little bit. Got to make sure I'm in shape for this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're excited for you. We can't wait to get the, what do they call those? The prints?
Yeah.
I want a wallet
first
size.
Look at the prints. Yeah.
I want a wallet size of Darius and his Speedo just for me to laugh at every now and then.
When you do the school photos, like for your kids or whatever, and you have somebody like, what do you want? 2 3x7s and 1 greeting card.
We just got ours back. We got our kid pictures back, and we got mugs with their faces on them.
I'm going to check every box for Darius. We're going to be able to hang some on the fridge. We'll have the little Polaroid
magnets
styles everywhere. We'll just surprise people with them all over campus.
All right, so the current standings, Darius will be happy to know. He is not in the basement right now. Darius, give us the updated standings as we go into Week 5 with our show predictions.
Yes, indeed. So it looks like in first place is Grant leading the way with 38 points after 4 weeks. Ryan's in second place with 35 points. I am in third with 31 points. Danny, what's going on? You only got 23 points. You're in fourth place.
I believe I have to check on this, but I think I've been mathematically eliminated here through 4 weeks.
You've not been. You're still in great shape.
I think I could get them all right for the rest of the season, and it wouldn't matter. I think I'm eliminated. I have to check.
Danny has finished last, has been head-to-head with Darius, I think, in a Super Bowl where he didn't finish last, and is currently pulling up the rear. But there's a lot of football ahead. It's still going to work out for you. I know it will.
That's nice of you to say it's not, but I appreciate it.
So with that in mind, let's go ahead and give our plays. In the order of the standings, I will go first with my 5-point play this weekend. And my 5-pointer that I'm most confident in is a Seahawks cover over the New York Giants. No Malik Neighbors. He's the entire Giants offense. No Devin Singletary. He has been the entire Giants running game. That means a lot on Daniel Jones against a pretty good Seattle team with a chance to get to 4-1. I think they cover 6.5 against the Giants. Seattle under Mike McDonald is going to be a 4-1 football team.
My 5-point play, I have the Dallas Cowboys cover plus 2.5 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I do not trust Justin Fields up to this point in time. I know people have been. I think this is the week that he really falls off in production. I got the Cowboys plus 2.5.
I'm in lockstep with UGP. I got Seattle covering that -6.5 out there against the New York Giants. No chance the New York Giants keep up with the Seattle Seahawks.
Many times before, we were led to believe it's different. Many times before, we were told it was different. Many times before, we were scolded by diehards and coaches and administrators and everyone in between that it was different. It is different. Washington, -3 at home, beats Cleveland, who is garbage. Washington will be 4-1. Give me the I'm not going to say it. Washington, the local 53,
Whoa.
-3.
You almost did it.
No,
All right,
I almost did it.
4-point play time. I'm going to go with the Ravens to cover 2.5 here in their matchup against the Bengals. I just haven't been sold on Cincinnati all year. This started before the Washington game. Seeing that defense get undressed and pantsed by Cliff Kingsbury. They gave up a lot of big plays to the Carolina Panthers. I think they can be had in the running game from Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson all the way down. They also, by the way, speaking of Baltimore, need this game. Like we talk about it being a season definer, season on the line game for Cincinnati. The Ravens would be 2-3 if they lost this game a third of the way through the season. So Baltimore laying and covering 2.5 points. I love what they've got going with Derrick Henry. They, by the way, if they run for, I think it's like 150 yards in this game as a team, they're the 5th club in the 2000s in 25 years of football to have 1,000 yards rushing through 5 games as a team. They're a juggernaut running the football. Give me both.
My 4-point play at the Bills +1.5 going against the Texans this weekend for one reason only. That is Josh Allen shots, touchdowns. Pew, pew. This is the MVP season that we have been waiting for Josh Allen. I think this is going to be a big breakout game. I've got the Bills winning big.
4-point play for me. This feels weird picking New England considering that they stink. But guess who stinks more? That Dolphins offense without Tua Tagovailoa. I'm going to take New England to win with that -1.5 cover.
Grant already covered the reasons why, but give me the Seattle Seahawks, who are about to be 4-1 with an easy schedule. It's a big number, but I think they win by 10 points this weekend against the Giants team that has guys like you, me, and Dupree running routes for them.
Let's go to the 3-pointers here. Corey Kispert, eat your heart out, you handsome fellow.
God, he's handsome.
Did you see the pictures of him from Media Day?
I did.
He had just gotten a haircut. He had just groomed his beard. His eyes were just so green.
All right, Corey, on 3, say, hey, girl. 1, 2, 3, and great shot.
He just was looking at me in that way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just was like, what do I do?
You're a
with my
leopard.
hand?
You see a gazelle. You want to eat it.
God, he's handsome. I'm going to go with my 3-point play opposite Mr. Darius Dameron. The Miami Dolphins get a much-needed win for Mike McDaniel. Another week in the offense for Tyler Huntley and some of their fill-ins. They still have Tyreek Hill. They're going to find a way to involve he and Jalen Waddle. The Patriots are very capable of hanging in this game. It's going to be a very low-scoring game. The total in this game, by the way, is the lowest of the week. It's in the mid-30s last time I checked. That having been said, the Dolphins cover. They win. I'm going to say it's a 17-13 kind of gross fest.
My 3-point play, I have the Patriots -1.5, Grant. I think it's the opposite for me at this point. I cannot trust Mike McDaniel at this point without Tua Tagovailoa. I think the Patriots have a really good defense. I think it's going to be very low scoring. I've got the Patriots winning by maybe 3.
Me against all yins in this game, Danny.
So
I'm not taking it. I have no idea what that one's going to happen.
My 3-point play, I've got Indianapolis covering that +3 out there in Jacksonville. It would be crazy if Jacksonville goes 0-5, but I think with Joe Flacco at the helm for the Colts offense, I think this Colts offense is going to be much better. So I got them winning in Jacksonville +3.
Joe Flacco said this week he is 8 days older than the mother of his fellow quarterback on the roster, Anthony Richardson.
Everything about it's so weird, man. We're just doing a Joe Flacco thing again. We'll be doing this in 2030. What happens first? Joe Flacco stops playing or Washington gets a new stadium?
I'm going to say Joe Flacco stops playing.
I'm not anymore. I would have said that last year, but he played, and now he's doing it again. My 3-point play, the New Orleans Saints +5.5. I know they're on the road in Kansas City, but Kansas City has nothing and nobody. Their offense stinks. I don't think they can blow anybody out. So I think New Orleans loses but covers in that game.
That brings us to our 2-point plays. These are bunnies around the rim. I got the Vikings in the early morning breakfast football match that we should all be happy exists. Laying 2.5. I think they win by a field goal. They're taking on the Jets. They have a more explosive, better offense. Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in the NFL. Darnold throws, caught. It's Justin Jefferson. 14 yards and another Vikings. First down, Minnesota. Jets does big things. Vikings go to London and come back 5-0 because of Justin Jefferson.
My 2-point play, Darius, fire up that music. I've got the Commanders covering 3 points against the Cleveland Browns. And, of course, I think Jaden Daniels gets it done this weekend. This will be a fun one. I've got the Commanders for the first time on record saying they will win and cover a 3-point spread. Danny, it's all you now. Or Darius, rather.
Darius, rather. Last.
Your promo was going so well.
I wanted to eat Darius's crust. That's really what it was.
That's what it always comes down to. That reminds me of like a sideline report where you crush it. You do everything great, and then you're like, back to you, Frank. And then like Tom's like, actually, it's me, but okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's Tom, and it's good to meet you.
My 2-point play, I've got San Francisco covering -7.5 against Arizona. Arizona's coming in reeling. And after giving up 42 to Washington, I don't see how they don't give up 42 more to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, that's real nice. Giving them Ravens there, hon. Opening line of this game. The opening line was 1.5 for the Ravens. It's now up to 2.5. I think they cover because the Bengals is bums. Give me them Ravens. Go on the road. They're going to go on the road. It's going to be Lamar. Andrews gets going. Likely. Derrick Henry, dude, he's going to go downhill. And Ravens are going to win. They're going to be 3-2.
What's the name of this guy?
Dale from Timonium.
Well, Dale is wrecked that the Orioles just got run out of the playoffs.
You know, it's a bit of a bummer up there. You know, the fact that we done lost, what is it now, 10 straight up there?
10
you know,
in
the postseason.
Swept in 4 by the Royals in the ALCS.
Yeah.
Lost to the Blue Jays in a wild card play-in.
Yeah, that was a tough one there.
Lost 3 in a row.
Because that was Bautista when he threw that bat, right? Was that him?
Britton didn't get the pitch. That was not when.
So why did Buck not
bat.
throw Britton in that game? You should have thrown him.
3 in a row last year to the Rangers in the DS.
Yeah.
And then this year, the 2 losses.
You know, it's one of them things that's frustrating, you know, but you know the Oreos, what they're going to do is go ahead and spend a bunch of money. You know what I mean? You got even if the new owner is going to take after the old owner, they're going to go make a lot of adjustments. They're going to go get a lot better. When it's time to go start playing again, you know, they're going to have 15 injuries. A bunch of guys down from single leg going to come up. You know, they're going to flounder at the end of the season, and they'll lose again. But Ravens is nasty.
All right, let's hit our free throws here. 1-point plays, confidence points picks on Grant and Danny. I've got a game that I hate. This is a hold your nose prediction. I don't like lines of 3. I'd love a hook here in one way or the other, but the Green Bay Packers -3 against the Rams. The Rams are just so banged up. Green Bay can run the ball. They lost to the Vikings last week, but they completely decimated Minnesota after halftime, outscored them by double digits. They look better than their record to me. So I like Green Bay to handle the Rams in a matchup of Matt LaFleur and Sean McVay, a couple of guys I covered for years in D.C.
My 1-point play, I have the Panthers going against the Bears. I've got the Panthers plus 3.5 this weekend. I think the big headline on Monday will be, why did they not take Jayden Daniels? How could you have not seen this guy was a generational talent? I've got the Panthers covering the spread. I'm not really buying this turnaround with the Bears offense. DeAndre Swift had a huge game last week. He's shown in years past he cannot be trusted on back-to-back weeks. I've got the Panthers covering 3.5 in Chicago.
You're already shoveling dirt on Caleb Williams?
Not yet. I like Caleb Williams, but at this point, it's not working out.
I've got Sam Darnold in the Sam Darnold revenge game. The Minnesota Vikings covering that -2.5. Grant, we need you to do more Paul Allen stuff on the air. I love your Paul Allen.
Big Paul Allen guy. Sam Darnold, SD to JJ, Justin Jefferson.
Bills go on the road, and they beat the Texans. The Bills are good. I think the Texans are just okay. I think they'll end up with 9 or 10 wins, but I think the Bills are nasty, and I think Rondo already covered it. This is the MVP season for one, Yosh Allen.
That is how we do it. The confidence points picks. Danny pulling up the rear needs a big week, sitting at 23 points through 4 weeks of football. Collectively 8-12 against the spread in 20 predictions this year. This is the week, Danny, that you get it going. We are confident in you as a show. We are behind you.
Oh, no, I'm behind you, quite frankly. I am way, way, way behind you guys. Again, if I have a perfect week, I will still not overtake you. So it's a reminder that I stink at this. And that's it, actually. That's all. There's actually no follow-up to that. I'm terrible at this.
By the way,
even though I have won it once, I've won this thing 1 year.
Clary, look at what Danny's got. He's got his bag in his hand. He's already packed everything up. The only thing not in his bag is his laptop, which is plugged in still. as it is in front of him to finish the radio program.
Yep.
This is the literal look of a man who's got one foot out the door.
If the door is open next to us, by the way. I'm going to skip right behind
Even
you.
by your standards, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, this just being prepared. It's just easy within reach. It'll be time to go soon.
You're holding your bag.
Yeah.
It's already thrown over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Get a picture of him, Clary. Unbelievable. When did you pack it? When did you clean up and do all that? I didn't even know.
That was my power cord that I just put away. Easily accessible.
Yeah.
I don't have all my other accoutrements I normally do because we were fed here by the great folks at Atlas Brew Works. I've got my water bottle right behind me. That's a scoop and score. I'm going to pick it up and take it to the house.
Have you considered the difference between doing that after the show? It's like 47 seconds.
Of course. Yeah. I need to get in the car. I need to, are you headed to Chantilly to pick up my kid from soccer?
I will
do I need to
happily do that for you.
Please, by all means, by the way, I'll go home and relax. My feet is up. If you want to go do that, you can do it.
This guy, this is unbelievable. People always think it's a bit. That's my favorite thing.
No, it's not a bit at all.
When they're out
time to go.
about, when we're doing the show on location somewhere, people will always come up and they'll say, wow, Danny really is out of here really quickly.
When it's time to leave, it's time to leave.
Almost that time. All right, let's make our predictions, Danny. Commanders, you've already kind of tipped your hat here with your confidence points picks. Hosting the Browns on Sunday. What do you got?
Washington 24, Cleveland 16. Washington is better. They will play better. This defense will give some things up. They'll give up some running totals, some rushing yards here and there. But that doesn't matter because points come through the passing game. They're going to win this game against a bad team. I'm sorry. A lot of people were encouraging me not to pick them because I picked against them each of the last 3 weeks. I've been wrong each of the last 3 weeks. So hopefully that trend changes this week. They're going to beat a bad team. They're not going to drop them, but they're going to beat them.
You can add us to the pile with the rest of America, with all of the sports bettors. The number one bet on team in sports books this week, the Washington Commanders.
Number one.
For the third straight week, I will also be backing the locals. I think the Commanders get a win. They're better than the Browns. They're 4-1. And on Monday, we've got a Victory Monday show when we're talking about not only a pretty good football team, but a team that has a chance to be outstanding and win a division. That's where I think we're headed.
That's lofty. That's not just, hey, they're 4-1 and that's nice. We got to open the door to other conversations. I think that's pretty cool. But by the way, again, we talked about this all show long, all week long, frankly. If you are 4-1, those are reasonable conversations. It's not because you're 2-0 coming back home from beating the Broncos who were terrible last year. It's not reasonable when you're 3-1 with Rex Grossman with other teams. What is reasonable is a 4-1 group when everyone else is heading in the wrong direction. Thinking about Dallas, how beat up there. Thinking about Philadelphia hasn't gotten going yet. The Giants are still the Giants. If things are trending a certain way, it's a reasonable question to ask, will they continue to trend this way? No guarantees. Nobody's ever been awarded anything in October other than like a weekly award or a player of a month in October. No divisions have ever been decided. But when you start in that way, you give yourself the opportunity to have those conversations and to play meaningful football. And that's what's happening.
Danny, there's a young fella in a Terry McLaurin.
He's right here.
Commander's jersey.
Oof.
He does not care that much.
He's young. He's fun. He's got a metabolism and everything.
He does. He's going to drink a beer on a Friday night.
Yeah.
His butt's not going to jiggle for a week.
He doesn't need a nap. Look at that guy.
For Danny Huhay, I'm Grant Paulson saying so long. Big thanks to Tobes, Garris for working hard in the studio. Back on Half Street for Ryan out here with our engineer Chris as well. And for everyone who came by, stopped through and said hello, all of you for listening. Been a lot of fun today. Let's go win a football game and let's go have a season, shall we? Linnell comes your way next with overtime. Have a great weekend, everybody. We are back on Monday with Jay Gruden at 5, Austin Eckler Tuesday at 5. This is Grant and Danny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.